Above the gray fog, Klein leaned back into his high-back chair and held creeping hunger. He remained silent for several seconds. Finally, he released the psychiatrist's soul according to the specific steps. A tall figure quickly appeared by the side of the bronze table. It was a woman whose face looked somewhat blurry. Her pain and distorted feelings was apparent. Klein looked at her and asked her as though he was chatting with her, "Do you still remember who you are?" In the mysterious space, he could directly channel her spirit. The psychiatrist's enmity reduced substantially as she smiled bitterly. "Of course I remember. I was a member of a secret organization and was planning to meet a friend in Toscarter Island, but I ended up encountering pirates on the way. Although I used my powers to resolve the disaster, the pirates who escaped informed Kalangos of the corresponding situation. In order to obtain my powers, he deliberately changed course and intercepted our ship. You can probably imagine what happened after that. Thanks to his meticulousness, I was killed instantly, unlike the other female passengers who encountered things that were worse than death." Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding slightly. "Do you know of the ancient book known as Grozel's Travels?" He believed that since Grozel's travels came from the dragons, it was possible that the psychiatrist had heard of its name or the corresponding information. The female psychiatrist thought over it carefully before shaking her head. "I'm sorry, I've never heard that name before." Klein no longer bothered with the topic and switched to asking, "Since you're about to dissipate and gain eternal peace, do you have any last wishes?" The psychiatrist lowered her head and chuckled. "I wish to be revived." "All right, I know that this wish cannot be satisfied. Everything else isn't necessary. I've been dead for years. My family and friends have probably already received news of my death. Informing them again of my death will only dig up the pain of those memories. Let's leave it at that. Thank you. That should be it." Her figure quickly dissipated and vanished, leaving behind a huge golden iris that could expose the thoughts of everyone's hearts. This was the beyonder characteristic of a psychiatrist. Klein sighed and began pondering over the details of what the psychiatrist had said. She was visiting a friend at Toscarter Island alone, without any family. Toscarter Island is located at the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, and it's south of the Gargas Archipelago. That's the easternmost colony of the Lone Kingdom, while the Gargas Archipelago belongs to the Fasak Empire. What kind of friend would be there? What kind of friend is worth visiting after taking such a long trip? Although she only said that she's from a secret organization, the chances are that it's the psychology alchemists. Was she out on a mission? Klein respected the deceased and didn't wish to dig out her secrets, so he didn't probe deeper. Without any clues, he quickly stopped thinking about such matters and considered something else. After hunting down Wormtongue Mither King, regardless of the reason, I have to leave Byam for the time being. I've really done quite a bit in the City of Generosity during this period of time. Yes, I'll participate in about 3 Beyonder gatherings and confirm whether there are the main ingredients of Nimblewright Master before leaving. Klein rapidly made a decision and conjured a scene of the world praying. Covering it with the gray fog, he threw the scene to the crimson star representing Miss Justice. Audrey was standing on the balcony on the 3rd floor, looking at the nearby village. The rooftops were mainly brick red in color as they showed depictions, abstract pictures, or real pictures of dragons. Suddenly, the familiar endless void surfaced in front of her eyes. Amidst the gray fog, a blurry figure was standing high above, praying to the god above. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Miss Justice that she can make preparations for the transaction." "I can make preparations for the transaction?" He has obtained the beyonder characteristic of a psychiatrist, but he still didn't have one yesterday. The world's efficiency shocked Audrey as she nearly forgot to thank Mr. Fool. Thankfully, she was no longer the green and naive lady from before. She had been exposed to several major matters and rapidly calmed her mind as she sincerely thanked him. She passed on the message for Mr. World to wait another 2 to 3 days, as she was preparing to pay off the money she owed to Mr. Fool's Blessed. Although she had sufficient money, she had to maintain a minimum balance, otherwise it was easy for others to notice something amiss. After the illusory gray fog dissipated, Audrey silently looked down at Susie, who was admiring the garden on the first floor, before pacing around and secretly clicking her tongue. Mr. World is really terrifying. Evening in the seaweed bar. Having just squandered all his money at the casino, Blue Eyes Meath sat before a bar counter and ordered a cup of Lanty Proof. He was just about to raise the cup when he suddenly heard the bartender whisper to him with a suppressed voice, "Wormtongue Mither is dead." What? Who did it? Blue Eyes Meath was first alarmed before he asked excitedly, "Someone is challenging Vice Admiral Ailment?" An adventurer named Gairman Sparrow. He wasn't known at all before. Who knew that he finished off Mither? The bartender didn't hide his shock and alarm. He also killed Oziel, the real boss of Amiris Leaf Bar, Strongman Oziel. Blue Eyes Meath was just about to sigh when he frowned suddenly. Back when Oziel's men came to ask him about Blazing Danets, he had mentioned that the bosun of the Golden Dream was seen mixing in with an unknown adventurer. He had used a ritual to provide the corresponding portrait. Oziel is dead. Mither King is dead. It's done by an unknown adventurer named Gairman Sparrow. Blue Eyes Meath suddenly trembled as a scene that left a deep impression on him surfaced in his mind. The young man that looked like a gentleman was standing by the entrance of the bar. He had black hair and brown eyes, with a thin and cut face. His eyes coldly observed the customers as though he was seeking out his prey. Blue Eyes Meath shuddered and couldn't be bothered with drinking his alcohol. He got up immediately and took wide strides out of the bar. Terrifying. That guy is too terrifying. Even Wormtongue died at his hands. He's definitely a powerhouse at the admiral level. He will definitely seek me out and finish me off. No, I can't stay in Byam any longer. I have to return to the ship and be far away from here. Blue Eyes Meath ran to the Red Theater and forcibly pulled his companions with him. They headed for the woods and circled around to the private harbor ran by the Resistance. Opposite across the Red Theater, the herb store in the alley remained open. The chubby apothecary, Dark Will, was sitting behind the counter, wearing a calm expression, but internally he was deeply worried. He had already contacted the Life School of Thought members he knew via various methods and sought their help. However, he had no idea who they were or when they would come. He could only bear with his fear and anxiety as he continued running the store, pretending as though nothing had happened. Dark Will, you're extremely uneasy. The chubby owl flew over from an unknown location and landed on the counter. There's no need for you to remind me. I know my state of mind very well. Dark Will waved his hands impatiently. He could still remember the times when he was still under his teacher's tutelage. He was often warned to be careful of the official Beyonder organizations and be careful of the true sanguine. In regards to this, Roy King raised several examples, such as being imprisoned underground forever with no sunlight or woman to be seen, being made into experimental subjects where their bodies would be used to test the dangers of particular sealed artifacts. There, they would experience all kinds of experiments, and after mutating, they were monsters who acted on instinct. It was also possible to be sucked and eaten by the sanguine and made into puppets. These examples had deeply imprinted themselves in his mind. It made his already lacking courage vanish instantly. After leaving his teacher's side, he often stayed in a city for a short period of time, immediately leaving once there was a risk of exposure. Dark Will tried hard to keep his horror under control, placing his attention on the problem of rescuing his teacher. Old Man has been captured for some time. Why is he still imprisoned in the Governor General's office? With the military's abilities, they should be able to gather any information they wish to know. Be it an outright execution, the gathering of materials, or being used as an experimental subject, they would definitely move Old Man. Could it be that Old Man used some techniques to hide his secret, or they wished to make him into a spy? Sai, just agree to it. Dark Will scratched his head as his thoughts wandered aimlessly. Gradually, he recalled the last letter he received from his teacher, Roy King. Old Man often likes to give hints in things that seem to be normal and ordinary matters. Could that letter contain similar information? That letter didn't say a thing. It just said to meet him near the Red Theater and flaunted his gambling techniques. Pooey. He clearly relies on luck. He even wanted me to go to Matt Street's Mabel's Sundry Store and buy a die to make preparations to be educated. I thought I would buy it only after we met, so I haven't been there all this time. Perhaps there's a secret there? Dark Will was like a drowning man who seemed to clutch at a straw. Many of Byam's streets were named after Lone Kingdom cities. Dark Will used a few minutes to muster his courage, brought the owl with him, and closed the door to his shop before walking out of the alley. While waiting for the rental carriage, he bought a copy of the news report from a paperboy as he flipped through the international and domestic news, as well as news about the archipelago. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. It was the adventurer who had informed him of Roy King's location. In the afternoon, Gairman Sparrow killed Wormtongue Mither King, who's worth a bounty reaching £5,400. I actually entrusted a mission to such a powerful adventurer. Dark Will clicked his tongue. He soon threw the matter to the back of his mind and got onto the carriage and headed straight for Matt Street and found Mabel's Sundry Store. The owner of the shop was a genial old lady who said after sizing him up, "The die you want costs £1. This is a robbery." Dark Will roared angrily in his head. But this only made him more certain that there might be clues hidden in the die. After paying, he received a tiny ring box and opened the lid. He saw a milky white six-sided die which had 4 red dots pointing up. Although he was puzzled with how ordinary the die looked and how it was stuffed tightly into the ring box with no remnant space, Dark Will still acted cautiously by not studying it on the spot. He placed it into his pocket and walked to another side of the street. When he came to a secluded spot, he couldn't help but give it a glance, unable to find any problems with it. At this moment, a carriage flew by and gave him a fright. His wrist trembled as he dropped the die on the ground. The die continued rolling and ultimately came to a stop, a single red dot pointing up. Dark Will cursed the carriage driver and widened his stride to pick it up. Just as he took this step, his body suddenly staggered, and he collapsed to the ground loudly despite the lack of any obstacles. All he saw were stars. His mind went blank for a moment as he lay there, the milky white die right in front of his eyes. Dark Will sprawled on the ground, momentarily forgetting to stand up. His mind remained blank. Ever since he had matured, he had never encountered a scenario of tripping himself. After consuming the potions, his body had experienced enhancements to a certain degree, making it even more impossible. Now, for some baffling reason, he had fallen down in an inexplicable manner. Did I step on something? Dark Will suddenly snapped to his senses as he struck down with his palm and rolled to his feet. He pretended as though the one who had just fallen wasn't him. He looked left and right without finding anything odd on the ground. Filled with puzzlement, he took a few difficult steps forward to pick up the milky white die. At this moment, a patrolling constable seemed to have sensed the disturbance as he jogged over with baton in hand while holding his other hand down on his revolver. Upon seeing this scene, Dark Will suddenly felt worried, feeling suspicious that he had fallen for a trap. They caught old man but haven't come for me all this time. It's because they were secretly observing me and waiting for me to find some clues? Now I've gotten my hands on this strange die. They've started taking action? The official Beyonders are here to catch me? Dark Will instinctively turned around and ran, but he had suffered a rather heavy fall, causing him to feel pain in his knees. He was momentarily only able to walk. Seeing the patrolling constable approach him, and with him not being able to run, a scene of an underground prison instantly surfaced in Dark Will's mind. In an environment with only an everlasting candlelight, locked with Beyonders who would heave intensely like monsters. What happened? The patrolling constable pressed down on his revolver as he kept his distance and asked cautiously. Dark Will suddenly felt an irrepressible fear. As his wrist trembled, the milky white die he had just picked up fell to the ground again as it rolled a few times. This time, 6 red dots pointed up. Faced with the constable's scrutiny, Dark Will replied with a trembling voice, "I just stepped onto a damn banana skin and fell." The moment he said that, he felt his heart skip a beat. This was because there wasn't any banana skins on the ground. Damn it, I was too nervous. I should have said that I tripped myself, Dark Will thought in frustration. He decided to summon the owl perched on the roof opposite him. preparing to make a last stand. The patrolling constable gave him a glance and chuckled. "Make sure to watch where you place your feet when walking. I was imagining that you had been robbed." He released his palm on his revolver, raised his baton, and walked away. In a daze, Dark Will looked at the constable's back that was opening up a gap from him. He wasn't sure how the constable had so easily believed his excuse that was filled with mistakes. He retracted his gaze and looked at the milky white die which was sitting on the ground in silence. He slowly frowned. "I'm not pure Loanese. The constables here don't need to suck up to me. Could it be all thanks to this? Be it my strange fall or my weird way of convincing the constable it was all because of this. Is this that important sealed artifact which teacher was taking care of?" Dark Will quickly made certain connections as he carefully proceeded forward. He picked up the die again and stuffed it into the extremely tiny ring box. In the box, the die had no room to roll. Signaling to his owl, Dark Will picked up the news report copy, stopped a rental carriage and hobbled up. His destination, Red Theater. The carriage smoothly proceeded forward. Because dusk was setting in, the street lamps which were relatively far away didn't illuminate the area much. He wasn't in a rush to study the ring box or the die inside. He patiently waited until he returned home. After entering the herb store and heading up to the residential area on the second floor, he lit the wall lamp and chased the silly bird out of his room. He sat in front of his desk and repeatedly checked on the ring box and milky white die. Finally, he took out a folded piece of paper about the length of a finger segment from the bottom of the ring box. Dark Will inhaled silently as he quickly spread open the piece of paper and discovered that there were 3 paragraphs written in ancient Fasak. "If I didn't appear 3 days after the appointed time, then I must have been betrayed and have been arrested. Therefore, do not seek out help from the other members of the school of thought. This is because I'm unable to determine who did it. This will bring you great danger. There is only one thing that you need to do. Bring the die to Orvie Island and hand it to the bellman, Carnot, in the port city. My teacher, Ricardo, is hidden there. The subsequent matters will be handled by him. Don't worry that I'll divulge this secret. Once I finish writing this letter, all relevant memories would completely disappear. I wouldn't even remember having an apprentice like you until I'm rescued. Remember, try your best not to use the die. It has living characteristics. The more you use it, the easier it is for it to awaken. It will roll itself when you aren't watching it, even without any space. When it's at 1, please trust me when I say that you'll suffer from worse than a direct death. This is because almost everything you do will end in failure, including your bed activities. Indeed, this die is very dangerous. Dark Will subconsciously sighed and immediately realized the dumb act he had done out of goodwill. In order to rescue his teacher, Roy King, he overcame his cowardliness and remained in Byam, as well as sent out a cry for help to the Life School of Thought members. And according to the information, this meant that he might very well have been targeted by the person who betrayed Roy King. Why didn't you say so earlier? No, why didn't I head out to buy the die earlier? Dark Will raised his hands and yanked at his hair. He didn't dare stay any longer. He decided to leave his residence and buy a scalp ticket at night. He would head for Orvie Island early the next morning. That was an island that was on the route between the Rorstad Archipelago and Tosgarter Island. My charms, my revolver, my bullets. Dark Will quickly counted the items that could provide him with safety, feeling concern over his lack of combat strength. He quickly thought of an idea as he paced around and mumbled, I need to hire a bodyguard. A bodyguard? Who should I hire? How much money must I spend? Amidst his thoughts, Darkwill's gaze swept across the news report copy which he had just brought back. Suddenly, he thought of an excellent bodyguard, Gehrman Sparrow, a powerful adventurer who could hunt a pirate worth 5,400 pounds. If he's willing to accept the mission, I should be able to successfully arrive at Orvie Island if the counselor doesn't take action. How can I find him? Right? I should paste notices in the bars where adventurers frequently appear. Darkwill nodded indiscernibly as he stuffed the items back into his packed suitcase. With this plump owl, he left the herb store once again, his heart feeling the pinch. In the seas beyond the Rorstad archipelago, in a small port belonging to Lone, the Black Death was docked there without any scruples. It was being surrounded by 3 ships. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who had just taken a hot bath, wore a loose man's shirt, and she finished the final treatment for her mostly recovered wound. To a demoness, scars weren't a thing. At this moment, the blonde female attendant knocked on the door and entered the captain's cabin after receiving permission. When she saw Tracy, her cheeks flushed red as she moved her gaze away. "Captain, a telegram was sent from Byam to the port over here. Mither, third mate has been killed." Tracy stopped her actions as her expression sank. She asked hesitantly, "Do you know who did it?" She had sent Wormtongue Mither to Byam to investigate the assassination attempt on her, firstly as a form of punishment for his dereliction of duty, and secondly, to spread the news that she was heavily injured so as to lure others who harbored malicious intent into attacking her. She never expected Mither to be able to make any breakthroughs or developments in a short period of time. After the demigod addressed as Death Consul by the Demoness of Unaging visited her, she had deliberately concealed this matter and didn't quickly inform Mither. She allowed the punishment to continue as she felt that it was naturally for the best if his investigations turned fruitful. Even if there was nothing, she wouldn't be too disappointed either. She never thought about the possibility of Mither being placed at risk, as it was a part of the punishment. But to her surprise, Mither had been killed so quickly. The blonde female attendant handed over the telegram and said, "It was done by an adventurer named Gehrman Sparrow. It can be confirmed that he had used a beyonder power similar to Dragon's Might." Gehrman Sparrow, Dragon's Might, Kalangos also knew Dragon's Might. He likely grazed a psychiatrist or hypnotist with creeping hunger. Tracy sneered after receiving the telegram as she spoke to herself. She was quite certain that Gehrman Sparrow was the enemy who had disguised himself as Helene to attack her. Furthermore, he had been using the faceless powers which Kalangos had grazed. Creeping hunger is with him, and he has an ancient demigod, who Mother addressed as Death Consul, backing him. Does this mean that Kalangos was really killed by that Death Consul? Tracy muttered silently as she waved her hand to send the blonde attendant out. After the door to the captain's cabin closed, she chuckled to herself. If I were to divulge this information, the organization that ordered Kalangos to assassinate Duke Negan would definitely be very interested. For a brief moment of time, she really had the urge to do so, but her rationality stopped her. This was because it meant that she would directly offend the Death Consul. And with the single chance of him being recognized as the murderer, she would immediately be suspected of divulging the information. When the time comes, unless I hide back at Mother's side, I'll be under the shadow of death at any moment. I'm not afraid of other saints. They will have to find me before they can attack me. Besides, there will definitely be some indication of that, and a significant amount of time is needed. I will have sufficient chances to escape danger. But the Death Consul can travel using the spirit world. As long as he determines my location, he will quickly appear beside me. Tracy bit her lip as she thought in depression. She gave up her previous thoughts and decided to take note of Gehrman Sparrow's whereabouts. She wouldn't spare him once a good opportunity arose. At this moment, Klein was still living in the Tina Inn, waiting for his bounty to be delivered to him. 10 p.m. Swordfish Bar. After waiting an entire afternoon and having not received his bounty, Klein deliberately went out. He went to Oz Kent and received the news that the process had been kick-started. However, he would only receive the money tomorrow morning. He disguised himself and participated in a private exchange among the adventurers in the Swordfish Bar, but he didn't find the main ingredients of the Nimblewright Master Potion or any mystical items. After restoring his appearance, Klein pressed down on his hat and attempted to squeeze through the crowd. He left the bar, which was in its rowdiest and noisiest time of the day. At this point, gazes swept past his face as most of them were momentarily taken aback before they clearly froze for 2 seconds, as though they had recognized something. Suddenly, they retracted their gaze and retreated far away from Klein like the receding tide. They had already learned of Gehrman Sparrow's appearance and strength in the papers and rumors. More details had gradually spread in areas where adventurers, pirates, and gang members gathered. Many people gained a basic understanding of the present situation and knew that Gehrman Sparrow had taken the crazy action of instantly drawing his revolver once he discovered Wormtongue Mither King. Therefore, everyone knew better and chose to stay away from the dangerous man. The merchant, Ralph, was drinking in front of the bar when he suddenly sensed the disturbance. He instinctively half-turned his body around and looked over. He soon saw a quiet gentleman with a thin face and cut features, and the corresponding portrait which appeared on news reports surfaced in his mind. Gehrman Sparrow who hunted Wormtongue. Following that, Ralph recalled his conversation with resistance leader, Kalat, in the evening. He confirmed that the crazy adventurer before him wasn't averse to Sea God, and he had even witnessed the private trade between the resistance and Vice Admiral Iceberg. Perhaps I can develop him into being a believer of Sea God. Even if he has no interest in the archipelago in the future, he might be able to provide certain help in certain matters. Ralph clasped his hands and held them to his mouth as though he was blowing at a sea conch. This was one of the gestures used to pray to Sea God Kelvetua. Then, he suddenly got up and walked to Gehrman Sparrow with a beer in hand. At this moment, Klein also noticed Ralph's approach and recognized him. That was a devout believer who was willing to offer up a third of his 20,000 gold-pound wealth to Sea God. That was the former pirate and the present merchant who he had convinced to set up a children's charity foundation. Based on the news regarding the charity foundation and his frequent pious praying, he understood Ralph in all aspects. Therefore, he was very puzzled as to why the man would attempt to approach Gehrman Sparrow. He has a job to entrust to me? Things that the resistance isn't able to do for some reason or another. Klein looked at Ralph as he slowed down his pace. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow? Ralph raised the cup of beer in his hand. Klein nodded and maintained his persona by saying, I don't know you. Haha. It's always so simple to get to know each other among adventurers. Perhaps a cup of beer is all it takes. Ralph pointed at the bar counter. Are you interested in a drink? All right. Klein was deeply puzzled as he answered simply. They sat in the corner of the bar as he ordered a cup of Southville beer. As he drank, he looked at Ralph without saying a word. Being stared at silently by a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral wasn't a good experience. Ralph drank a mouthful of beer to hide his high-strung nerves and laughed. I've heard about you. Before what you did today. I know that you're a true gentleman that shows no discrimination towards the natives of the colonial lands. Different things to say flashed through Klein's mind as he finally decided on a few sentences that corresponded to his persona. Get to the meat of the issue. Ralph nearly choked as he cleared his throat. Do I have the honor to introduce you to our God, the savior of the archipelago, the blessed of the sea, Kelvetua? As you know, the sea is so vast. The storms are that terrifying. It's impossible to guarantee that one can defeat the various difficulties at sea and live on, even for the four kings. We need a God that can respond to you and hold authority over the sea and storm. Introducing me to myself and then getting me to believe in myself. Klein resisted the urge to twitch the corners of his face as he turned to say, I'm more interested in whether you have any mystical items, the kind that has powerful offensive strength. Ralph revealed an honest smile. We don't have any. However, as long as you piously believe in Sea God, there might be a day when you would be bestowed with one. I don't have one. Don't make promises for me. Klein instantly found it amusing and laughable. He felt that he couldn't carry on the conversation. Hence, he downed his half-filled cup of Southville beer and said, I'll consider it. He was about to leave when the bartender suddenly came over and squeezed a smile. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, someone entrusted you with a mission. What is it? Klein glanced at Ralph. Knowing his place, the latter left his seat with his beer. He was already very pleased with today's outcome. This was because he never had the intention of developing the crazy adventurer into a believer of Sea God in one try. His goal was only to let him know of the possibility and to think about the pros and cons of doing so. After the silence in the corner of the bar resumed, the bar counter immediately said with a smile, He says he's an apothecary, you know. He has a mission to entrust to you. If you're interested, you can wait here for him. We will contact him with the previously established method. An apothecary, I know? The chubby Dark Will? The Dark Will who rears a plump owl? What kind of mission would he have for me? Rescue his teacher, Roy King? That isn't something I will do. The risk is just too high. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to first figure out the details of the mission. Okay. At nearly 11 p.m., Klein met the apprehensive Darkwill in billiard room 3 of the Swordfish Bar. He had already changed into a rather eye-catching witch doctor robe and was dressed as a native. He was in a taraba shirt, pantaloons, and a brown jacket. As for this round-faced owl, it was perched silently on his right shoulder, observing the adventurer with his penetrating eyes. It's very similar to the feeling of how Miss Justice observes the other members of the Tarot Club. This owl might really be a beyonder creature. A spectator? Klein made a judgment as he said in a deep tone without a change in expression. What mission is it that you have? It's this. The chubby apothecary kept his left hand in his pocket and clenched the ring box tightly. I'll be making a trip to another island. It will probably take 3 days. Due to certain developments, I might encounter danger. Of course, it might not happen as well. In short, I need a bodyguard, and I think you're the best choice. The way you put it sounds like I'm actually not that impressive. It's just that you know a few people. You aren't rescuing your teacher and had chosen to leave Byam to seek out helpers? Or he has already been saved and the danger comes from the military's pursuit? Klein pondered over the truth behind the matter as he calmly asked, how great would the danger be? Darkwill's lips trembled as he said, I can't be sure. If the danger exceeds what you can handle, you can directly hand me over to the other party. This will be a promise we make now. It will not spoil your reputation. If I didn't know that you just have a nasty mouth, then I would have imagined this as a form of goading. Klein thought and said, what kind of payment can you provide? Darkwill originally wished to directly give the answer he had considered long ago, but he felt hesitant for a moment. This was because the matter was indeed very dangerous. Without enough chips, he couldn't move Gairman Sparrow into agreeing. He was afraid of the appearance of the counselor, and that before the matter reached a level of despair, his bodyguard would give up resisting. This was also the reason why he had to hire a powerhouse. Klein glanced at him and coldly said, you can first consider it for a moment. I'll use the washroom. Tell me your answer when I'm back. With that said, he turned around and walked to the door. Pulling the handle, he stepped outside. The way he responded made him seem experienced, having the coolness and coldness of an adventurer and bounty hunter. But in fact, he wasn't really giving the chubby apothecary time to think. He was only finding an opportunity to head to the washroom to divine the matter above the gray fog. This was key to whether he accepted the mission. Once he left the billiard room and arrived in front of a washroom. He got in line before finally getting an empty cubicle. When he entered, he frowned as the dirty environment and disgusting stench left him grossed out. He nearly turned his head and left. He held back his disgust as he pulled the flush lever in contempt. As he sighed at the terrible environment for his divination, he took 4 tiny steps counterclockwise and began the ritual. Inside the billiard room, Darkwill agilely went to close the door after he saw Gairman Sparrow's back completely disappear. He asked the owl on his shoulder, will he betray me? No, the owl mumbled. Also, when asking me questions, be polite. Call me Mr. Harry. The fat on Darkwill's face trembled. Mr. Harry, what kind of payment do you think he will accept? I can't see through him. He's good at concealing his emotions, the owl said frankly. Darn Mr. Harry. No. Darn silly bird. Darkwill cursed inwardly as he paced around and considered the chips he could offer. After a while, Klein returned to billiard room 3 and asked, have you thought it through? He had already divined above the gray fog that the mission's danger was acceptable, and he happened to plan on leaving Byam for the time being. £800 for 3 days as well as our friendship. I'm referring to the friendship of my teacher and his friends, Darkwill said without confidence. Klein remained silent for a few seconds and said, £1,000 for 3 days. In addition, your organization needs to help me obtain a mystical item with powerful offensive abilities. I will pay in cash based on a reasonable price. 1,000 pounds. How could I have that much? Dark Will hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll pay an advance of 300 pounds. The rest will be paid by the person I'm looking for when we arrive at my destination. He planned on getting his teacher's teacher to pay the rest. Klein nodded slightly and said, Deal. Dark Will immediately heaved a sigh of relief before puffing his face and said with a smile, Can I believe that the protection is in immediate effect? Upon hearing the chubby apothecary's question, Klein smiled inwardly as he wore a stoic expression. From the moment you make the first payment. Dark Will didn't hesitate to take out a huge wad of cash as he counted it while his heart pained for the money. Here's 300 pounds. You can carry out your promise. Klein received the notes and nodded. That wouldn't be an issue. Dark Will immediately felt relieved, as though he was a drowning person who had finally caught onto a float. Half an hour later, in the Tina Inn, Dark Will watched in a daze as the powerful adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, said to the reception counter, Switch us to a luxurious suite. With that said, Klein took 2 steps backward as though giving his spot to the chubby apothecary. Dark Will gulped his saliva and asked hesitantly, I'm paying. During the mission, all expenses are borne by the employer. This is the rule adventurers follow, Klein said without a change in expression. I'd be a dumbass if I believed you. Am I to help you pay if you call for a few red theater prostitutes? Dark Will thought as he squeezed out a smile. We can use an ordinary room. This will make the protection job easier. Then you stay by yourself. Klein acted as Gehrman Sparrow without any effort. Dark Will laughed and walked to the counter and said without expression, A luxurious suite. When Dark Will finally checked in and entered the smaller bedroom, he opened the window and left an opening for the owl, Mr. Harry. He took out the ring box in his pocket and checked the situation of the strange die. After confirming that the die was the same as before, with 4 points facing up, Dark Will gradually heaved a sigh of relief. Backland. Inside an ordinary house. Zangwill woke up from his slumber, and the first thing he did was check on his body. This was something he had to repeat every day. This was because he had no idea what kind of story 0-08 would compose after he slept, bringing about unknown accidents. After confirming that he wasn't injured, Zangwill wore a pair of bright leather boots and stood up. Without any surprises, he saw 0-08 silently sitting on his desk as though it was an ordinary quill. However, it had been locked in a metal box that was covered with symbols and magic labels. Zangwill walked over with a heavy heart and grabbed 0-08. He flipped open the notebook beside him and discovered that there was another page of text. Zangwill couldn't recall what he had done last night, but he acutely sensed some problems. He looked into the mirror and found his reflection somewhat unfamiliar, as though his body had given birth to another Zangwill. He looked down and saw there were obvious abnormalities under his fingernails, but he couldn't recall what he had done the previous night no matter how hard he tried. After seeing this description, Zangwill instinctively looked at the full-body mirror in the room. He saw that he was still blind in one eye. His classic chiseled face didn't have a single wrinkle, but there was a smile lingering at the edges of his mouth. It formed a stark contrast with his heavy gaze. At this moment, Zangwill felt that his face was a little livid. He had eye bags, and it was matched with the smile he couldn't understand. He appeared sinister, vicious, and strange. He lifted his hands, lowered his head, and saw black stained blocks under his fingernails. It was as though he had spent half the night digging up roots in the garden. Although he had switched from the death pathway to the evernight pathway, and he had become a night watcher, Zangwill didn't lose the beyonder powers he had from before. He was still a powerful spirit guide. A spirit guide in the domain of dead spirits. Therefore, he immediately planned to communicate with the spirits inside and outside the house to figure out what had happened last night. At this point, he saw the final passage on the notebook through the corner of his eye. Zangwill attempted to channel spirits, but sadly he realized that it was to no avail. It was as though a person of a similar profession had wiped out all clues. He was very worried, unaware of what he had embroiled himself with the previous night. Zangwill's expression turned heavy as he attempted to channel spirits. Within his expectations, he didn't receive any outcome which could be called a pleasant surprise. Wednesday morning, outside a Mirror's leaf bar that had its shadow boss replaced. Klein circled around to a secluded alley and saw Kent carrying a tiny suitcase. "Your bounty." Kent threw the small suitcase over. This actually wasn't the bounty money in the true sense of the word. It was money the military had put forth. The former involved the Governor General's office and the kingdom's finance ministry. The procedure was complicated and needed at least 3 days to complete. Klein caught the suitcase and opened it on the spot. He saw stacks of neatly arranged cash, with most of them in £1 or £5 denominations. A total of £5,400. "We didn't take a cut," Kent said as he forced a smile. If it were any other adventurer, he would have given £4,000 at most. The rest was the income for the personnel involved in the entire procedure. But faced with the crazy man whose strength was close to a pirate admiral, all he could do was volunteer work thanks to his fear of being executed on the spot by him. "The military is unlikely to fool me with fake notes." Klein grabbed a stack of cash and waved it. £5,400. Hiding outside the alley, Darkwill heard Kent's words and secretly shot a glance at the suitcase. The stacks of pound notes seemed to blind him. This was the first time he was seeing so much money placed together. An adventurer really is a profitable profession. Successfully hunting a pirate earns thousands of pounds. Protecting me nets him £1,000 and one request. Occasionally, he can find sunken ships and treasure. Why did I become an apothecary instead of an adventurer? If I had known, I would have chosen that lucky beyonder pathway. Darkwill thought with atypical admiration. However, he quickly recalled his reality. Most adventurers didn't live such rich lives. Even if they could make a killing, a third of their income was given to apothecaries, either to treat their injuries and remove any latent injuries, or to buy medicine to add to the fun and deal with unmentionable diseases. It's still safer being an apothecary. Darkwill sighed inwardly. At this moment, Klein, who had only did a rough count of the money, closed the suitcase and said to Kent, "I'll be leaving Byam for some time. If I have any intel, how should I inform you?" "You're leaving Byam?" Kent asked, finding it odd. Klein nodded slightly and said, "I received a bodyguard mission." Kent was first enlightened before he felt a baffling sense of ease. If this madman were to stay in Byam for long periods of time, there will ultimately be a day where he causes problems. It's better to drift out at sea and fight those pirates. Kent immediately said with a smile, "You can directly send me a telegram and include my address. We have people planted at the telegraph office." "All right." Dressed in a black tweed coat, Klein didn't speak further. With the suitcase in hand, he turned to leave the alley. He headed for the harbor together with Darkwill and planned to catch the earliest liner to Orvie Island. The owl flew in between the trees and appeared furtively. They had already bought scalped tickets the night before. Half an hour before they boarded the ship, Darkwill reeled with anxiety. He was afraid the person who had betrayed his teacher would suddenly rush over and attack him. This feeling continued until he entered the first-class cabin that belonged to him. As long as the liner went out into the sea, beyonders without flight capabilities or their own ships would find it difficult to intercept him. "Quickly start the ship. Quickly start the ship." Darkwill looked out the window as he muttered to himself. At this moment, the owl had followed and perched on his left shoulder. Klein sat on a chair in the room, prepared for any possible attacks. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned dark as the wind howled with increasing strength. The air's humidity also clearly climbed. "A storm!" Darkwill widened his mouth as he blurted out. This meant that the ship might not set sail at the scheduled time. It might be delayed for hours. And with that, Darkwill wouldn't be able to withstand many of the unnecessary risks. He turned his head to look at Gairman Sparrow and forced a smile. "Do you have any solutions?" "I do have one. For example, you can immediately pray to see God Kelvetua, and I'll immediately answer your prayer above the gray fog. I'll disperse the storm, but it's without a doubt that in minutes or maybe seconds, Sea King John Cotman will rush over, and his attacks will arrive earlier. Klein looked at the chubby apothecary and said calmly, I'm only an adventurer. Darkwill knew that he shouldn't have had any expectations. He cursed the weather silently and turned around, looking out the window to check on the exact situation. Boom! A silver bolt of lightning struck Darkwill before Klein could even react. Darkwill immediately collapsed, convulsing as smoke emitted from his body. His skin was charred as snakes of lightning buzzed. Klein nearly fell into a shock. This was the first time he was seeing someone getting struck by lightning during a storm. That's way too unlucky, right? He briefly forgot to rescue Darkwill. The owl, Mr. Harry, was similarly stunned for a few seconds before it screamed, Quick! Quick! There's a bottle of medicine in the second secret pocket on his left. Feed it to him. This owl can talk. Klein pricked up his brows, took a few steps forward, bent down, and found a bottle of blood-red medicine. Then he poured it down Darkwill's throat. After a few minutes, Darkwill finally regained his senses. As charred black skin peeled off, he stood up with great difficulty. I'll deal with my wounds. He staggered to his room and locked the door. After doing all of that, he took out the ring box and opened it with a solemn look. In the ring box, with almost no room to roll, the milky white die had already changed at some point in time. 2 red dots were facing up. In the living room outside, Klein stood on the spot and recalled everything that had happened before frowning. At this moment in time, he had a baffling feeling that the enemies he would face during this bodyguard mission was probably going to be different from the enemies he encountered in the past. After Darkwill partially recovered and came out, Klein sat on the chair and leaned forward slightly. Explain. This determines how I should provide you with protection. Upon hearing Gehrman Sparrow, Darkwill's first reaction was to reveal everything about the strange die. He wanted this adventurer, that he had spent huge sums of money on, to grasp the problem at its root so as to effectively ensure his personal safety. But on second thought, he recalled his teacher's exhortations. Believing that the die might very well be a rather important sealed artifact of the life school of thought, he was afraid that the truth would entice him to cause even more negative developments. There are plenty of rumors about adventurers who killed their employers during missions in order to earn greater benefits for themselves. I don't know Gehrman Sparrow, and I have no idea what kind of character he has. I need to be cautious. Besides, the die had automatically rolled a 2. The situation isn't at its worst and most despair-inducing. I can still wait for a chance. Darkwill hesitated for a few seconds and finally decided to talk about superficial matters while avoiding the key points. He subconsciously dodged Gehrman Sparrow's seemingly calm eyes. It's this. My teacher and I belong to a secret organization. I'm escaping because a traitor has appeared internally. They grasp the pathway related to fate and can make themselves sufficiently lucky and their target unlucky. I might have been cursed, so I was unlucky enough to be struck by lightning. After the explanation, he forcefully hid the nervousness in his heart and awaited Gehrman Sparrow's reply. Will he believe me? This kind of adventurer with rich experience and strength is likely hard to deceive. If he were to discover that I'm lying, he will likely sink me into the ocean. Darkwill stood there anxiously, like a student being summoned to the teacher's desk. He's indeed from the life school of thought. Monster pathway. Klein nodded in thought. I understand. Try to do as little as possible. I will consider how I'll deal with your bad luck. Darkwill was taken aback, completely unable to believe that Gehrman Sparrow would so easily accept a lie he fabricated on the spot. He forced a smile and quickly expressed his gratitude. Then he returned to his room, leaning his back against the door as he took out the ring box. Pa! His hand trembled as he opened the lid, only to discover that the milky white die had already strangely rolled itself to have the 6th side facing up. Does this mean that I was lucky enough to successfully fool Gehrman Sparrow? Darkwill thought in enlightenment. Mr. Harry swooped down and didn't choose to perch on the chubby apothecary's shoulder. Apparently, it was still somewhat worried about how it could have also been implicated when Dark Will was nearly struck by lightning. It stood on a wooden desk and stared ahead with its round eyes. "Dark Will, you're very nervous." "You don't have to tell me that," Dark Will said in frustration. The owl spread its wings and said, "All right, I'll use a different explanation. I believe I should consider changing owners. Gairman Sparrow seems to be a pretty good choice." "Then what about me?" Dark Will asked in surprise, momentarily forgetting his anger. Mr. Harry sked and said, "Don't you sense the concern and fear in your heart? You're already suspecting whether you can see tomorrow's sun. That strange die is really, really dangerous. If I were you, I would have thrown it out the window and into the sea and get your teacher's teacher to fish it out himself." "How do you know about my teacher's teacher?" Dark Will blurted out the question. Mr. Harry proudly lifted its head and said, "Don't doubt an owl's vision." Dark Will fell into thought and didn't faze himself with its answer. "No, that won't work. Throwing the die into the sea wouldn't resolve all my problems. According to Old Man, even if it's buried out at sea, any powerful person will be able to find it in days. That will mean that I'll really lose it. Silly bird. You lack general knowledge in mysticism, and you don't know how some important sealed artifacts are just like the most popular prostitutes in Red Theater. They'll always be able to attract hungry men. Including you," Harry calmly replied. "As for the problem of being lacking in general knowledge in mysticism, I believe a famous quote can explain it. Emperor Roselle once said that if a child doesn't receive a good education, then it's the father's fault. This sentence can also be used to describe problems between a pet and its owner. All right, Dark Will, regardless, I believe you need to discuss the die with Gairman Sparrow. Otherwise, there will only be greater danger. Let me wait and see a little longer. Perhaps it will be fixed at 6. Dark Will said with some hesitation. He sat on the edge of the bed before lying down. At this moment, the storm that had been howling had gradually calmed down. The sky began to turn calm as the liner blew its horn, indicating that it was setting sail. Inside the first-class cabin's living room, Klein looked out the window and saw blurry rainbows that appeared after the rain. Yet his heart wasn't calm. He wasn't too afraid of enemies. Out at sea, apart from the 4 kings and the official demigods, or the pirate admirals who appeared with their fleet, there were very few matters that could threaten him, who had creeping hunger and several mystical items. Even if the ship was sunk, he was able to escape thanks to the many charms he had from the sea god domain. But luck was something he really had no confidence in. It wasn't within the limits of his abilities, nor could he think of a way to handle it. Although my title is the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, that was modified from the luck enhancement ritual. And the luck enhancement ritual clearly wasn't to allow people to get out of bad luck. Darkwill's matter is quite difficult to handle. I can only invest more effort into keeping a close eye on his situation. I'll immediately rescue him if something unlucky that can cause death happens. Let's hope that we can last for these few days until we arrived at Orvie Island. His seniors should be able to help him change his luck. Klein rubbed his temples, but he didn't show any abnormalities. Dark Will, who had been too nervous the previous night, fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. After a while, his stomach's growling informed him that it was time for lunch. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he felt as though an invisible person was pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to move. He felt the back of his head swelling with a sharp pain. He felt his breathing become more difficult as his heart raced at an abnormal pace. Don't tell me that I'm going to experience a sudden death in my dreams. Dark Will struggled with all his might, but he failed to wake up. He became weaker and weaker with time. At this moment, his mouth was opened up by a sharp object as an ice-cold liquid was poured in. The liquid also flowed down his face, wetting his chin and neck. Darkwill's body recovered as he finally managed to open his eyes. He saw 2 bright, round, gold-like eyes nearly slamming into his head. Rearing a Beyonder pet can be quite effective sometimes. Darkwill first felt wistful before he rapidly sat up and took out the ring box. Inside, the die had rolled to another side. 1 point. So unlucky that I almost died in my sleep? No, I don't think it's that simple. It seems to magnify certain probabilities such as the chances of being hit by lightning or the chances of experiencing sudden death while asleep. No, this can't carry on. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Darkwill thought in hysteria. Horror quickly overwhelmed his thoughts as he spurred his hand to hold onto the ring box and rush to the door. Perhaps as a result of nearly suffering a sudden death, he was lacking in strength. He could hardly twist the handle. "Help! Help!" Mr. Harry screamed sharply. Bang! The door was opened, slamming into Darkwill's head. If Klein hadn't controlled his strength, the chubby apothecary's head probably would have cracked open with blood spewing out everywhere. Without even rubbing his bruise, Darkwill frantically shouted, "It's this! It's this! It's this die that gives me bad luck. When it's at one point, I'll fail at everything I do." He had already decided to inform Gairman Sparrow of the whole truth, and he looked forward to the powerful adventurer giving him some effective suggestions. He didn't eliminate the possibility of him killing him out of greed, but he had weighed the matter. If he had to make a choice, he definitely chose the one which wasn't as terrible. Telling Gairman Sparrow might lead to death, but not telling him would spell certain death. This choice was no longer something that needed consideration. I don't care if the die is lost. My life is more important, Darkwill thought with righteous indignation. Then he saw a smile appear across Gairman Sparrow's mouth. "Thank you for your humor. The joke isn't too bad." "It's not a joke." Darkwill looked down at the ring box and saw that there were no changes to the blood-red single point on the die. See, could it be that even an explanation with plenty of logic will fail? The chubby apothecary suddenly fell into despair. "It's real. He's speaking the truth." Harry flapped its wings. Darkwill, who felt hope arise in him, heard Gairman Sparrow say in a deep voice, "Then why don't you throw it into the ocean?" With that said, Klein politely closed the door and returned to the living room. This fellow must be hiding a secret. I mustn't be fooled by such a clumsy excuse. Klein sat in his chair and waited for Darkwill to describe the situation in detail. Darkwill sat down, depressed. He sat there motionless, afraid of encountering another failure. He didn't notice that the die had already switched its face again to a 3. Before lunch, Klein entered the washroom to clean out his digestive system. After washing his hands, he went above the gray fog in passing, preparing to browse through the prayers of the sea god believers. Just as he sat at the high-back chair of the fool, he suddenly recalled many details as his eyes widened. How could I believe such a weak explanation? Why do I think that it's because of that die? In the past 2 events, it felt like my mind had been clouded. No, it's not that. Darkwill's explanation happened to match certain theories of mine. Therefore, I instinctively believed it to be real and fake. Klein's eyes constricted as he thought about it. At that moment, he had already made a judgment. That die is indeed problematic. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein tapped the edge of the model table as his thoughts revolved around the strange die. Can influence me without me realizing it. This is already somewhat similar to 0-08 from back then. It's just that one is right in front of me, while the other is hidden. It's definitely a sealed artifact, and it's the kind that exists at the very pinnacle. Even if it's not a grade 0, it has to be a very special existence among grade 1s. I'm temporarily unable to interfere with matters regarding fate, but I can't just passively face it. With the passage of time, objects at the level of sealed artifacts will often cause more severe damage. It might begin to affect people around the chubby apothecary, such as me or all the passengers on the ship. Klein thought over the matter seriously without any solutions in mind. He decided to immediately return to the real world. He didn't know how to seal the die or how to reduce its influence, but he knew someone had a clue. It was the Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, who was still inside his mother's womb as a fetus. Entering the master bedroom, he took out the paper crane in his wallet and placed it on the table. Klein took a look at the surface which still had signs of being erased. He picked up a pencil and wrote a simple question. How do I deal with that die? He folded the paper crane back to its original form, stuffed it in his wallet, and went to the door of the servants' room before knocking on it twice. This wasn't in violation of Gairman Sparrow's persona, because he was a gentlemanly madman. Of course, Klein was mainly afraid of bashing Dark Will to death by rashly opening the door. This was something that he had learned from the movie franchise, Final Destination. In addition, Klein was also worried about witnessing something disgusting or unpleasant. With the preferences Dark Will has exhibited, when he realizes that he's in extreme danger and unable to extricate himself from it, with waiting for death being the only option available to him, there's a non-zero chance of him pleasuring himself to climax one last time. Klein lampooned as he heard the chubby apothecary's weak reply, "What's the matter? It's good that you aren't dead yet." Klein carefully opened the door and leaned his body a little forward, looking at Dark Will and the opened ring box which was sitting in front of him. He calmly asked, "What's the score? Can't you check it from the papers yourself?" Sports section. Dark Will remained listless. "I'm asking about the die," Klein simply added. "It's still at 3 points?" Dark Will first answered instinctively before turning his head and jumping up. "You believe me?" Klein didn't reply so as to prevent him from recalling how Gairman Sparrow had been fooled by the die. He turned around and said in an unperturbed tone, "Bring the die outside." "All right. All right." Dark Will and Harry cried out in joy almost at the same time. They either raised their arms or wings. After the chubby apothecary carefully carried the ring box out, Klein pointed at the coffee table and said, "Put it on there." As he said, he sat on the sofa beside it. He placed his arms on his thigh and leaned forward to observe the strange die. On the surface, the die didn't seem strange in any way when it came to mysticism. The only difference from an ordinary die was that it was dyed in red, even for 3 points. Klein didn't touch it out of caution. He slightly straightened his body and looked at Dark Will, who was seated across him on a chair, as well as the fat owl Harry, who was perched on the chair's back. Describe the exact situation. Dark Will didn't hide the matter any further as he said with a smile which looked worse than crying, "This is an important sealed artifact in our organization. My mission is to send it to a particular person in Orvie Island. But, as you can see, it's extremely dangerous. It will roll itself even when there's no space for it to do so. When it rolls a 6, the wielder will be sufficiently lucky. Everything can be done with relatively easy success, just like how my clumsy lie was able to fool you. Don't mention this matter. You will one day be taught a serious lesson because of that mouth of yours." Klein listened with a stoic expression. Dark Will continued, "1 point means that the wielder will be extremely unlucky. Nothing will succeed. You wouldn't believe me even if I were to tell you the whole truth. 2 points should be bad luck of a lesser degree, but as for why it would cause me to be struck by lightning, it's inexplicable. 3 points and 4 points are normal levels of bad luck and good luck. This can be confirmed. 5 points is the opposite of 2 points. You aren't considered unlucky enough. Otherwise, I would have already beaten you up," Klein thought and calmly instructed. "From this moment forth, both of you will take turns to monitor this die. Once it drops below 3 points, you are to inform me immediately." "Both of us?" Dark Will wore a blank look for a moment. "Including me?" The owl perched on the edge of the chair's back raised its right wing. Klein leaned back into the sofa and crossed his right leg as he said calmly, "This will help in maintaining focus and energy." With that said, he gestured at the owl with his chin. "You're up first." "My name is Harry," the owl grumbled. "Harry?" Klein resisted the urge to laugh as he said to Dark Will, "Pull the bell and get an attendant here. From this moment forth, we will choose to have room service for our meals. Before reaching Orvie Island, you have to be in the living room at all times. You are not to go anywhere. Even if you wish to use the washroom, it will be when it's at 3 or 4. If you really can't hold it in, I'll give you a bucket." Upon hearing Gairman Sparrow give instructions with regularity and thoroughness, Dark Will calm down a little at a time. He was no longer as horrified as before. The matter he was most worried about prior to this was that firstly, Sparrow would be enticed by greed and choose to kill him for the die. Secondly, this somewhat crazy and cold adventurer might be frightened by the die, and that he would choose to terminate the mission and stop providing protection. And now, Sparrow didn't show any fear, and he even seemed very confident. Dark Will secretly sighed in relief and thought, his performance was really professional. He isn't afraid at all. He can even escape the influence of the die and accept my explanation. He lives up to his name of being the powerful adventurer who easily hunted Wormtongue. He's definitely a powerhouse at the pirate admiral level. Will stood up and walked to the door to pull the service bell. Just as he returned to the sofa, he heard Harry's sharp screech. It has changed. It has changed. 2 points. Suddenly, Klein exerted strength in his legs as he rose up from the sofa without warning and rushed to Darkwill's side. Bang! As a gunshot rang from outside, Klein pulled Darkwill's arm, swung his arm backward, and shook his wrist, throwing the chubby apothecary to the side. At this point, in the wall opposite to where Darkwill was standing, there was a bullet hole. Did a sailor's gun misfire? Or did the bullet ricochet when aiming at some seabird or something? Regardless of the situation, the chances of that happening are very low. Yet, Klein turned his head to the chubby apothecary. Are you injured? Darkwill shook his head with a lingering sense of fear. I'm fine. In the time that followed, Klein resolved more than 10 accidents, one after another. It included the sudden collapse of the chandelier in the room, a hammer dropped by a slipping maintenance worker headed straight for Darkwill's head, as well as Darkwill nearly dying from choking on a fishbone. These didn't seem like anything serious, but for Klein to remain highly focused, it was inevitable for him to be exhausted. Thankfully, the die automatically rolled to 4 points later, finally ending the hour which was fraught with disasters. No, I can't continue like this. Who knows if something will happen to me when I'm rescuing him? Klein sent away the captain who came to apologize and said to Darkwill, I'll sleep for half an hour. Both of you are to watch the die. Immediately wake me up when there's a problem. The chubby apothecary and the owl nodded like a hungry woodpecker. Leaning back into the sofa, Klein used cogitation to quickly fall asleep, hoping to receive a reply from Will Septon. When he woke up in his dream, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the pitch-black desolate plains. He followed the same old path and reached the depths of the black steeple. In the protruded ground surrounded by tarot cards, there were many new silvery lines that were densely written. Klein stopped walking and quickly read it. It's called the Die of Probability. It's a sealed artifact of the highest level in our school of thought. I believe it can reach the standard of a grade 0 sealed artifact. It controls the probability of everything. 1 point will maximize the probability of unfavorable matters occurring to the target. 2 points will raise the probability of unfavorable matters greatly. This doesn't mean that 2 points is safer than 1 point. This is because once the probability is high enough, any accident can happen. 3 points is to increase the probability of unfavorable matters. It's the opposite for 4 to 6 points. Even for me, a being who can reset it to a certain extent, it's a rather dangerous sealed artifact. A demigod can be killed using it, but of course it can also kill yourself. I know, your contest with the Die of Probability is likely the equivalent to the battle between the God 1 of Save and Load and the RNG2 gods. Klein lampooned inwardly as he continued reading. The Die of Probability has living characteristics. It always makes the wielder swing back and forth between having good and bad luck. If one isn't careful, it's possible to die from an accident. When it awakens to a certain degree, it will control the people and objects around the wielder, controlling the probability of their actions. Although it hasn't been confirmed, I suspect that given enough time, it will be able to influence the entire world, making every action of all life be determined by its score. Of course, this is excluding deities. To put it simply, it's digitizing the entire world. This is definitely at the level of a grade 0 sealed artifact. It's extremely dangerous. How terrifying. Klein couldn't help but frown as he eagerly continued reading. To truly seal the Die of Probability is rather complicated. To put it simply, it's to use specific sealed artifacts to isolate it from the spirit world, astral world, and the real world. You can give it a try. Haha. I'll reveal my cards. I have long discovered that you can resist my prophetic senses. Perhaps you can use it to seal it. There's another way, but it can only briefly reduce its influence. However, this should be enough to send the die of probability to the hands of someone who can seal it. That method is to use the fact that it has living characteristics. Use an effective method to intimidate it. That way it will behave. No, calm down for a period of time. It will last about 12 hours before continuing. After repeated acts of intimidation, the influence it receives will decrease. After a week, it will mark you and madly control your probabilities. Finally, thank you for your help. Sincerely yours, Will Septon. As expected of a snake of fate, he has indeed discovered my uniqueness. Throwing the die of probability above the gray fog should be able to seal it. But the problem is that a grade 0 sealed artifact with living characteristics might influence the space above the gray fog and chase me away, making itself the owner. Such matters cannot be answered with divination. It will definitely be able to resist, just like 0-08. Klein rejected the idea of using the gray fog. As the thoughts whirled in his mind, he suddenly had an idea. Klein quickly left his dream and woke up. He said to Dark Will, I have a method of suppressing its influence. What is it? Dark Will asked in pleasant surprise. Klein didn't answer and picked up the die of probability, which had 4 points facing up, before entering the washroom. What does he want to do? I remember that in some folklore, the way they treat evil objects is to throw shit. But Dark Will didn't wish to think further. After entering the washroom and locking the door, Klein immediately set up a ritual to summon himself. Following that, he went above the gray fog and brought out the iron cigar case. Then, he picked up the die of probability and opened the cigar case. Inside the cigar case was the all-black eye which came from the Nimblewright Master. Under the darkness, Klein's face was cloaked in the shadows, and he watched with a deep and gloomy gaze as he brought the die of probability close to the strange eye. It was a Beyonder characteristic which contained the true creator's mental corruption. The corners of his mouth cracked open as he revealed a genial smile and whispered to the die in his hand, Here, let me treat you to a concert. The window of the washroom was very high, preventing sufficient sunlight from shining in. It could only barely dispel the darkness, making everything seem gloomy. Klein moved the die of probability in his right hand to the all-black eye, and suddenly it shook. Then, he threw the item into the other side of the washbasin. The milky white die rolled a few times before finally stopping with 4 red dots pointing up. Klein held back his unobvious smile and took a step to the side and picked up the die of probability again. He lowered his head and said in a gentlemanly manner, You don't wish to listen to it? Let's do this. Give me an answer. 6 represents cooperation, while everything else represents a rejection. With that said, he threw the die of probability up and reached out to catch it. The milky white die fell straight down and rapidly rolled, showing 6 red dots. Very good, Klein praised with a chuckle. After throwing the all-black eye back above the gray fog, he turned to open the door to the washroom and slowly walked to the living room. Under Darkwill's and Harry's gaze, which was filled with anticipation, worry, curiosity, and puzzlement, he suddenly stopped and threw the die of probability out. No! No! Darkwill and the owl cried out at the same time, afraid that a score of 3 points and below would happen. The latter subconsciously flew up to distance itself from the fatty who might be struck by lightning. With a crisp tinkle, the milky white die rolled on the coffee table several times before fixing itself at 2 points. Just as the color in Darkwill's face drained, the die languidly rolled and fixed itself on 4. For the next 12 hours, it will be relatively quiet. Klein calmly sat down and began enjoying his breakfast, which had long turned cold. He really had a solution. Darkwill lowered his body and stared at the strange die on the coffee table. After nearly a minute, he couldn't help but extend his hand and throw the die, managing to roll a 6. Just as his palm left, the die moved by itself to 4. How magical! What method did Gehrman Sparrow actually use? Did he really shit and soak the die inside? Darkwill decided to accept the outcome and stop thinking of the reason. Otherwise, he suspected that he would end up vomiting. Looking up at Gehrman Sparrow, who was calmly spreading butter on his bread, Darkwill suddenly felt that with just a promise and 1,000 pounds to hire a bodyguard at this level was extremely worth it. He can definitely be ranked at the same level as any pirate admiral. If a tycoon were to encounter a situation like mine, they wouldn't hesitate to hire him with half their wealth. Thankfully, I only paid 300 pounds. The rest will be borne by teacher and the others. Darkwill felt relieved when he realized that he didn't need to worry about the die's random rolling for the next 12 hours. He couldn't help but stand up and stretch his back. He walked to the window and opened the tightly shut window to see the sparse clouds scattered across the clear skies. The endless azure blue sky stirred as it reflected the bright sunlight like it had countless golden fragments scattered in it. This energized Darkwill as he felt a burden be lifted from his chest. Unlike Backland, which would only become warm at the end of February, the Rorstad archipelago was no longer plagued by the cold. Life had returned to this area. Facing the sea and the blooming of flowers in warm spring, Klein, who had finished his bread, walked to a spot behind Darkwill and felt like he was an animal who had awoken from hibernation. He didn't recite the poem that flashed past his mind, as firstly, it didn't suit Gehrman Sparrow's persona, and secondly, it would probably make Darkwill reflect over Emperor Rozel's poetic talent. Until the evening, the die still didn't roll, but the weather had changed. Strong winds howled as dark clouds gathered. A storm was brewing. This was the most common danger at sea. Even if one took a safe sea route which had been traversed by others, one would occasionally encounter similar situations. It just wasn't as terrifying. Klein looked at the tall waves and the dark sky, and he felt as though the ship was cruising through a mountain valley. By the sides were tall dark blue cliffs that could topple down at any moment. The intense pressure made a mid-sequence beyonder like him feel repressed. He even wished to pray to God, hoping that the liner would cruise through the storm safely. It's no wonder sailors, pirates, and merchants who live on the sea for extended periods of time can't help but respect the Lord of Storms. They would more or less believe in him. Klein sighed in silence. Although he didn't believe the storm that wasn't that powerful could bury a liner which was powered by both sails and steam engines, he still attached caution to the matter by praying to his alternate identity, sea god Calvetua. He was afraid that the die of probability would suddenly go crazy during the storm and roll a 1, causing the ship to sink to the bottom of the sea. Therefore, he decided to make preemptive precautions. Klein did believe Snake of Fate will Osepton's judgment that the die of probability would be quiet for 12 hours after the first intimidation act, but this was without any additional conditions. He believed that it was more likely that a sealed artifact with living characteristics would deal with situations like a person instead of rules. Hence, he had to take precautions for any troubles it might cause. Stealing a glance at Darkwill and the owl who were looking somewhat uneasy due to the storm, Klein calmly said, "I'll take a nap. Continue watching the die. Take turns and do not relax." "All right." Watching Gehrman Sparrow enter the master bedroom, Darkwill walked to the side of the coffee table and sat down. As he stared at the die, he asked Harry, "What thoughts do you have now?" Harry flew around and mumbled, "Why am I not a petrel?" In the master bedroom, Klein went above the gray fog and summoned the sea god's scepter from the junk pile. He held the scepter with blue gems embedded at the top and quickly replied to his prayer. Klein didn't expend too much of his spirituality to calm the storm. This was firstly because they weren't too far from the surrounding seas of the Rorstad archipelago. Such an obvious and exaggerated supernatural phenomenon was easily able to attract the attention of Sea King John Cotman, who shared the same domain, or the storm priests on the ships. Secondly, he had to conserve strength to deal with the die of probability. What he did was simple. He augmented the ship with layers of beyonder effects, allowing it to cruise through the storm stably without any risk of capsizing. Towards a sequence 5 or 6 beyonder below the rank of demigod. To do something similar to a liner which had hundreds of people on board required plenty of preparations and a complicated ritual. It was only possible by exhausting them, but to a sea god of this domain, it was all simple and easy. A demigod already has inklings of a god. Klein sighed and threw the scepter back into the junk pile, before silently disappearing from above the gray fog. In the time that followed, the ship bobbed up and down like a leaf in the wind, but no matter how terrifying or towering the dark blue waves were, nothing happened to it until the end of the storm. At 4 p.m. on Thursday, Backlund, William Street. Furswall once again arrived here by carriage. She didn't sit in the coffee shop again. Instead, she strolled down the street and observed the pedestrians and surrounding buildings. She also took note of figures with special traits as material for her novel. There really are a lot of foreigners. They're still mainly from Fasak and Intis. Heh. One of them is a barbaric and stocky white bear, while the other is a colorful, ostentatious rooster. Furs chuckled silently to herself. At this moment, she came to the middle of William Street where there was an abandoned chapel. Withered vines crawled over its walls, and gray stones were strewn everywhere. With the intention to not waste Mr. World's payment, Furs deliberately approached it to check for any abnormalities. She circled around the chapel without discovering anything. Following that, she entered and avoided the disgusting shit and rotten things, and she quickly observed every corner. Suddenly, her gaze came to a stop as she frowned bit by bit. In a particular corner of the half-collapsed ruin, the ground had been dug up by someone. The pit wasn't too big or deep, and there were remnant traces of it being dug with fingers. This should be considered an abnormality, right? Furs cautiously retreated and didn't do a detailed investigation. After walking through all of William Street, she immediately returned home and organized the abnormality and material she jotted down together. She then sacrificed it to Mr. Fool and asked him to hand it over to the world. Furs didn't conceal anything she saw, even if they didn't seem to have any superficial problems. This was because she knew very well that any abnormality would be judged by the world, and not by herself who didn't understand the situation. In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein immediately began reading the report Miss Magician had submitted. That abandoned chapel has signs of being dug up? The previous digging attempts had been dealt with by me and Miss Sharon. Who would dig it up again? Rafter Pound, that descendant of the Tudor family? He nearly died from the evil spirit's possession. Without any helpers, it's unlikely he would take further risks. Who could it be? Klein thought for a moment, but he couldn't lock onto a suspect. All he could do was continue reading. While he read the notes written in a beautiful language, he acutely noticed a point. There are many foreigners on this street. They are mainly from Fasak and Intis. It wasn't like that back when I went to William Street. Did a Fasak or Intis company recently open there? Fasak, Intis. Klein ruminated over the two countries' names when he suddenly recalled something. The royal family of the Fasak Einhorn, the Einhorn family, and Intis former royal family, the Sauron family, are both in control of the Hunter pathway, which is also the Red Priest pathway. It was two of the blood types which the evil spirit had designated as being capable of removing the seal, together with the Medici family's descendants which had been destroyed at Bansi Harbor. The three factions which held control over the Red Priest pathway are involved. Bansi Harbor was destroyed, causing the Medici family's Beyonder characteristic to use some magical connection to contact the evil spirit who's suspected to be Red Angel. Hence, the members of the Einhorn and Sauron families were attracted? No, that's not realistic. If the Church of Storms didn't discover any Beyonder characteristics, they definitely would have noticed a problem in this. Another reason. The evil spirit is using another method to attract people from the Einhorn and Sauron families? What or who did it go through in order to do so? The number of people who know of the evil spirit's existence is only a handful. Miss Sharon, as well as, amidst his racing thoughts, Klein suddenly thought of a possibility. It was Rafter Pound, the descendant of the Tudor family who had previously been possessed by the evil spirit. He had unknowingly become a slave of the evil spirit. He had secretly helped it spread the news. And the evil spirit had sought me and Miss Sharon's help to numb us into thinking that we are the only ones who can rescue it. For this, it didn't mind betraying its descendants. Klein was alarmed as he felt like he had been fooled by the evil spirit. The endless gray fog hung silently before a light scraping noise on the bronze table sounded. Klein changed his seating posture and began placing more weight on the details regarding the evil spirit. He was more and more convinced that Miss Sharon and himself had neglected the possibility of something happening to Rafter Pound. This is a beyonder power of the Red Priest pathway, conspiracist. Furthermore, this is even closer to a common fraud. There's only the use of supernatural powers in the details. Therefore, even if I had arrived at the mysterious space above the gray fog, I would passively have my senses fooled. I would have only discovered the problem by proactively considering and analyzing the situation. If it wasn't for Mr. Azik, who knew of the evil spirit suspected to be the dead Red Angel Medici, I wouldn't have realized this problem. Nor would I have hired Miss Magician to seek out any abnormalities on William Street. After a few minutes of contemplation, Klein conjured a pen and paper, preparing to use divination to confirm his theories. After deliberating for a moment, he finally penned the sentence for the dream divination. Baronet Rafter Pound's current situation. After putting down his dark red fountain pen, Klein held the piece of paper with the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. He first recalled the information he had regarding Rafter Pound before closing his eyes, chanting silently, and entering cogitation. Klein's thoughts rapidly calmed down as he quickly entered a dream state. In a gray world, disconnected scenes flashed past before finally fixating on Unit 29 on Civilow Street. Inside the warm activity room, Rafter Pound was dressed in cotton pajamas, holding a wine cup with red liquid. He was standing silently by the window, looking at the Backlund police station headquarters diagonally across the street. This baronet had gray sideburns and puffy eye sockets that were tainted with blackish-green colors. The wrinkles on his forehead and the corners of his eyes and mouth were so pronounced that it exceeded what someone in his 40s should look like. His pupils weren't dilated in a very serious manner, but they were abnormal. His cheeks were flushed red as he had a furtive smile. He looked slightly abnormal compared to the last time Klein met him. Indeed, something is wrong with him. Klein left the dream and began considering how he could deal with the evil spirit. Without a doubt, he had his usual train of thought for such matters. Under the situation where he was unable to contact Miss Sharon, his first reaction was to report the matter. But how should it be reported? Klein considered it seriously and conjured the world's figure and made him pray. Through a reliable channel, pass this information to the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. The information is, high-level spies from Fasak and Intis are gathered at William Street for unknown motives. Reward of £100. This was the explanation Klein thought of after repeated consideration. Directly revealing the King of Angels, Red Priest, the Medici family, or the Tudor dynasty's ruin would indeed garner the attention of the churches and military, but it would also easily make Miss Magician, who reported the matter, to be targeted by the official organizations. There were huge risks involved. Not only was using high-level spies from Fasak and Intis are gathered at William Street relatively milder, something which ordinary beyonders had a chance of noticing, but it was also something that would make the churches and the military wary. They would send out the corresponding experts to employ the most effective methods. As for the subsequent fruits of the investigations, it was all thanks to their contributions and had nothing to do with the reporting party. Klein had considered getting Mr. Azik to help, but he ultimately chose to abandon the thought. This was because the evil spirit was suspected to be a king of angels and was very dangerous. Mr. Azik, who was still in the stage of recovering, might not be able to deal with it. After some thought, Klein turned the conjured scene into a stream of light and transmitted it to the crimson star representing the magician. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. When Furs received the response from Mr. World, she was taken aback. "Those are high-level spies from Fasak and Intis?" she exclaimed to herself, believing that there was no way she could have inferred something like that with the information she had provided. However, she quickly felt at ease, believing that the reason why Mr. World had suspicions of abnormalities in William Street was precisely because he had received the corresponding intel of high-level spies. Once he confirmed the appearances of people from Fasak and Intis, it was easy for him to make such a conclusion. Pass this information to the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam? Isn't that a euphemistic way of saying report? Unfortunately, I won't be able to watch from the sideline, or I'm sure a great show would unfold. Furs wasn't a stranger to reporting matters. After all, her housemate and good friend was a bounty hunter. She quickly had an idea, deciding to hand the matter of reporting the intel to the experienced Zio. When she came out of the bedroom, she saw Zio sitting on a sofa. She was flipping through documents about her target, raising her hand to grab at her messy blonde hair from time to time and appearing extremely serious. Furs casually picked up an item to embellish her motives and came over to the sofa. She handed over the item. Here, have a piece of cake. Zio glanced at the cake slathered with a layer of cream. Without losing focus, she raised her hand to grab it. At this moment, Furs flipped her wrist, and the cake in her palm had turned into a golden decorative flower. Surprised? She asked with a smile. Zio couldn't help but roll her eyes. Stop your performance. I prefer food. All right, I have a matter for you to do. 70 pounds. Furs smiled as she sat down. After first dealing with the evil spirits matter, Klein returned to the real world and held a ritual in passing. He brought the radio transceiver, which had been placed above the gray fog for several days, back to his first-class master bedroom. He lay in bed and used cogitation to recover his energy until he was awoken by the tapping sounds. When Klein opened his eyes, the crimson moonlight had already shone in, blanketing the dim room like a veil, as well as the radio transceiver which was automatically spewing out illusory white paper. This really feels like a horror film. A shame it's connected to a magic mirror without any moral integrity or bottom line. Klein sat up and walked over. He saw lines of Loanese on the illusory white paper. Honorable existence above the spirit world. Your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, has arrived and would like to greet you. Do you have something you would like to test me on? Look at this, look. This is what I call smooth talking. This is what a professional is like. In that instant, Klein really wished to pull Darkwill into the room to witness the magic mirror's art of communication. I clearly have questions to ask it, but it becomes a situation of me testing it. And it even threw in a question. Klein controlled the curling of his mouth as he replied in a deep voice. Yes. Please speak. The ignorant and limited Rhodes is ready. Amidst the tapping sounds, the illusory paper no longer produced Loanese, but instead produced a fawning smiley face. This is already the emergence of emoticons. This fellow evolves really quickly. Klein directly asked, where can I obtain a mystical item which can steal the beyonder powers of others? The tapping sounds suddenly became intense as the illusory white paper quickly produced scenes like a screenshot from a movie. There were places which Klein was familiar with, such as Tingen City's St. Selena Cathedral's Cheney Skate. The black-haired, green-eyed, handsome poet Leonard Mitchell, a middle-aged man who sat on a sofa smiling at the noble ladies opposite him, and a young arrogant lady who was loitering in the sewers. There were a total of 12 scenes, and finally a line of Loanese text appeared. These are the ones that you can easily or conveniently acquire one from. There are a lot more, but they are either very complicated or troublesome, or they range at the highest levels which I cannot see clearly. Not bad. He actually knows to help me filter. This is a fantasy and mystical version of Google. Klein gently nodded and said, despite knowing the answer, it's your turn to ask. You have already answered. Amidst the tapping, Rhodes's unsurprising answer appeared on the illusory white paper. Klein chuckled inwardly and asked, where will Leonard Mitchell be staying for the time being? The tapping sounds became intense again as one scene after another appeared before Klein's eyes. It was a famous landmark in Backland, a towering Gothic bell tower with a bell of order hanging above. There was a road sign on the road with the words Pinster Street. It was Unit 7 along a row of terrace houses. In it, there was the extremely suave Leonard Mitchell wearing a black coat and red gloves. He was Klein's poet friend who was reading through the dossiers of Lenevis and Capim. This fellow is in Backland. And he's investigating the Lenevis and Capim cases? What the hell? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he carefully thought of the clues he left behind in those two cases. The only clue is that Detective Sherlock Moriarty is involved in the two cases. If Leonard enters Daisy's dream, he should discover this point. But I already kept a beard and had a pretty good disguise back then. It's unlikely that he can recognize me in the rather blurry scene in the dream and portraits. As long as he doesn't recognize me, it doesn't matter. What has problems with Sherlock Moriarty have to do with me, Gairman Sparrow? Klein retracted his thoughts and memorized Leonard Mitchell's current residence. 7 Pinster Street, Backland. He planned on entrusting the Moon Emlyn White to visit Leonard Mitchell the day after tomorrow and use the badge of the Hermits of Fate to purchase a mystical item. I hope my dear poet friend has additional items to spare. If not, the price will definitely be at a premium. Klein tersely answered and said to the radio transceiver, "It's your turn to ask." He was honestly curious as to what a Rhodes would ask this time. Amidst the clacking sounds, the radio transceiver spewed out new illusory paper. On it was a question composed in Loanese. "Great Master, Leonard Mitchell has a huge secret. Do you wish to know?" This can also be considered a question. Klein raised his head in amusement and surprise as he looked at the crimson moon, which was silently illuminating the dark sea. Soon he honestly gave an answer. "Yes." Amidst the clacking sounds, the radio transceiver spewed out a brand new piece of illusory white paper under the crimson moonlight in the dim environment. Inside Leonard Mitchell resides an angel from the Zoroast family. He once changed my question. Angel? There's an angel residing in Leonard's body? An angel from the 4th epoch's Zoroast family? Although Klein was mentally prepared to hear an incredible secret, he was still shocked by what a Rhodes divulged. He was deeply concerned and surprised as well. An angel referred to Beyonders at sequence 1 or 2, making them rather close to the state of a true god. They had all sorts of mystical characteristics, and they could even influence low-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway to a certain extent and range. They were mighty figures who stood at the pinnacle of the real world. In the various churches, only their popes, pontiffs, chief shepherds, as well as certain legendary ascetics were grounded angels. Therefore, Klein believed that being latched onto by a parasite of this level wasn't a good thing. In the Dark Second Epoch, the angels all had their divine names, and they were subsidiaries to the ancient gods. I haven't indirectly or directly interacted with many angels, Blasphemer Amon, Calamity Queen Kohainum, the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici, Tail Devourer Ouroboros as described by Little Sun, Miracle Invoker Zeradal from Roselle's Diaries, Son of the Creator, Adam, Hermes who cannot be confirmed if he's an angel or not, Snake of Fate, Will Osepton, who's still inside his mother's womb. Apart from the last two, the others appear to be very evil. Even the words they leave behind might make the reader go crazy or lose control. Would my dear poet ultimately end up as a sacrificial item of this angel parasite? This can explain why he thinks of himself as the protagonist of a play, the special one, and he was willing to help me hide my secret. The Zoroast family is in control of the Marauder pathway, which is the pathway that can steal the Beyonder powers of others. That's why Leonard was able to find and participate in the gathering of the Hermits of Fate. It's no wonder he offered to use Blood Vessel Thief. It's because he has a Grandpa One to help him. He was able to instantly steal Magos' most potent power. What Hermits of Fate? They're just a bunch of thieves and frauds. At best, the target of their theft and fraud is that of time and fate. In short, my dear poet's grandpa isn't a good person. I have to find a chance to warn him. But here comes the problem, they're always together. Any warning will only expedite the problem. Klein's thoughts raced, but he ultimately failed to come up with an option he can act upon. All he could do was temporarily shelve the matter and plan on asking Mr. Azik and Snake of Mercury, Will Osepton, to see if they had any solutions. In those few minutes, he even thought of using Blasphemer Amon. To put it simply, it was to divulge information to the son of the creator that the angel from the Zoroast family was residing in Leonard Mitchell's body, getting him to eat up the parasite. According to what Klein knew, the Amon family supported the Tudor Empire during the 4th epoch. while the Zoroast family belonged to the Solomon Empire, making the two enemies. Furthermore, according to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, powerhouses from the same pathway would have greater conflicts the higher their sequence was. This was akin to the battle between the two snakes of Mercury. Unfortunately, this solution was restricted by reality and was ultimately abandoned by Klein. This was because he didn't know where to find Blasphemer Amon. Secondly, he was afraid that the battle at the level of angels would directly destroy Leonard Mitchell. And thirdly, a powerful Amon might be a very bad and serious matter. I'll first get Emlyn to attempt the transaction and observe the actual situation. I can decide on what to do when I know more. Klein retracted his thoughts and said to the radio transceiver, which was connected to a Rhodes, "Ask your question." The clacking of the radio transceiver became increasingly brisker as the illusory white paper was gently spewed out. "No, there's no need. This is an addendum to my question which doesn't need to abide by the rules. Great Master, I sense a special item outside your room, but I am unable to see through it. Can you tell me what it is? This magic mirror is impressive. It seems to be able to see everything. It just suffers from interference when it deals with high-level matters as though there's a mosaic." Klein calmly replied, "Die of probability." Amidst the taping sounds, a Rhodes presented new words on the illusory piece of white paper. "So it's that thing. Great Master, you can ask your question." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "What do you have to mention regarding the die of probability?" At this point in time, the radio transceiver seemed to brighten up and no longer looked as gloomy as before. The speed at which illusory white paper spewed out slowed down. "It's a fellow that's especially petty and bears grudges. Master, you have to quickly give it to someone else. It's an item formed from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune. You can give it to any other snake of fate and they will be very grateful. In short, it's not suitable to be your servant. The aura is dissipating. Your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, has no choice but to leave. Finally, let me praise you once again, my great master, the ruler above the spirit world. Bye-bye. Uniqueness. The die of probability is actually the uniqueness of the monster pathway. This is the first time I'm encountering a so-called uniqueness. It really is terrifying that can digitize the entire real world. The monster pathway is also called the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Sequence 0 is the Wheel of Fortune. Klein looked at the radio transceiver which had returned to normal, and he temporarily reined in his thoughts. He didn't harbor any greed towards the die of probability. This was because it wasn't part of the seer pathway, and it came with extremely terrifying negative side effects. He was also afraid that, with time, this die which bore grudges would attract tail devourer Ouroboros over. Even if this thing can be isolated and sealed when placed above the gray fog, there's a high chance of it digitizing the entire mysterious space. In the future, the tarot gatherings might end up becoming a tabletop role-playing game. Klein had never come into contact with items of this level before, so he was unable to determine what would happen if he were to throw the die of probability above the gray fog. He decided to continue intimidating the die, and he would successfully send it to Oravi Island where there would be life school of thought members who had the means to seal it. As for the problem of the mission exceeding the payment he would receive, he didn't mind it. This was because the greatest benefit he would gain was the friendship of the Snake of Fate Will Osepton. Backlund, Harvest Church. Emlyn White held a strange badge which was the size of an eyeball and chuckled inwardly. The world sure is long-winded. Isn't it just finding a nighthawk named Leonard Mitchell at Pinster Street in Northborough? He even specially emphasized that the person has a secret and that there's a high chance of me being pulled into a dream. This is showing doubt in my abilities. Emlyn stood up and changed into a tailcoat and white shirt. He then turned his head to look out the window. Heh, he has a secret while I have mine. I dare bet that Lord Nibs or other earls are secretly watching me. If anything were to happen, they will definitely provide me with help to a certain degree. Being pulled into a dream, Emlyn contemplated for a few seconds before using the materials which were rich in spirituality to concoct a blue medicine. Putting away the bottle and medicine, he picked up a silk top hat and walked out of the break room. After bidding farewell to Bishop Utravsky, he left the harvest church. It was still morning, but Backlund's sky was gloomy. There was a faint fog that spread like water. Emlyn squinted his eyes and wore his hat, murmuring to himself, "The sunlight is a little blinding." He hailed a rental carriage and went straight for the steam metro station. He spent 6 pence on a first-class ticket to Northborough. This saved him a lot more time than heading straight there. About 40 minutes later, he arrived at his destination and stood outside the door of 7 Pinster Street. Emlyn politely rang the doorbell and patiently waited for a minute. Just as he was about to write a note and stuff it into the hole beneath the door to schedule a better time for a visit, he suddenly heard languid footsteps approaching. "Doesn't sound like a servant." Emlyn nodded indiscernibly and took out the medicine he had concocted in advance and cleanly drank it. Then, he watched the door open and saw a black-haired, green-eyed man appear before him. He was dressed in home wear, a white shirt and black trousers. His shirt was untucked, allowing it to flutter gently in the wind. Amidst his suaveness were hints of uninhibited freedom. Although he's a believer of evernight, I have to say that his looks are barely comparable to us sanguine. Emlyn took off his hat and gently raised his chin. "Good morning. Are you Mr. Leonard Mitchell?" Leonard frowned indiscernibly as he looked at the handsome, red-eyed gentleman. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and indifferently yawned. "You are a visitor. I have something I would like to seek your help on." Emlyn didn't reveal his identity as he smiled with a rather obvious arrogance. This attitude gave Leonard a baffling sense of familiarity. It was as though he had seen his former self, the person who always thought of himself as being the most special, the protagonist of this era. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm only an ordinary citizen. I do not accept missions. If you have any issues, then you can find a private detective." Emlyn White smiled and said, "This matter is something only you can complete." He looked to his sides and continued, "I wish to purchase a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others." Leonard's eyes focused as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" At this moment, Emlyn didn't immediately answer. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and clicked his tongue with a smile. "Impressive. I nearly failed to realize that I had been pulled into a dream." He wasn't in a rush to leave as he took out the small badge he received from the world in front of Leonard Mitchell's solemn expression. Leonard took a glance as his expression eased slightly. He cocked his head slightly and paused for a few seconds. Silently, Emlyn White saw the scene around him rapidly shatter and vanish like shattering glass. Leonard sneered and pointed inside the house. "Let's talk inside." Upon hearing Leonard Mitchell's invitation, Emlyn didn't show any fear. He held his top hat and wore a subtle smile before entering the house without any qualms. He didn't take off his coat, as a potions professor often brought several supplementary items. It wouldn't look pleasant once the concealment of these items was gone. Emlyn sat down with his starched tailcoat, leaning back into the support as he leisurely said, "Actually, there's no need to go through the trouble. If you have it, name the price. Otherwise, just frankly say so. Of course, I'm very certain you have one." He chuckled as his bright red eyes reflected Leonard Mitchell's figure that didn't mind the tidiness of his getup. "The feeling of me knowing you have a secret, with you not knowing anything about me, left Emlyn extremely pleased as he felt a strong sense of superiority." Leonard used his fingers to comb his raven-black hair and casually sat on the chair opposite Emlyn. He didn't show any panic or puzzlement as he said with a smile, "At the very least, I need to know who wants it. Perhaps it's me or perhaps it's my friend." Emlyn tipped his chin as he smiled gently. Leonard squinted his eyes as he cocked his head, as though in thought. Finally, he laughed. "All right, since you've already taken out that badge, I'll answer you frankly. I do have a mystical item that can be used to steal the beyonder powers of others, but I only have that one item. If you wish to buy it, £7,000. No negotiation." £7,000? A mystical item of this kind is that expensive? Although he didn't have to pay for it, Emlyn was still shocked. He nearly failed to maintain his bearing as a sanguine. he automatically converted how much money that could be used to exchange for dolls and doll dresses. After 2 seconds of thought, Emlyn revealed a smile and said, "I'll consider it. I'll answer you in 2 days." "Sure." Leonard curled the corners of his lips. After leaving 7 Pinster Street, Emlyn hired a rental carriage as though nothing had happened as he headed for the steam metro station in Northborough, before heading back to the bridge at Southborough. Taking off his hat, he looked back at the street which had carriages and pedestrians passing through. Emlyn chuckled and took a step into the Harvest Church. In between a tree and a black street lamp, an inconspicuous shadow suddenly moved, revealing the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. His appearance was silent, but it didn't garner the attention of any pedestrians. "Someone from the Church of Earth Mother?" Leonard frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He paused for 2 seconds before leaving Rose Street where the Harvest Church was situated. £7,000? Why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Above the grey fog, Klein, who had received the feedback from Emlyn, nearly blurted out. As Gairman Sparrow, he had previously said something similar, but the two situations and the mood was completely different. Using the bounty of the Golden Dream's third mate, Flowery Bowtie Jodson, as a reference, Klein inferred that a similar mystical item was worth about £5,000. Even if there was a premium, it would have maxed out at £6,000. Who knew that Leonard Mitchell would directly ask for £7,000? Could it be an item left behind from a high-sequence Beyonder, making the act of stealing Beyonder powers just one of its effects? No, if that's really the case, the price would start from £10,000. My dear poet, why didn't I know you as a profiteering merchant? You clearly exhibit a free and easy demeanor and showed no interest in money. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Since he had a clue and saw a glimmer of hope and how it was something that could be resolved with money, Klein didn't wish to seek out other channels to prevent any mishaps from happening. He quickly calculated his wealth and discovered that it was an acceptable price. Including the £300 advance from the apothecary, the £5,400 bounty from Wormtongue, and the cash I got from the bodies and subtracting the £200 to be paid to Miss Magician, I have a total of £12,767 in cash and 5 gold coins. This isn't including my 3 soldi and 8 pence in change. In addition, Miss Justice will pay the £2,000 she owes me before the end of the week, as well as the £1,800 for the psychiatrist characteristic. I'm actually richer than I thought I was. Even in Backlund, I can be considered a tycoon. Klein inhaled and didn't hesitate any further. He made the cash fly out from the junk pile and land on the table. He carefully counted £7,500 in cash and placed them aside. £7,000 for the mystical item, and £500 for Emlyn's hazardous pay. After going through all the effort to go past 10,000, more than half of it will be gone in an instant. Klein conjured the world and made him pose in a praying manner to inform Emlyn that there were no problems with going through with the transaction. 15 minutes later, a ritual was to be held to receive the bestowment from Mr. Fool. In addition, Klein also made the world warn Emlyn to not be in a rush to complete the deal after getting the cash. He had to wait until tomorrow. This was because he was afraid that the angel from the Zoroast family inside Leonard Mitchell would sense the grey fog's aura on the cash. He wanted an airing process just like back when he gave Emlyn the badge. 15 minutes later, Klein glanced at the cash pile which had shrunk by more than half and sighed before returning to the real world. It was already 10:40 on a Friday. They were about 8 hours from Orvie Island. It's time to intimidate the die of probability again. Klein muttered, held the ritual, and brought out the iron cigar case which contained the all-black eye. He guessed that Dark Will would suspect something, so he deliberately brought the die to the washroom to deal with it. Seeing the die of probability calm down once again, Klein quickly dealt with the all-black eye and the iron cigar case. After heaving a long sigh of relief, he did a silent count of the time. It should be enough to last until Dark Will hands it to the contact. There's no need to deal with it again. With this in mind, Klein began to consider another problem with a certain degree of concern. The all-black eye has appeared in front of the true creator before, and it has his mental corruption. To take it out once every few hours might cause him to lock onto me, allowing him to send powerhouses to seek me out. However, it was only 1 or 2 minutes each time, so the problem isn't that serious. Even if he senses it, their estimate of the area wouldn't be too precise. When it involves the true creator, there's no way to determine things with divination. I can only raise my guard. Thankfully, this is the last time, and it will take only about 8 hours to reach our destination. Why am I raising flags for myself? Pooey, pooey, pooey. I wasn't thinking of anything. Klein picked up the die of probability and returned to the living room and saw the chubby apothecary slumped on the reclining chair, looking completely exhausted. As for the owl, Harry, it looked like it was brimming with energy, as though it didn't need any rest. These are the different traits that different creatures gain from taking the same potion. At the very least, Miss Justice has never mentioned that she doesn't need sleep. It's a uniqueness that comes about because of an owl's biological makeup. I don't know much about owls. Indeed, I'm just a keyboard warrior who is only a jack of all trades. Klein sat on the sofa and placed the milky white die into the ring box and patiently waited for evening to arrive when the ship was scheduled to dock. Time ticked by as the sun gradually set in the west. At this point in time, Klein, who had his eyes closed, suddenly sat up, having sensed an extreme danger befall the area. It had exceeded a seer's spiritual intuition and the clown's intuition for danger. It seemed to stem from the formless gray fog which strangely rippled around him. An enemy, tail devourer Ouroboros or the Aurora Order's saint. Klein opened his eyes as he began considering countermeasures with an abnormally serious expression. Any mistake in a time such as this would require him to consider matters of being resurrected. As for Dark Will and Harry, there was absolutely no way for them to be spared. In the beginning, he hoped that the visitor could only vaguely sense a general area and might not find him or the die of probability. However, when he considered how he was on a ship with no one around on the sea, it wasn't too hard to lock onto a target. The problems would only become worse when that happened, with giving up being the only choice. Above the liner, space was suddenly torn open as an invisible door filled with complicated symbols appeared. 2 pale hands reached out from the door and suddenly pulled backwards, allowing his entire body to walk out. He wore a black bonnet and a classic dark robe, a favorite among elders. However, he didn't look past 40. His brown hair was slightly curled, which seemed abnormally hard. Countless illusory images darted across his dark eyes, as though layers after layer of chaotic worlds were hidden within. As Klein's sense of danger intensified, just the change in his expression frightened Dark Will and Harry enough for them to freeze. He didn't hesitate as he followed the plans he had made for such situations. He leaned forward and picked up the die of probability. Determine the outcome of the malefic visitor who just arrived. I want 1 point, Klein said in a deep and soft voice, and he threw out the milky white die. He subconsciously prayed to the goddess, hoping that the die which had recently been intimidated was obedient enough and played a meaningful role. Meanwhile, he appeared extremely calm, to prevent the die from sensing his anxiety and take the opportunity to cause trouble. As the die of probability rolled several times while producing clinking sounds, it fixed at the blood-red 1 point. Above the liner, the black-robed man, who didn't look 40, had the entire liner reflected within his eyes. He emanated his spirituality and scanned the surroundings. He extended his hand to grab the space in front of him as he suddenly pulled a nearly invisible door. The powerhouse stepped in and vanished from the spot. Inside the first-class cabin, Klein immediately felt the danger distancing itself from him. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He looked at the die of probability on the coffee table and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this die didn't have such a negative side effect and could be utilized to its full extent, it would be a divine artifact. As expected of a grade 0 sealed artifact. As expected of the uniqueness of the monster pathway. Only at this point in time did Dark Will find his courage again as he carefully asked, What just happened? Klein maintained his posture and calmly replied, There's no need for you to know. I understand. The more I know, the greater the danger I'll be in. Dark Will wiped the cold sweat from his face. There weren't any more accidents in the next few hours. After the sun went below the horizon and the sky became completely dark, Klein finally saw a towering lighthouse appear not too far away. Orvie was situated northeast of the Rørsted archipelago. The straight-line distance wasn't too great, but the safe sea route had required ships to take many twists and turns, causing the distance traveled to increase by several hundred nautical miles. It was originally a primitive island that harbored many kinds of beyonder creatures without any humans inhabiting it. After the hunting era came to an end, the Lone Kingdom banished certain criminals there, causing Orvie Island to gradually have villagers and towns. When more eastern islands were discovered and colonized, the area attracted many new immigrants due to the convenience of the sea route and its rich natural resources, making it a rather thriving port city. The light from the lighthouse tower appeared so warm in the dark environment as it led liners towards the harbor for them to dock. "We finally arrived. My gratitude to the Crimson Moon and fate for blessing me." Darkwill jumped off the last gangway and stepped onto solid cemented ground. "To be precise, apart from fate, you should thank the Fool and Sea God for their blessings." Klein held his leather suitcase with one hand as he tapped his cane. Darkwill properly put away the ring box which contained the die of probability, and he didn't delay in asking where the bellman, Carnot, stayed. He rented a carriage and went straight for St. Draco Cathedral. He then entered the magnificent bell tower which boldly used the colors of red, blue, and yellow. Inside the bell tower, Carnot had a cramped room he could call his own. "Knock! Knock! Knock!" Darkwill knocked on the door thrice, eager to hand over the item on his person. With a creak, the brown wooden door opened and out came a large man who was slightly hunched. He looked to be in his 40s, and individually, there was nothing strange about his facial features. But when put together, it was filled with an unharmonious vibe. Klein only took a glance and discovered that his eyes weren't leveled. His nostrils were of different sizes, and his left facial muscles were slightly loose, causing the corner of his mouth to droop slightly. It was the complete opposite for the right side of his face. Carnot's legs were obviously of different lengths, and one of his arms was thick, while the other was thin. His entire body was highly disproportional, making him extremely ugly. "Who are you?" Dressed in a black robe, Carnot glanced at the duo. "Are you the bellman, Carnot?" Darkwill asked cautiously. Carnot chuckled with one corner of his mouth raised while the other stayed low. "There shouldn't be a second person as ugly as me." "Indeed." Darkwill nodded very honestly before laughing. "I can tell that you have quite a good state of mind. To be honest, looks don't matter for a man. What's important is their skills in bed." "TSK. That's because you haven't seen ladies who only have fetishes for good looks." Having experienced the era of celebrities of the masses, Klein scoffed from the side. Carnot's expression darkened as he said, "I don't wish to discuss such matters." "You have problems in that area?" "No problem. I have different kinds of medicine that can treat all your problems." Before Darkwill finished his sentence, Klein took a step forward, afraid that he would end up being beaten to death. He put half his body between them as he said in a deep voice, "He's Roy King's student." I figured. Roy King once described his traits. Carnot made way and invited the two in. His room was extremely tiny, with only a single bed and a cabinet which could be used as a dining table. The washroom was at the bottom of the bell tower. Darkwill pulled out a ring box and handed it to Carnot as he forced a smile. "My teacher got me to hand this item to you." Carnot stole a glance at it and was clearly relieved to see 4 points. He said to Darkwill, "You aren't as unreliable as your teacher described you to be. I can tell that you didn't attempt to use it. That would have awoken it and make it realize that it's no longer sealed." The chubby apothecary's face blushed red as he honestly said, "That's because it's relatively quiet now. In another 1 to 2 hours it will automatically roll itself. It's best you think of a method to seal it again." Carnot's face twitched. "Again?" I accidentally dropped it on the ground and then it came alive." Darkwill wanted to glance at his owl Harry, but he realized that it hadn't followed him in. It was perched outside the bell tower to serve as a sentry. Carnot's eyes clearly widened as his hunched back nearly straightened. How did you arrive here? From his point of view, Roy King's student should have long died at the whims of the die. Dark Will hurriedly pointed to Gairman Sparrow and said, "It's all thanks to this gentleman. He's a powerful adventurer. He provided the most effective protection and a temporary method of sealing the die." What method was it? Carnot blurted out the question. Klein laughed and replied, "Trade secret." Carnot's expression changed a few times as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "I thank you for your help on behalf of my organization." Dark Will continued. "Hiring him costs £1,000 and a request. The request is to help him find a mystical item with powerful offensive traits but without very serious negative side effects. He will purchase it at a reasonable price. I only had about £300, so that was all I could pay. I'll have to rely on you to pay the rest." Carnot fell silent as the corners of his lips twitched. "I only have about £100. Suddenly, there was silence in the bellman's room. The wind from outside blew through the cracks and brushed across the three men's face. Finally, Carnot spoke again. "Perhaps Counselor Ricardo has the money. I'll lead you to him. From the looks of it, he trusts us. After all, a fate counselor is in no way comparable to a die of probability. If there were really problems with us, there would be no need for us to bring the die over to prevent any accidents and snatch away the uniqueness." Klein watched as Carnot picked up a lantern from the corner of the room. At this moment, he activated his spirit vision and simply scanned the man. Klein nearly pricked up his brows with the sight. This was because Carnot's aura colors were rather unique. There were no problems with his emotional colors, as they were very ordinary. However, his ether body, which represented his body, appeared unnatural. His heart was green, his head was purple, and his digestive system was yellow. It felt like they were different parts which were mashed together in great disharmony. At the same time, Carnot's soul also gave the same feeling. A monster that was stitched up internally? Klein made a rough judgment based on what he knew. After Carnot got the lantern, he turned his head to glance at the adventurer, Gairman Sparrow, and said without much of an expression, "I'm very sensitive to spirit vision. I believe you have noticed certain problems. I'm not a naturally born person. I'm a product of the Church of Earth Mother's attempts to refine the human body. I'm considered a failed specimen, which is why I do not have the ability in that aspect." His final sentence was directed at Dark Will. Carnot didn't speak again as he carried the lantern and donned a black robe. He hunched his huge body and used the dim light to walk down the stairs of the dark and silent bell tower. Product of the Church of Earth Mother's attempts to refine the human body. But St. Draco Cathedral belongs to the Church of Storms. Since it's a failed specimen, no attention is paid to it. Carnot turned his back on the Church of Earth Mother and became a member of the Life School of Thought. This is understandable. Both the Church of Earth Mother and the Life School of Thought hold the apothecary pathway, and they will definitely have some overlapping. But why would the Life School of Thought send this fellow, that doesn't seem simple to be a bellman, to the Church of Storms? Is it just a normal disguise? Or there's a particular connection between the two? Klein followed Carnot in a seemingly calm manner as he walked out the bell tower and circled round to a stone bridge. Just as he came close to the left side of the bridge, Klein suddenly felt something as he looked diagonally upwards. The owl Harry had flown out as well and landed on a tree branch. Gotcha! The branch suddenly snapped as Harry plummeted. With great difficulty did it fly up again without falling to the ground. Dark Will was just about to say something when Carnot explained in a deep voice. "Counselor Ricardo is injured, so his powers are somewhat out of control. Once anyone enters a specific range, they will be tainted with bad luck." Carnot stopped in his footsteps as he threw the ring box containing the die under the bridge. "Mr. Counselor, Roy King's student has delivered the die." "Very good." A hoarse voice sounded from deep within the bridge's belly. A silver-scaled palm reached out from the darkness as he held down the ring box which had fallen onto the mud. Following that, he opened the ring box and took out the milky white die. His other hand, which was covered in silver scales, also reached out as he held a piece of a paper-like item made of leather. The item resembled a water pipe, but its ends were connected. It revealed a grayish-white color under the crimson moonlight. Its surface had many complicated symbols and labels, as well as many words in Hermes text which pointed to the snake of Mercury, Will Auceptin. Fate counselor Ricardo pulled the item apart and stuffed the die of probability into it before connecting the two ends together. Using fate at a small scale to seal the die of probability with periodic boundary conditions, making it remain in a perpetual state of slumber or calm. Indeed, Snake of Mercury Will Auceptin had foreseen such a situation and had made certain preparations. Klein retracted his gaze in relief, and he heard Ricardo's hoarse voice. I already know of your agreement, Mr. Gairman Sparrow. I will help you find the mystical item after I've recovered. As for the 700 pounds, I'll immediately augment you with good luck. Go to the few casinos in Orivy and make some bets and you'll receive the corresponding reward. Remember, do not win more than 200 pounds at each casino. You must not win more than 700 pounds in total, which is to say that you don't have the money either. Seeing how you're hiding while injured, it's considered normal not to have money with you. Klein nodded indiscernibly and said, Okay. He waited for about 10 seconds without sensing anything. Counselor Ricardo heaved a sigh of relief and said, You have become sufficiently lucky. Is that so? Klein chose to believe him and didn't disturb Darkwill's report to a senior of how his teacher had been imprisoned. Based on Carnot's introduction, he found a nearby casino and sat at the blackjack table. After about 10 minutes, he walked out of the casino with a blank look. Not only did he not win money, but he had lost a total of 30 pounds. What happened to the good luck? Why did I believe him? That darn old man is terrible. Klein didn't hesitate to return to the stone bridge and approached its belly. That fast? You have pretty good luck. Ricardo laughed as he coughed under the dark bridge. At that moment, Darkwill and Harry had already found a nearby inn to live in. Klein replied without a change in expression. I lost. Lost? Ricardo ruminated over the word and couldn't formulate a sentence for quite a long period of time. In the dark environment, an ordinary owl nervously flew over. The two street lamps on either side of the stone bridge silently illuminated the street, but they were unable to disperse the darkness beneath. Only the crimson moonlight from high above could barely illuminate the brown soil. Hidden under the bridge, Fate Counselor Ricardo remained silent for quite a while, making Klein suspect whether he had already passed away due to his heavy injuries. He guessed that a large reason as to why the luck augmentation had failed was because of this. Just as Klein was about to ask a probing question to determine the situation, Ricardo coughed and said in a deep, hoarse voice, You live up to the reputation of being a powerful adventurer capable of temporarily sealing the die. What happened has exceeded my expectations. Ahem. I'm very curious as to why my luck augmentation on you had failed. I'm very regretful that I can't come out and meet you in person. Otherwise, I should be able to see what beyonders from other pathways will find difficult to see, even if they possess relatively powerful spirit visions. This is the uniqueness that the fate pathway holds. So the problem lies with me? That's not the point. The point is that you need to reimburse me 700 pounds. No, 730 pounds. Klein cursed as he couldn't help but recall the orphan, Adamasol, who had the nickname of Monster in Tingen City. The young man who was equal to half a sequence 9 had cried out after seeing Klein before falling to the ground. His eyes bled, and the fear he exhibited was as if he had seen a devil. This is because of the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune's path of the divine, so he saw something wrong with me. He saw something related to the gray fog? Unfortunately, this fate counselor is quite heavily injured and has a domain of bad luck around him. There's no way for him to help inspect me. I should ask Snake of Fate Will Auceptin when I'm back. Perhaps he might know something. However, this pathway does have the bearing of a charlatan. He might not directly answer me and has a high chance of answering in vague terms. Klein maintained his expressionless attitude and said, Then, what do you plan on doing? Ricardo sighed and said, Get Darkwill here. I'll augment him with good luck and get him to win the money at the casinos on your behalf. Using the name of the inn Counselor Ricardo gave, Klein quickly found the chubby apothecary, Darkwill. Then, while carrying the suitcase and cane, Klein watched as he kept winning money at the major casinos. By midnight, he had already won £750. After receiving the remaining £730, Klein realized a problem. The reason for the luck augmentation's failure was because of him. Why is that so? Klein held close his bulging wallet and frowned as he thought silently to himself. He quickly thought of the thin, invisible grayish-white fog around him and realized the reason. After advancing to faceless, the gray fog has integrated with reality to a certain extent. Not only can it help me screen off ravings that aren't too powerful, but it can also destroy any influence that changes my fate to a certain extent. Therefore, this counselor's luck augmentation was ineffective? According to this logic, bad luck to a certain extent shouldn't affect me either. Hey, what the heck? It doesn't make me become some unlucky fool. But it also destroys my chance of being a lucky man or winner. Klein secretly shook his head and followed Darkwill and the owl back to the stone bridge. He informed Ricardo of how to summon his messenger and to immediately send him news once he obtained any information on a mystical item with powerful offensive traits. After doing all of this, Klein found an inn at the Orvie Island's port city and got a simple room for himself. Backland. In the morning, Emlyn White walked under his favorite gloomy skies, moving through the thick fog that couldn't be compared to those in November or December as he once again arrived outside Northborough's 7 Pinster Street. After pulling the doorbell, he straightened his back as he lifted his chin and waited patiently. When Leonard opened the door, he looked at the handsome but detestable face before making way and allowing the visitor to enter. He was still dressed in his home wear, comprising of a white shirt and black trousers. However, he had an additional dark-colored vest draped over him. "Have you considered the matter?" Leonard asked with a smile. No problem. Since it wasn't his money, Emlyn had no intention to haggle. He even believed that, with the attitude displayed by Leonard, there was a high chance of having the price raised if he tried. Leonard gently nodded and smiled. "Very rich. I can tell that you're trying to lead me to say more." Emlyn silently scoffed and replied, "That's not something you need to concern yourself with." With that said, he raised the suitcase in his hand and opened it, revealing £7,000 in cash. Leonard took out each stack of cash and thoroughly checked it carefully. Then, he pulled off the red glove he wore on his left hand and handed it to Emlyn. "This is the mystical item you require. It can change colors to disguise itself. It's called Tinder. It can raise the wearer's charm, making his words be equipped with great persuasiveness. It can steal the beyonder power of a target within 50 meters. The more you understand the target, the easier it is to steal the power you wish to steal. The less you know, the more random it becomes, and it relies on luck. When the target is at sequence 6, there is a chance of failure. The higher the sequence, the higher the chance of failure. After the theft succeeds, the target will lose that beyonder power, and it will take at least 12 hours to recover. The owner of Tinder will be able to use it adeptly for 10 minutes. And the reason why it's expensive is because it has very few negative side effects." Emlyn, who silently took in the introduction, had his interest piqued by a mystical item like Tinder. He asked, "What are its negative side effects?" Leonard combed his hair and smiled. "First, when wearing it, there is a small probability of losing something on you. Second, when using it, a particular beyonder power belonging to you will be lost for at least 12 hours, but during this period it will be the only beyonder power lost. In other words, even if it's used repeatedly, there will only be one power lost the entire time. Compared to the many sealed artifacts I know of, its negative side effects are indeed trivial." Emlyn cleared his throat as he nodded. He received Tinder and checked it carefully before taking out the stacks of cash from the suitcase and placing them on the coffee table. Following that, he placed the glove into the suitcase and didn't take it with him directly. With the suitcase, Emlyn returned to the Harvest Church just like he did before. Once he entered the priest's break room, he set up a sacrifice ritual. The illusory and mysterious door opened as the red glove tore through the dark and deep void as it was sent directly above the gray fog. At the moment the gray fog made contact with the glove, a tiny, distorted, terrifying face suddenly appeared. It kept evaporating as it struggled to sustain itself. Upon seeing this scene, Klein wasn't surprised. After all, the grandpa residing in Leonard's body was an angel of the Marauder pathway. If Amon could do it, it was quite certain that he was capable of doing the same. For this, he had made sufficient preparations. He believed that even if the grandpa had really reached Amon's level, he was able to wipe out the corresponding aura without making him sense the existence of the gray fog, making him take action on Emlyn. Picking up the sea god scepter, which had long been placed in front of him, Klein made the blue gems light up at the same time from a commanding position. Suddenly, silver light bloomed above the gray fog, as the lightning carried portions of the gray fog's powers like a storm, zapping the tiny illusory face. The face dissipated completely before it could even cry out, leaving behind a dead translucent worm with 12 transparent rings. Worm of time. But it seems weaker than Amon, Klein muttered as he beckoned with his hand for the red glove and familiar worm to fly to him. After some serious scrutiny, he confirmed that the worm was basically identical to the one Amon's avatar had left behind. My dear poet's grandpa is of the same sequence as Amon? Sequence 1? No, not necessarily. Perhaps this is a unique trait of one of the earlier sequences. If it's really a sequence 1, the notion that Amon is the son of the creator and a king of angels makes it possible that he has fused with the uniqueness or has another sequence 1 characteristic. Klein made a guess, but he was unable to verify it. As for what the dead worm of time could be used for, or when its spirituality would completely dissipate, he could only throw it into the junk pile due to his lack of the corresponding knowledge. 7 Pinster Street, Backland. Leonard Mitchell sat on the sofa with his eyes tightly closed. His legs were propped up on the coffee table as though he was using a short nap to make up for an entire night of being awake. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and said with a suppressed voice, "What happened? Have you determined the true buyer of Tinder?" An elderly voice rang out in his mind. "The aura I left behind has been eliminated. Completely eliminated. Did you discover anything?" Leonard retracted his feet as he asked in a deep voice. The ancient voice sighed. "Nothing. Everything was over before I could react. If I were in my best state, I might have been able to grasp the relevant clues. Unfortunately, I've remained in a weak state for years." Leonard remained silent for more than 10 seconds before he shook his head. "Then we'll temporarily treat it as if this never happened." Above the gray fog, Klein listened to Emlyn's report and took note of the information regarding the mystical item. He fiddled with the glove named Tinder as he examined it. "Heh. This way, I'll have a glove for my right hand," he chuckled as he muttered to himself. After serious consideration, Klein abandoned the thought of immediately extracting the mental corruption of the true creator from the all-black eye. This was to ensure his success, hoping to leave the chance to the moment when he was concocting the Nimblewright Master Potion. According to the records of the City of Silver, even without the gray fog screening, there were no problems with such a procedure. Furthermore, with the gray fog, there wouldn't be any additional accidents, even if it were the mental corruption left behind by the true creator. I can also use Tinder normally. Yes, when I need to use it, I have to put my cash, pocket watch, and other mystical items above the gray fog. I mustn't let any item become lost. In fact, even if I don't do so, the problem isn't too great. I'm a seer. Do I need to be afraid of not being able to find things I dropped? Heh. In a normal battle, I'll have creeping hunger on my left hand and Tinder on my right. Just the thought of it sounds formidable. Klein reined in his thoughts and discovered that everything related to the Sequence 5 Nimblewright Master Potion was ready, apart from the 2 commonly seen supplementary ingredients. He nodded indiscernibly and muttered silently to himself, "I just need to wait for the faceless potion to be completely digested. Then, I'll board the ship of Admiral of Stars or the Hanged Man and head east of the Sonia Sea to find mermaids." Lone Kingdom, East Chester County, Stone City. Having left the manor, Audrey moved into a villa. After she finished engaging in social gatherings with the local nobles, she sent her servant to the Varvat bank to withdraw a sum of cash. She didn't need to worry about this any further. She could easily pay off the £2,000 she owed Mr. Fool's Blessed, and she could also pay the £1,800 she owed Mr. World for the psychiatrist characteristic. 15 minutes later, Audrey opened the room to her bedroom and glanced at her personal maidservant, Annie, who was monitoring the servants while they did their work. She looked down at the golden retriever who was sitting by the side of the wall and smiled. With a smile, she suppressed her voice and asked with shining eyes, "Susie, you'll receive a gift in a while. Are you looking forward to it?" If it were in the past, Audrey would have definitely said, "Susie, your present is here," making the golden retriever realize that she could find the actual item in the room as well. Otherwise, it was very easy for Susie, who had been studying the basics of mysticism, to guess that Audrey had used ritualistic magic. With this new sentence structure, the situation could have Audrey receive a mysterious letter or news in her bedroom to confirm that the gift was about to be delivered. There would be too many possibilities as a result of this. Susie could read the joy and sincere attitude deep inside Audrey's heart as she subconsciously opened her mouth, hoping to stir the air to produce a voice. She had wanted to inquire about the gift, but she sharply sensed that Audrey's personal maid, Annie, was approaching. The alert Susie abandoned her original thoughts. She returned to the state of being an ordinary dog as she slowly wagged her tail to express her joy and anticipation. After making an excuse to head out, Audrey entered a chemistry laboratory that she had specially marked out for herself. She placed the psychiatrist's characteristic and supplementary ingredients on the table. "Susie, do you still remember the potion concocting process?" She cleared her throat and straightened her back as she excitedly played the role of a teacher. "Woof, I remember." Susie already knew what her present was. In her joy, she barked. Audrey added, "Try to concoct it by yourself." Susie looked down at her paws and suddenly fell silent. Audrey was taken aback before a brief silence ensued. A few seconds later, before the golden retriever could speak, Audrey covered her mouth without any atypical response and giggled. "All right, Susie, there's no need to say a word. I know what you wish to say. You wish to express the fact that you're only a dog and am unable to concoct the potion, right? How embarrassing." At the same time, Audrey, who wore a charming and graceful external bearing, face-bombed herself inwardly. "Woof!" Susie nodded forcefully. Audrey took the opportunity and turned around. Soon, she finished concocting the psychiatrist's potion. She had previously asked Susie and learned that she had already finished digesting the potion on Wednesday. That's less than 2 months. Yes, a large reason has to do with how Susie isn't being noticed. She can run about anywhere in the manor or villa and eavesdrop, allowing her to read the true thoughts of the maidservants. That's good as well. She will always share the tidbits with me. If not for her, I wouldn't have known of the dark sides of many people who appear normal and kind usually. Audrey poured the potion into a bowl and placed it on the floor. She watched as Susie went over and began licking the potion as she couldn't curb the anticipation in her heart. Susie might be influenced by the potion and become unstable. But it's all right. Psychiatrist Miss Audrey is already prepared to use placate at any moment. Yes, I prefer the name psychoanalysis. That sounds more professional. Audrey stared at Susie with her beautiful emerald-like eyes with great seriousness and discovered that Susie's pupils were gradually fading and turning vertical. Dark gold scales seemed to grow beneath her thick fur, and the spirituality that belonged to Susie kept radiating outwards as though it was interweaving with the entire villa's space. After calming her somewhat nervous emotions, Audrey scrutinized Susie's state. As long as something abnormal happened to Susie, she would immediately use the beyond her power psychoanalysis. Suddenly, Susie's voice sounded out in her ears. "Audrey, I'm done." Audrey was temporarily at a loss on what to say. In her dream, Daisy returned to Eastborough and to the old apartment she had lived in for years. She pushed open the door and saw her mother, Liz, and her sister, Freja, doing the laundry diligently. Daisy instantly became delighted and was just about to join them. She was in charge of ironing the laundry. At this moment, she heard knocking at the door. She turned her head and realized that the visitor was a young man in a black and white checkered police uniform. The officer had black hair and green eyes, with a somewhat blurry face. He held a notebook and fountain pen as he asked, "In the Capim case, apart from what you mentioned, is there anything else you didn't mention to us?" "It's all nothing important," Daisy answered in a rather groggy manner. The handsome officer looked down at his notebook and said, "It's fine. I'm willing to listen." Daisy looked back at the clothes which were hung up, feeling as though she had forgotten some instructions. She honestly described all sorts of trivialities. "In the end," she said, "after I was abducted, my mother and sister had hired a private detective to search for me. His name is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. He's a good man. Although he didn't find me directly, he later contacted a reporter to help me get compensated with the foundation money." The black-haired and green-eyed officer looked up again and glanced at Daisy before revealing a warm smile. "Very good. Your answer is very satisfactory. Do you still remember the private detective's appearance?" Daisy nodded. Without any alarm, she saw Mr. Sherlock Moriarty standing beside her. The detective had grown a thick beard and wore gold-rimmed glasses. It was almost identical to the one in her memories. After the black-haired, green-eyed officer sized up the image a few times, he seemed to vanish at some point in time without Daisy realizing it. For some reason, her mother and sister had also vanished. She ran through East Borough in search of the familiar figures, but she ultimately woke up from her depression and sorrow. When she saw the dark ceiling of her school dormitory, she lay there in a daze for seconds. Daisy didn't make a sound as she turned her body and buried half her face into the pillow. By the corners of the pillow, a wet stain gradually spread out. The person who had entered Daisy's dream was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Although his investigation of the commonalities of the two cases was to give him time to deal with matters of his own, he didn't forget to act in a perfunctory manner. In the end, he really discovered a problem. In the cases of Lenivus and Capim, a private detective named Sherlock Moriarty was involved, including his friend, reporter Mike Joseph. Although they had only appeared on the outskirts of this matter, it's also a direction for the investigation. That Sherlock Moriarty looks somewhat familiar. Which fugitive is he? Leonard recalled what he had seen in the dream as he wore his red glove and entered the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Just as he greeted the team captain, Soist, he saw a partner approach and hand him 2 thin sheets of paper. "The information regarding the red-eyed man from the Harvest Church is all here." "Thank you. Do you want to have lunch together?" Leonard asked with a smile. The Nighthawk shrugged and said, "No, as long as you stop making me have nightmares." "Deal." Leonard smiled as he received the dossier. He stood there without being in a hurry to sit down as he casually browsed through it. Emlyn White, a vampire, currently under the jurisdiction of the Church of Earth Mother. He once vanished for a period of time. His parents had hired private detectives to find him. Thanks to a particular Mr. Stewart, this matter was ultimately resolved by the famous detective, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's smile gradually froze as his expression turned serious. Sherlock Moriarty? He repeated this name in his mind. Klein wasn't in a rush to find an opportunity to engage in true acting. He toured Orvie Island's port city with the mindset of a tourist, finding a brief and rare moment of relaxation in his tense life. This city had mostly immigrants from Lone. The cuisine wasn't much different from the east coast of the kingdom, with the only difference being that there were rare fruits and all sorts of seafood here. It was also quite a unique trait of the city. This place was rich in natural resources and was located in a key location on the safe sea routes. The standard of living was pretty good. Even the farmers in the suburbs could save up some money through their fruit gardens. This didn't mean that Orvie didn't have poor people or the lower class. This class was mainly made up of people who were former slaves. Lone's parliament had long abolished slavery. After chewing a juicy and sweet fruit, Klein watched the sky turn dark. He took a turn at the corner of the street and entered a bar named Sweet Lemon. It was a famous gathering place for adventurers in Orovie. Klein planned on buying the 2 remaining supplementary ingredients of a Nimblewright master, the relatively common Drago tree bark and Sonia golden spring water. At this moment, the bar was rather lively. There were many people holding up cups around the boxing ring as they cheered loudly. There were people who looked like adventurers at the surrounding tables. They were discussing all kinds of rumors in hushed tones. Just as Klein was squeezing towards the bar counter, he suddenly heard his name. "I'm Gehrman Sparrow. You should know who I am. I received a treasure map and need to hire some helpers. It's not because I'm afraid, but it's because I can't carry that much treasure alone." A green-eyed man in his 30s held half a glass of liquor and spoke to 2 men and 2 women in the corner. It was a mystery if they were merchants or adventurers. "You are also named Gehrman Sparrow? Treasure map, why does it sound like a scam? My killing of Wormtongue has already reached this place from Byam?" Yes, it was likely communicated via a telegram or visitors. Therefore, many people know of my name and deeds but do not know what I look like. Cheats are using this opportunity to pass themselves off as me to cheat others. Klein moved over as he came to a realization. The green-eyed man drank a mouthful of liquor and slammed the glass onto the table. "I don't mind whether you refuse or agree, but I hate it when people make me wait. Do you wish to be like Wormtongue?" The young man opposite him said, slightly intimidated, "I know you're a powerful adventurer." "So?" The green-eyed man cut off the man's words. At that moment, he felt his collar tighten as he was lifted up by someone and thrown out the door. Klein didn't provide an explanation as he directly threw the man out of the door with a stoic expression. Then, he drew his revolver and aimed it at the spot where the man had fallen to the ground. He pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! Just as the green-eyed man fell to the ground, he saw a spark light up at the ground near his crotch. He was so frightened that he swallowed back his cursing and scrambled away. Without any explanation, his weak performance proved that he wasn't Gehrman Sparrow. Klein ignored the victim who stood there in a daze. He politely blew at the mouth of his revolver before stuffing it back into his underarm holster. Following that, he walked slowly to the bar counter in the resulting silent atmosphere. Klein sat in front of the bar counter and slammed his fist onto the counter. 1 glass of Southville beer. Behind him, a few bouncers hesitated about whether to come over to give him a warning or pretend that no one had fired a shot. The bartender signaled to the bouncers with his eyes as he picked up a glass and chuckled. "Why don't you try a cup of sweet lemon? Our boss once went to Trier to learn cocktail mixing. He has mastered many of the cocktail recipes left behind by Emperor Roselle, and he has created the most popular sweet lemon in Orovie on his own." Klein wasn't moved as he calmly replied, "I only drink beer." "All right." The bartender wasn't in a rush to get the bottle of Southville beer as he said with a smile, "Sir, are you an adventurer?" Klein nodded without saying an answer. The bartender didn't hesitate as he said with a smile, "Perhaps you should meet our boss. He's very friendly to new adventurers and is willing to treat them to drinks. Besides, there will be some aid offered to you." Klein, who had come with the intention of purchasing the supplementary ingredients of a Nimblewright master, didn't reject the offer. He took out a brass penny and flicked it before catching it firmly. He placed the penny on the bar counter as a tip to thank the bartender for the information before slowly standing up and walking to the second floor under the lead of a bouncer, where he entered a room at the other end of the corridor. The room was covered with thick, brownish-yellow, soft carpet. There was a faint smell of high-quality coal burning, mixed with the aroma of a cigar. A middle-aged man with his blonde hair combed neatly backwards was leaning on a reclining chair, sucking at his cigar as he read the papers. Surrounding him were 6 bodyguards. Although Klein wasn't a beyonder of the spectator domain, and he was unable to determine any unique traits or the strength of these bodyguards, nor was he from the Mystery Prior or Monster Pathway, he could see certain secrets. He could notice things others wouldn't be able to discover, but his spiritual intuition made him believe that these bodyguards were definitely beyonders who could threaten him to a certain extent. The middle-aged man put down the newspaper and pulled at the collars of his black shirt before slowly standing up. He extended his right hand and said, "Welcome to Oravi, my adventurer friend." His blue eyes had a smile to them as he looked rather sincere. Klein extended his right palm and smacked palms with him without a word. He was waiting for the man to speak. The middle-aged man pointed to a sofa opposite the reclining chair and chuckled. "I'm the boss here, Built Brando. I was once an adventurer with quite considerable strength. I've lived to this day and have earned quite a bit." He's very confident with his strength. Thus, daring to directly say it, Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he sat down. He leaned his body slightly forward as he expressionlessly waited for Built to begin talking. Seeing no response from the adventurer, Built sat down again and sucked at his cigar before leisurely saying, "To be honest, there's a motive behind me meeting with every new adventurer." He pointed to the sea map on the desk in the table. He said with a magnetic tone, "East from the Rorstad archipelago is where the sea gets progressively messier. The strength of the military and church begin to dwindle, to the point of them only being able to protect their own harbors. The sea around here is a pirate playground, extremely disadvantageous to us adventurers. Therefore, I wish to organize everyone to form a loosely connected alliance, so that we can band together when faced with danger. This alliance doesn't have any strong binding terms. You can choose to turn a blind eye when other adventurers encounter danger, and no one will punish you. However, if you were to encounter a similar situation, don't hope for help to be provided. In addition, I can promise one point. Adventurers of the Alliance will be able to get the prices of the lowest nature when purchasing items from me. When selling their spoils, they will at least get market price." After finishing the description, Built smiled at the new adventurer. He chuckled and asked, "What do you think of it? Are you interested in joining this loose alliance? Don't worry, you won't need to make any additional payment. Our purpose is only to render assistance when faced with pirates." Klein nodded. "It sounds pretty good." "Haha, I think so too. I once thought of naming this association the Adventuring Brotherhood, but I felt that Brotherhood is overly constrained, so I changed it to Adventurer Association," Built said in a self-deprecating manner. Having said that, he lowered his hand with the cigar and smacked his lips. He shook his head and smiled. "Sorry, I forgot to ask your name." Klein maintained his posture and replied in a deep voice, "Gehrman Sparrow." "Gehrman Sparrow?" Built's eyelids jumped as his smile instantly stiffened. The guards around him clearly tensed up as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Built rapidly composed himself and didn't verify whether he was the real Gehrman Sparrow or a cheat who was only passing off as Gehrman Sparrow. He chuckled and said, "Is there anything you wish to buy? I have quite a lot of good stuff over here." "Sonia's golden spring water," Klein said with a calm expression while inwardly feeling cautious. He didn't mention the Drago tree bark since there was a high chance of buying the ingredient at herb stores. Built Brando heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Easy. £30 for 100 milliliters. Trust me, even if you head to Sonia Island, it will only be a few pounds cheaper than this price. Those barbarians from Fasak have sealed off the fountain's source, so it's difficult for others to get any of it." "Deal." Klein had a rough idea of the price of the golden spring water, and he knew that £30 for 100 milliliters was indeed rather cheap. After completing the deal, Built was just about to speak after some deliberation when he suddenly heard knocking. After receiving his permission, a bouncer entered and leaned over, whispering into his ear. Built's expression instantly sank as his entire person appeared abnormally cold. He suffused an indescribable killing intent. Indeed, he has quite impressive strength. If he wasn't a famous adventurer in the past, he was a famous pirate. He should be a mid-sequence beyonder. Klein looked at him as he calmly made an assessment. Built turned his head and said to Klein with some difficulty, "Mr. Sparrow, I have matters to tend to. We can have drinks together if the opportunity arises." "Okay." Klein slowly got up, without any intention of involving himself in Built's matters. Of course, this didn't mean that he wasn't curious, but curiosity was never something that could change the way he did things. After leaving Sweet Lemon, Klein successfully returned to his inn. City of Silver, daytime which was marked by frequent lightning. After Derek Berg finished practicing all the different Beyonder powers of Solar High Priest, he followed the edge of the training field and headed for the Twin Towers. After numerous tarot gatherings, he gradually gained an understanding of the pattern and roughly knew the frequency of the alternating lightning before he would be pulled above the gray fog by Mr. Fool. And now was the final day. Because of this, he had to go to the library to read through historical information involving ancient gods, so as to offer them to Mr. Fool. After passing through the partitioned area of the training field, Derek subconsciously looked inside and saw exploration members resting inside. It was the exploration team led by the 6-member council's chief, Colin Iliad. They had recently finished the exploration based on the information they had received from Jack, and they had returned to the City of Silver where they were now in quarantine. Derek retracted his gaze with a somewhat heavy heart as he went all the way to the steeple and went to the 3rd floor where the library was. He was just about to walk to the bookshelf that held all the ancient books on legends when he caught a familiar figure through the corner of his eye. It was a fair and beautiful woman in her 30s. She wore a long black robe embroidered with mysterious purple patterns. Her curly silvery gray hair cascaded down. She was none other than the elder of the 6-member council, who had been imprisoned for a prolonged period of time, Lovia Tiffany. She swept her faint gray eyes over as Derek felt his soul being penetrated. He couldn't help but stiffen for a second. "Greetings, Elder Lovia." He hurriedly lowered his head as he pressed his hand to his chest. Lovia walked over and nodded gently. "I've been removed from quarantine." She turned and left after calmly saying that, as though she was making an announcement. Derek stood on the spot as a layer of cold sweat seeped out from his back. Why has she been released? The 6-member council has already determined that she's all right? Derek thought as his nerves tensed up in an abnormal fashion. Monday afternoon, above the gray fog. Klein placed his elbows on the armrest as he crossed his fingers and watched as beams of crimson light lit up before receding into blurry figures. Then he heard Miss Justice's brisk greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." While Miss Justice was doing the greetings, the hermit Catlia maintained her silence as she observed as she did before. She didn't involve herself in matters, as though she was an outsider at this gathering. She watched as Miss Justice and Miss Magician conjured their Roselle diary pages to pay off their previous debts. Then, she carefully glanced at Mr. Fool without daring to look straight at him. Yet, she still wasn't able to see further through the special gray fog. Her dark purple eyes were only capable of seeing clothes that were definitely conjured. With the 3 pages of Roselle's diary, Klein wasn't in a rush to read it like before. After all, he had already interacted and used a Grade 0 sealed artifact and knew what a uniqueness of a Beyonder pathway looked like. He had even intimidated such a divine artifact, so he believed that regardless of Emperor Roselle's content, there was nothing that could shock him greatly. Unless he was given a demoness blessing by some powerhouse with a unique ability and temporarily became a woman, Klein joked inwardly as he surveyed the long bronze table in interest. Ma'am Hermit's curiosity is different from Miss Justice and Company's. She pays great attention to the matter of Roselle's diary? Klein retracted his gaze and took note of this discovery. Then, he casually read the yellowish-brown goatskin. April 22nd. We plan on entering to explore the abyss. April 23rd. We followed the pitch-black ocean, passed through the liquid-like fog, and arrived at the mountain peak that resembled a monster. Behind it was endless black fog. It seemed to blanket an entire continent. However, looking at the bottom of the peak makes it seem endless and without limit. I had joked with Edwards that if I were to commit suicide by jumping off that cliff, I might never fall to the ground, forever in a state of falling. Upon seeing this, Klein nearly pricked up his brows. He couldn't believe that Roselle would dare to organize his own knights and sailors to explore the periphery of the region after seeing the abyss. Isn't he afraid of dying? Legend has it that it's a place that can corrupt everything, causing all life to perish. At this stage, Roselle definitely hadn't reached Sequence 4, and he wasn't a demigod. He was at best a Sequence 5 or even lower. If it were me, I definitely would have turned the boat around and reported it to the church. In that instant, Klein gained a deep understanding of the huge difference between him and Roselle. In addition, Roselle's description of the abyss's periphery had reminded Klein of the mysterious stone doors of Amon's mausoleum. A similar scene had appeared after the Church of Steam and Machinery's Archbishop Horemic's puppet made contact with it. I wonder what Roselle discovered there. At the very least, he didn't die from his exploration. He still had an exciting life after that. Klein moved his gaze down and read the remaining content on the diary page. April 24th. We proceeded down the peak in an attempt to probe deeper. The thick black fog is biting cold, as though it can erode flesh and the soul. Haha, luckily, the Dark King I'm on board has certain items that resist this corruption, or I'll suspect that me and my Knights of the Apocalypse will become members of Farron's One Undead Legion. It's very quiet, and we didn't discover anything. April 25th. We saw devils, but they were in the form of rotting corpses. Behind the black, jagged mountain, below a slush-filled opening that one cannot call a path, there were different devil corpses that were either in normal or unimaginable places. It was as though they had all been killed at the same moment. April 26th. Either corpses or silence. There's no end up ahead. The items on the Dark King has begun to show signs of corruption. I've seldom had fear over the past few years, but here, that fear of the unknown is like an invisible hand that clasps my heart tightly. I have to leave. I have to return. I can't stay here any longer. What happened after this? Emperor Roselle was very successful in escaping the abyss's periphery, or did he encounter something else? What does the abnormality over there symbolize? An intense battle? Klein subconsciously had some sense of anticipation as he flipped to the second page, only to be let down that it wasn't connected. May 8th. My beloved Bernadette is almost 2. The older she grows, the more likable she is. She's indeed a young lady who doesn't let down the excellent genes of her mother and I. Hearing her clearly call me daddy and seeing her bubbly figure, I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I've done many things. I can say that some aren't honorable, but I've not felt any shame about it, nor have I ever regretted it. On the one hand, this has to do with me finding it very difficult to curb my desires, making it easy for me to be influenced by my environment. Heh. I have to thank fate that I've not met a desire apostle from the devil pathway. According to the records, I would definitely succumb to beyonders of this sequence. I might even be instantly killed. On the other hand, I still have a sense of alienation from this world. My parents in this world are very nice to me. I've also worked hard to make them proud, but I know that my feelings for them aren't substantial. Similarly, this is how I treat Matilda. It's more a possessive instinct rather than love. I have to admit that my mental state is like playing a role-playing game in virtual reality. My parents, brothers, and friends are all non-playable characters. I can devote some of my feelings to them, but never anything serious. Therefore, I can join all kinds of corrupted gatherings without any sense of guilt. I can face people I know well in a cold, ruthless manner. It's just like when I played the Elder Scrolls. I could slaughter an entire village just for a chicken. But after Bernadette was born, I realized that I had an additional sense of belonging to this world. I was no longer as estranged from it. This is my child, a living child of mine. Perhaps this is what so-called maturity is? Without children, it's impossible to realize this feeling. No, I don't even have a girlfriend. However, I have to be alert about this state of mind that's mentioned in this entry. It might not exist in the past, but it doesn't mean it wouldn't appear in the future. The higher the sequence, the greater one's godhood is than their humanity. Klein sighed silently as he flipped to the third diary page. January 6th, a brand new year, a brand new beginning. After advancing to artisan, I finally have the powers to do that thing. That is to create the mysterious silver plate in my memories. There is a high chance that my transmigration was a result of it. In fact, after I became a savant, I could already recall its appearance, as well as the strange symbols and patterns on its surface. But the past me could clearly sense that I wasn't able to replicate something like that. January 9th. I finally succeeded after repeated failures. Holding the silver plate filled with special symbols and patterns, I tried hard to inject my spirituality in a bid to activate it. An endless grayish-white fog seemed to surface before my eyes, but nothing happened. Is it a problem with the material? Or am I lacking certain requisites? January 10th. According to my recollections of my transmigration experience, I restored my past state, believing that I no longer lacked anything. However, the mysterious silver plate only showed me the strange gray fog. It wasn't able to help me do anything. Since this doesn't work, how did I succeed in my transmigration back then? I temporarily gave up on my attempts, and I destroyed the silver plate I created. Perhaps when I'm a high-sequence beyonder and become a demigod, I will have a way to interpret those patterns and symbols to figure out the truth behind my transmigration. Yes, I'll definitely become a demigod. I'm the protagonist of this era. Grayish-white fog. The Emperor saw an endless grayish-white fog after replicating the mysterious silver plate from Earth. Klein's eyes suddenly shrank when he read the diary entry. There happened to be an immutable endless gray fog beneath his feet. Could it be that our transmigrations have to do with this mysterious space? But why is the Emperor unable to enter? But I can. According to the Emperor's diary entries of the last few stages of his life, he definitely didn't crack the mystery of the silver plate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not thought of this place when he was in his moment of great despair and mania. He wouldn't have not used this place as his crutch. Klein raised his head as his gaze landed outside the ancient palace. He recalled that deep in this mysterious space, there was a staircase of light that seemed to lead to heaven. It seemed to correspond to his sequence. The staircase appeared to be built for giants, and its destination was the gray fog which seemed to support something that stood in midair. The secret of our transmigration lies there? Klein made the diary pages in his hand vanish before he leaned back into his chair and said with a normal tone, "You may begin." Derek originally wished to bring forward his request to purchase the Sequence 6 potion formula after Solar High Priest, but Elder Lovia's release made him temporarily abandon his plans. He couldn't wait to mention everything that had happened, wishing to obtain the necessary guidance. Considering how this was still the transaction segment, he held back his desire as he waited in silence. There's something on Little Son's mind. Something unexpected happened in the City of Silver? Audrey thoughtfully retracted her gaze and similarly didn't request to purchase anything. At this moment, Alger surveyed the area and voiced out, "I need the potion formula of Ocean Songster." Indeed, he's already a Sequence 6, a wind-blessed. Isn't he someone from the Church of Storms? Why is he looking for the Ocean Songster's potion formula elsewhere? Obtaining it internally from the Church is a lot easier. He has secrets he wishes to keep from the Church of Storms? Or was he just pretending to be someone from the Church of Storms? Katlia instantly had many theories as she gently took note. "I can help you take note." Upon noticing the hermit's response, Alger asked, "Ma'am, is there anything you need? I can search for clues ahead of time, so as to trade for the potion formula." "What do I need?" Katlia silently chuckled, having sensed that the hanged man was probing her with a very ordinary question. Any needs meant clues. Ignoring the fact that I've already obtained the potion formula for Sequence 4 Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior Pathway, and accumulating points for one of the main ingredients, even without anything, I have no lack of corresponding resource channels and far more than one. Katlia had another thought as she recalled the Sea God Scepter which Mr. Fool wielded. She then smiled and said, "I need a mystical item at the demigod level, the kind with acceptable side effects." At that instant, Alger nearly retorted, asking her not to crack a joke. Even in the Church of Storms, one wasn't necessarily capable of obtaining a similar item for years, much less a Beyonder who was obviously only a mid-sequence Beyonder. If I had an item at the demigod level without any real negative side effects, why wouldn't I keep it for my own use? Alger knew that the hermit was using mockery to respond to his attempt at sounding her out, but he wasn't as irascible as his peers. He slowly took a deep breath and said, "I'll keep an eye out. But ma'am, You should know very well that just an effective clue towards such an item might be enough to cover the cost of an ocean songster's potion formula. Very staid. Not easily angered. This is very different from the usual style of the Church of Storms. Was the conclusion of my first observation wrong? He's only disguising himself as a priest of the storm? No, I can't think of it that way. This might also be because he doesn't dare to flare up under Mr. Fool's watch. Or perhaps he's just an odd one out in the Church of Storms. There might not be many, but it's not extremely rare. Katlia wasn't greedy. She didn't sound him out a second time as she nodded. I know. As the conversation between the two came to an end, no one made any requests during the transaction segment. A number of members already had the means to obtain whatever they needed, so there was no need to make any requests for purchases. It was mainly Audrey and Furs who were waiting for the subsequent potion formulas. Another reason stemmed from their financial situation or circumstances, and they weren't able to make any early expenditures. This included Emlyn, who was filled with desire for the Sanguine's Viscount inheritance, as well as Miss Magician, who wanted a mystical item. Indeed, as everyone slowly cast off their statuses as low-sequence beyonders, advancements are no longer that fast. The rate of transactions will also rapidly drop. In the past, there was basically 1 or 2 deals every week, but now it might be 2 to 3 weeks. In the future, it might even be 3 to 4 months. Without knowing whether it was for the better or worse, Klein nodded gently to indicate that it was time to engage in the free exchange. Audrey looked at Derek and waited for him to describe the unexpected situation at the City of Silver. Derek didn't let her expectations down. Before anyone could speak, he earnestly said, "Elder Lovia has been released. I encountered her at the library." Shepherd Lovia has been released? Using flesh and blood, the entire team that she led was corrupted by the true creator, so how can she be without any problems? What is the 6-member council thinking? Klein originally wanted to say something along the lines of, "If there's nothing wrong with Lovia, I'll chop off my head and gift it to the true creator to be kicked like a ball." However, considering how swears and curses involve deities in them and might lead to terrible consequences, he rationally changed his thoughts. "Of course, I don't have to be that careful with me above the gray fog," he sighed inwardly. "Elder Lovia has been released? That shepherd." Audrey quickly recalled what the name meant. Back then, Little Sun had used Blasphemer Amon's possession and Mr. Fool's help to expose the fact that the entire exploration team had been corrupted by the true creator. As for the team, it was led by Lovia. Her job as a shepherd happened to correspond to the secret suppliant pathway of the true creator. Yes. Derek nodded earnestly as he looked towards the hanged man. Alger thought for a moment before asking, "Has your chief returned to the City of Silver? Why would Mr. Hanged Man suddenly ask about this?" "All right. To release such an important figure, it's impossible that the other elders of the 6-member council wouldn't wait for the chief's return. If the chief has yet to return, and that they had decided this without his consent, it goes to show that the situation is even more terrible than one can imagine. It was so terrible that they couldn't even await his return. If the chief has already returned, then the reason for releasing Lovia has a high chance to do with the outcome of the exploration. This is because, according to Little Sun, this is the only exploration in recent times for the City of Silver. Why didn't I think of this? Audrey, you're still lacking in experience." Audrey reflected and consoled herself in thought. Yes, not long ago. Derek was surprised by Mr. Hanged Man's accurate guesses. At this moment, Furs, who had been listening quietly, combined what she knew from before and suddenly had an idea. "Mr. Sun, could this be the situation? Your chief led the exploration team and that little boy, Jack, to seek out a path that leads to the outside world. But they realized that the power of the true creator is required. Heh, this isn't a lie I'm fabricating, but an inference of the facts. The father of that boy, Jack, belonged to the Aurora Order, and they were seeking the holy residence of the true creator before arriving where you are. Therefore, for the entire City of Silver, your chief decided to release Shepherd Lovia after returning. If that's really the case, Mr. Sun would be in grave danger," Audrey said with worry. Furz's words sank Derek's heart. At this moment, Alger shook his head. No, I have the exact opposite belief. Miss Magician's inference is identical to my theory, but I believe this will make it safer for the sun. Why? Derek's heart calmed down as he asked. Isn't that simple? Balance. Klein scoffed inwardly. The danger of the true creator is noticeable by any sentient creature with eyes and a brain. Your chief will definitely not put all his chips on him. He definitely needs a force that can counterbalance the true creator. As for you, the one who exposed their ploy, you were possessed by Blasphemer Amon, so you might represent another possibility. The more Lovia and company wish harm upon you, the more the chief and the other elders will protect you. This way, they would turn a blind eye to whatever suspicious aspects you didn't manage to erase. Alger explained simply. This ends up being a silver lining? Furs was stunned. Mr. Hanged Man makes a lot of sense. When it comes to analyzing matters and the situation, I'm still far from matching him. Audrey felt somewhat depressed. She even thought of puffing her cheeks, but she immediately realized that it wasn't an elegant act. All she could do was keep those thoughts to herself. For the rest of the members, Emlyn, who didn't know much about Lovia, had a hard time keeping up. However, he knew about Jack and the repeated cycles, so he was barely able to understand the discussion. In order to break out of the City of Silver's conundrum, they released a danger that has the true creator involved? Emlyn inwardly made a guess. Compared to him, Katlia couldn't understand a word. She felt as though she was from a completely different world compared to the other members. I actually have a feeling of admiration despite my incomprehension of what they said. The last time I had this feeling was several years ago. Back then, I was still very weak. There were some inklings in the previous tarot gatherings, especially so when it involves the City of Silver, but never has it been as serious as this time. Also, why are they discussing the true creator and Blasphemer Amon so naturally? It should be the Blasphemer Amon I know of. They're only mid-sequence beyonders. What have they actually done in the past? Katlia's confidence as a powerhouse suffered a setback at that very moment. After hearing Mr. Hanged Man's analysis, Derek first heaved a sigh of relief before asking with tense nerves, could this result in our City of Silver being destroyed by the fallen creator? He originally wished that Mr. Hanged Man could provide him with an answer that could relieve him, but he ended up hearing the man say in a deep voice, that possibility can't be ruled out. Then what should I do? Derek earnestly sought advice. Under the situation of us not understanding what your chief and the other elders of the 6-member council are up to, I cannot provide you with any suggestions, but I don't think you need to be in such a panic. Alger raised his head to glance at Mr. Fool, who was silently looking at the members from the end of the long bronze table. Tracing his gaze, Derek subconsciously looked over and saw Mr. Fool, whose extremely blurry figure was covered in the gray fog. He instantly felt a sense of serenity, and he couldn't help but recall that holy and powerful angel. Although I've foiled several of the true creator's ploys, I'll definitely not last a second if I were to really clash with him. The situation will devolve into the fool coming to his doorstep, but the true creator finding the fool completely lacking. Klein maintained his casual listening state, without saying a word or showing any expression. Derek retracted his gaze and said to Alger, Mr. Hanged Man, thank you for your help. I will try to figure out what Chief and the others are planning. With the matter coming to an end, Katlia deliberated before saying, was the Blasphemer Amon you were talking about before referring to the ancestor of the Amon family in the 4th epoch's Tudor Empire? The son of the creator? Son of the creator? Audrey was stunned by what Ma'am Hermit said. She instinctively turned her head to the end of the long bronze table and discovered Mr. Fool sitting there calmly, as though he was tacitly confirming Amon's other identity. The son of the creator? Alger was stunned by the hermit's description as he couldn't help but twitch his brows. However, he didn't directly inquire further because this could very likely expose certain matters. Besides, he was very confident that there would be other members asking. The son of the creator? Furs asked with piqued interest. She never expected that Amon had such a shocking identity. Aside from the titles like Blasphemer and King of Angels, she was filled with curiosity over this. Katlia swept her a look and said without a change in tone. Legend has it that back when the original creator split into the various deities and races, his body produced 2 babies. One of them was blasphemer Amon. The mural inside Amon's mausoleum was somewhat different from your description. Back when Amon and Adam was born, the creator had just awoken and withdrew the authorities of the ancient gods. He was seated high on a holy mountain and was surrounded by angels as they praised him. There were no signs of him dying or splitting. That mural does have something in common with the City of Silver's historical records. Perhaps the creator had really awoken twice. And perhaps the original creator and Amon's father, the creator as recorded by the City of Silver, aren't the same person. Both of them have an inheritance relationship. As Klein listened to Ma'am Hermit's description, he began theorizing. Amon is actually the son of the creator. Such a status is in no way inferior to the true gods. As for Mr. Fool, our tarot club was able to easily purify his avatar and stop his possession. Audrey recalled the past matters and suddenly felt that she had unknowingly exceeded many ordinary beyonders. The circles and levels of knowledge exposure that the 2 groups had differed by more than 100 times. She asked with piqued interest, Ma'am Hermit, do you know the other son of the creator? Adam, Katlia answered succinctly. Audrey was clearly taken aback. This was because her question only required a yes or no. After receiving the confirmation that she knew, she would ask for the details and make it clear that she was willing to pay for it. Who knew that Ma'am Hermit had directly given her the name Adam? She doesn't seem to care too much about such information. She's in control of a lot of information. Audrey managed to infer certain matters through this detail as her eyes darted about. I've never heard of an important figure named Adam. I haven't either. Apart from being recorded as the son of the creator, it's like he has never appeared before. There are nearly no traces of him in the history of the 4th epoch, Katlia answered frankly. This Adam is very mysterious. I'm already rather well-versed in the 4th epoch's 3 empires of Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsoist, as well as the angel families that come under them. Yet, I've never heard of him before. If it wasn't for Rhodes who live-streamed the Church of Steam and Machinery's exploration of Amon's mausoleum, I wouldn't have even known his name. Has he long perished? Or is he hidden in the dark while scheming something? Klein sighed inwardly. Audrey subconsciously glanced at Mr. Hanged Man and discovered him shaking his head as well. Amon is a king of angels, so it doesn't make sense for Adam to not be one. There should be records in the City of Silver. Audrey looked at Derek. For some reason, Derek easily understood what was on Miss Justice's mind. He said in slight embarrassment, We do not know about Adam, just like how we don't know about Amon. I was previously searching for ancient tomes related to the King of Angels. I believe that I was lacking in clearance as my sequence was still low at that time. I will continue searching for information on this. King of Angels. Katlia moved her fingers indiscernibly as she memorized the phrase. She knew that Miss Justice would definitely answer if she asked, so without waiting, she directly asked, Amon is a king of angels that all of you are referring to? Yes. To thank Ma'am Hermit for her generosity, Audrey explained in detail. In the records of the City of Silver, the Creator had many angels attending to him. Among them, the leaders of the angels who were closest to the throne of God were deemed king of angels. We haven't managed to confirm many king of angels. One of them is the angel of fate Ouroboros who originates from the ancient tomes of the City of Silver. His title is Tail Devourer. The second is Medici, who Mr. Fool happened to mention. We are still unsure of his title. The third is a guess. We suspect that Amon is the angel of time among the king of angels. Since he is a king of angels, Adam, who is also a son of the Creator, is very likely one as well. Haven't managed to confirm many. I don't even know the term king of angels. But you have already grasped half of them. That's not many? None of your sequences are higher than mine. Katlia nearly became speechless. Only at this point did Emlyn really understand the meaning behind a king of angels. He decided to use these names to seek out traces of the King of Angels via the secret historical records the Sanguine had in their control after he returned to the real world. Katlia fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Mr. Sun, you were once possessed by Amon?" "Yes, it was his avatar," Derek answered honestly. "However, he was purified by Mr. Fool. I wasn't injured at all." Purified by Mr. Fool. Katlia couldn't hold back the urge to look at the end of the long bronze table. She originally imagined that she had a general idea of Mr. Fool's state, believing that he was still in a state of reawakening and was unable to use much of his powers. This was why he sought the identity of Sea God and obtained that scepter. However, the present situation shook the foundations of her speculation. She felt that Mr. Fool was like an iceberg. What was hidden beneath the surface was even more terrifying and unfathomable. He easily thwarted Amon's plans. Under certain situations, he can briefly break through the restrictions and produce strength at the level of a god. Katlia's heart sank as she didn't ask further. She cautiously shut her mouth. At this moment, Audrey had thought of something that puzzled her because of this topic. She proactively asked, "Ma'am Hermit, after Amon's avatar was purified by Mr. Fool, a worm with 12 transparent rings was left behind. It's said to be a worm of time. Is that correct?" Katlia recalled for 2 seconds before saying, "Yes." "Which pathway does it belong to? Which Beyonder pathway does the Blasphemer pathway belong to?" Audrey pressed out of curiosity. Katlia answered directly without any thought. "The Marauder pathway. Legend has it that at the saint or angel level, they are able to fool fate and cheat the rules, becoming a parasite of time." "Sounds very impressive." Audrey marveled inwardly before asking, "Then, what can a worm of time be used for?" "Nice question." Klein secretly cheered for Miss Justice. He pumped himself up as he waited for Ma'am Hermit to give the answer. He happened to have a worm of time in his junk pile. It's a material with rich spirituality and unique effects. It can be used in particular rituals or be used to create high-level charms. But as for how, I'm not sure. After Katlia answered, she suddenly sighed. She recalled the nightmare of being constantly pursued by knowledge, as well as the massive amount of information that could seemingly burst her brains. But even so, she still didn't know a lot. If the hidden sage hadn't gone mad and could provide knowledge bit by bit, I'll actually be more than happy to learn from him, Katlia secretly sighed. All that matters is that it's useful. As for how it's used, I have other people to consult. Klein controlled the world with great satisfaction and looked at Emlyn. "Mr. Moon, I have something I would like to communicate with you in private. Aren't the transactions over?" Emlyn nodded, feeling somewhat uncertain. "Okay." The world immediately requested for Mr. Fool's permission and successfully obtained the privilege of isolating everyone. Then he looked at Emlyn White and said, "I wish for you to present to me every action which Leonard Mitchell made in your memories." "Why?" Emlyn asked in puzzlement. "It involves certain secrets." Klein controlled the world to answer succinctly. His true goal wasn't to buy that mystical item, but to observe Leonard Mitchell. That fellow has deep secrets. The world as well. For an investigation, he was willing to spend £7,500. However, that mystical item is indeed powerful. Isn't the world constantly seeking a way to eliminate the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic? This is likely useful. Emlyn suppressed his wandering thoughts as he seriously recalled Leonard Mitchell from his point of view. With Mr. Fool's help, he conjured a video in the form of streaming light. When the streaming light landed in the world's hands, Klein quickly browsed through it. He confirmed that Leonard really knew the existence of the grandpa, but he was unable to determine if he understood the danger. Temporarily suppressing any corresponding thoughts, Klein removed the isolation barriers and allowed the Tarot Club members to continue. At this moment, Audrey was reminded of something by Mr. World's private communication. She hurriedly looked at Furs and asked in concern, "Miss Magician, did you discover any abnormalities at William Street?" "That will require Mr. World to answer you," Furs said, having been put into a difficult position. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak again, Klein controlled the world and hoarsely replied, "There were abnormalities, but I have already informed the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. If there are any future problems, I might require your help." "All right." Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Informed the Church of Evernight and Steam. This, Katlia found the description ludicrous. From what she knew, a secret organization like the Tarot Club was a natural enemy of the official Beyonders. There was no room for any compromises between the two, but the way the world had dealt with it and the words he used had made it seem like the Tarot Club was an organization that cooperated with the official Beyonders. Colored by these feelings, she listened to the rest of the conversation before bowing and bidding farewell when Mr. Fool made the closing remark. Soon, Klein was the only one left above the gray fog. Second floor of the Sweet Lemon Bar, in the boss's room. Bilt Brando held a cigar as he stood by the window. He was looking out, and his eyes were out of focus as he wore a dark and terrifying expression. At this moment, a bodyguard entered, bent his back slightly, and carefully said, "Sir, Sothith has returned from the east. Let him in." Bilt tried hard to correct his expression. Sothith Yan was his assistant, an important member of the Adventurer Association. In less than a minute, Sothith, who was dressed in a linen shirt, brown jacket and red headscarf, walked in. He looked to be in his 30s and had bronze skin. He had recessed eye sockets and a black mustache below and under his lips. He was obviously someone who spent most of his time at sea. Sothith bowed rather informally and sized up Bilt Brando. "Boss, something happened?" "Yes, something happened. From the looks of it, it will fail." Bilt didn't keep the matter from him as he sighed. "I have no idea how I'm going to answer that important figure." Without waiting for Sothith to answer, he asked, "Have there been any changes at the Eastern Front?" "Still the same as usual. The pirates are still after every ship they can plunder. They even target each other. The Navy is only able to guard the various colonial posts, and they're barely able to maintain smooth passage through the sea routes while protecting the relatively important ships. There are often sea battles with both sides obtaining victories at times," Sothith said as he shrugged his shoulders. "The eastern front of the Sonia Sea is a pirate's playground." Bilt sighed in agreement. Sothith thought for a moment and added, "There has been some recent news from the islands on the eastern front. Apparently it first originated from the Black Death." "Vice Admiral Ailment? What news is it?" Bilt asked, his interest piqued. Sothith said with a solemn and excited tone, "Vice Admiral Ailment really encountered an assassination attempt and was seriously injured. And the person who attacked her was the adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow." "Gehrman Sparrow?" Bilt blurted out. "Yes, it's him. He really is a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. Even if it was a sneak attack, it happened on the Black Death. There were so many infamous pirates around, but he managed to successfully escape after dealing a heavy blow to Vice Admiral Ailment. He later hunted Wormtongue Mither," Sothith answered with affirmation while sighing. Bilt staggered before sighing. "That's important news. There are very few powerhouses at the pirate admiral level among adventurers. To be able to deal a heavy blow to a pirate admiral on her flagship while alone. Such an operation can only be done if one is absolutely confident in themselves or crazy enough. Only a madman will infiltrate a pirate admiral's flagship in an attempt to assassinate her, instead of finding another spot." Having said that, his expression changed slightly. "I met an adventurer named Gehrman Sparrow last night." "For real?" Sothith's pupils shrank as he asked solemnly. "I can't be sure since I've never met the real Gehrman Sparrow, or seen his photograph or portrait." Bilt shook his head. Sothith thought for a moment and said, "You can search for the newspapers from the Rorstad archipelago to confirm his identity. So many days have passed. There should be tourists that would have brought over the corresponding news report and Sonia Morning Post. Yes, the government offices, police stations, churches, and charity organizations will subscribe to the important newspapers of the Rorstad archipelago." The Rorstad archipelago was the biggest colonial grounds of the Lone Kingdom in the central Sonia Sea. Its influence radiated outward, so there was no doubt that Oravi Island, which was within a distance of 3 days of travel, was part of its domain of influence. The official organizations and churches all subscribed to the newspapers and magazines of the area, so any non-crucial news would be received in 3 to 4 days. All right. Bilt nodded as he probed deeper. Do you have the exact details of Gairman Sparrow's assassination attempt on Vice Admiral Ailment? Sotha thought for a moment and said, It's said that Gairman Sparrow is able to change into anyone, just like Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. It's with that power that he successfully infiltrated the Black Death and found an opportunity to carry out the assassination. He can change into anyone. Bilt's eyes lit up. No, that won't do. That's a crazy guy who dares to infiltrate the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment. He causes one to instinctively fear him and distance themselves from him. The light in Bilt's eyes dimmed. Furthermore, I don't even know if he's the real one or not. He subconsciously shook his head. I wonder when the Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind will take action and deal with the abnormality at William Street. I hope they do it as soon as possible. Amidst his thoughts, Klein left the gray fog and returned to the real world. After some consideration, he took out a piece of paper and laid it out on a brown desk. He wrote with a dark red fountain pen, asking about Mr. Azek's recent situation before mentioning how he had discovered that someone had a parasite in him while he was searching for a mystical item that could steal the beyonder powers of others. Following that, he seemingly asked in passing if there was a way to avoid the parasite and inform the host. With this as a topic starter, he added how he learned from others about information regarding the Worm of Time that was related to high-sequence beyonders from the Marauder pathway. He also mentioned that he knew that such an item could be used as a sacrificial item in important rituals or as a material in high-level charms. However, he had no idea how to produce them. Phew. Klein put down the fountain pen, folded the letter, and brought the copper whistle to his lips. He blew at it forcefully. White bones spewed out like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton messenger. But this time, the messenger didn't bore out from downstairs, and it instead tore through the ceiling like many times before, looking down at the summoner from above. Klein knew that this wasn't because the messenger had become impolite again, but because he was staying on the first floor of an inn. He flicked his wrist and threw the letter like a dart, making it land accurately in the messenger's huge bony hand. The flames in the messenger's eye sockets flickered as though it was observing Klein, but ultimately, nothing happened. Its body disintegrated into a waterfall made of bones as they drilled into the ground. After everything was done, Klein didn't spread open the paper crane. He erased what had been written and wrote the same content to seek advice from the Snake of Mercury, Will Osepton. This was because he realized something terrible. The paper crane wasn't a mystical item or beyonder weapon. It was an ordinary piece of paper that had been folded. After repeatedly having its content erased by an eraser, it was beginning to show signs of its structural integrity failing. In a few more tries, it might directly tear. I'll leave extremely important matters that require contact before considering it. For example, only when Mr. Azek isn't sure how to bypass the grandpa to warn Leonard. Klein shook his head silently and rapidly packed up the items on his desk. In addition, he didn't dare to use the radio transceiver to contact a Rhodes recently. This was because the powerhouse sent by the True Creator was likely still loitering around the area in search for the All-Black Eyes aura. The scent of the gray fog was also equally able to attract the True Creator's attention, allowing him to inform his believers. Today I'll continue being a tourist and relax. Tomorrow, I'll begin searching for an opportunity to do real acting. Klein retracted his thoughts, draped on his coat, and took his top hat before walking out the inn. He planned on heading to the mountains outside Orovie Harbor to watch the sunset. This thought stemmed from a popular novel. Its author's name was Leanne Mastang. This gentleman was born in Odora and had decided to permanently reside in Backlund after the age of 20. His books had introduced the sunset at Mt. St. Draco with immense feelings, believing that it was the most beautiful scene he had ever seen. Klein rode a carriage out the city and walked to the foot of Mt. St. Draco. He took an hour before arriving at the peak of the not-so-tall mountain. Time passed as the sun slowly set, making the blue sea situated to the left of the mountain peak appear like a sea of fire. As for the emerald green forests and the vast fields on the right, they seemed to be gilded. All the colors bloomed with the final touches of radiance in that instant before darkness gradually approached until it became dark. Ships entered the harbor as carriages drove into the city. The busy people began returning home on the roads parallel to the wheat fields and fruit gardens. When darkness enveloped the entire land, specks of warm light lit up one after another inside and outside the city. They were like resplendent gems that dotted the velvet night sky. "It's really beautiful," Klein admired for a moment until all the lights from each family were reflected in his eyes. He turned around in silence and walked down the mountain path. Accompanied by the dark trees, he returned to the foot of the mountain before walking for some distance until he hired a carriage along the periphery of the port city. The carriage stably proceeded forward as the dim yellow halos from the iron-black elegant street lamps silently illuminated the ground, receding backwards into the distance. After some time, Klein returned to his inn. He took out his key and opened his door. There was a bed, a desk, and a chair in the room, silently sitting there in the rich darkness. They silently reflected some of the crimson luster. Klein closed the door very gently and walked to the window. He stood in the shadows created by the curtains and remained motionless for quite some time. The lights outside were still bright. Early the next morning, Klein turned on the tap and patted his face with ice-cold water, rejuvenating his entire body. He had already thought of a way to engage in true acting. It was still the hospital where death could occur at any moment. In the past, Klein had only circled the area without much focus. Loitering around had made it hard for him to find any suitable targets. This time, he planned on using some time of volunteer work to stay in the hospital for prolonged periods of time. He could provide hospice to the dying patients who temporarily didn't have their family beside them. By doing so, he could await the targets he needed. After having breakfast, Klein arrived at 10 Black Forest Street and entered the Orvie Hospice Foundation. This was a charity organization of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. One of its responsibilities was to provide the various hospitals with trained volunteers. Klein came to the registration booth and saw the female employee reading the papers. Hence, he lightly tapped the table to attract her attention. "Is there something I can help you with?" The lady lowered the papers and asked. "I wish to do some volunteer work," Klein said succinctly. "Name?" The lady looked up at him. Suddenly, her eyes froze as her right hand trembled. The fountain pen she had just picked up fell to the ground. In the papers in front of her was a portrait that looked almost realistic. The portrait's owner was that of the crazy and dangerous adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. Orvie Hospice Foundation. The lady responsible for volunteer registration hurriedly bent her back as she frantically searched for the fountain pen which had dropped. At this moment, Klein also noticed that she was reading a news report paper from a few days ago. It was back when his portrait and escapades were published. This area subscribes to newspapers from the Rørsted archipelago as well. From the time it takes to sail between the places, it's true that they can only read news from 3 to 4 days ago. If I had known earlier, I would have worn a new face and thought of a fake name before coming. Klein stood in front of the desk as he thought helplessly. The lady in her 30s finally picked up the fountain pen, raised her head, and said with a trembling voice, "Why you want to do volunteer work?" "Yes." Klein gave an affirmative answer. But you're an adventurer." The mortified lady stammered for an excuse. She instinctively didn't want such an extremely dangerous person to do volunteer work. "Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. Forget it. I'll switch my appearance and name before coming again." Klein had the intention of giving up as he questioned her without any emotion. "Who made the rules that adventurers can't do volunteer work?" The lady responsible for the registration was on the brink of tears as she blurted out, "It wasn't me." The volunteer registration room became abnormally quiet. Klein was first taken aback before he felt like laughing. It took him a great deal of effort to maintain Gehrman Sparrow's image. After the lady calmed down, she sensed that her answer was clearly problematic. She forced a smile and said, "No, I mean, this isn't regulated by anyone. My impression of adventurers is that they are very busy. They need to be out at sea and have very little time to do volunteer work. That's them, Klein answered succinctly. The lady held her palm to her mouth as she revealed a smile. All right, I'll immediately help you with your registration. As she spoke, she pulled out a form and handed it over. Please fill it in. We will provide the corresponding training and volunteer jobs according to your requests. We will contact you, or you can always come over to inquire for any updates. She had already made up her mind not to put Gairman Sparrow's form into the docket. Instead, she would hand it directly to the Foundation's person in charge and the police. Goddess, why is this dangerous fellow here to do volunteer work? She secretly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Klein nodded in silence. He took the form and sat down. Picking up a fountain pen, he began filling in his basic information. During this process, a man in a doctor's gown entered and asked, Joanna, are there any new volunteers? We'll begin the morning training. Joanna, who was in charge of the registration, had the intention to shake her head. However, Gairman Sparrow, who sat opposite her, gave her an intense sense of pressure even though he remained silent and didn't raise his head. She didn't dare to lie. There is, she first replied to the man and then looked at Klein. Mr. Sparrow, do you wish to receive the basic training for volunteer work now, or do you wish to wait until tomorrow? Klein thought for a moment before saying, now. He planned on familiarizing himself first, allowing him to show his professionalism at volunteer work after changing his identity. That way, he could quickly help out at a hospital. Joanna clearly drew a breath and said, Then follow Mr. Gravia after you are done filling in the form. All right, Klein replied calmly. Half an hour later, the calm and polite adventurer who had his madness hidden in him stared at the abnormally dirty toilet in front of him. He held his breath and said, Scrub it. Right, you have already received the basic training on how to carry a patient. However, that isn't the most common task we do at a hospital. We're mainly in charge of cleaning a patient's vomit or changing and washing the linen, as well as maintaining the cleanliness of the washroom. Heh. Matters such as bandaging wounds are left to the professionals. We only need you to have the basics grasped. Gravia pinched his nose as he pointed to the stained toilets. A volunteer has already demonstrated it to you. Please begin. This is very different from what I imagined. Completely different. Klein's first reaction was to turn his back and leave, but he ultimately picked up the cleaning tools with a deadpan expression. He held back his disgust and went over before crouching down. Then, he leaned back a little as he extended his right arm. At noon, Klein took off his white gown and wore his top hat before leaving Orvie Hospice Foundation with a cold expression. He had serious second thoughts about continuing the volunteer work to find opportunities for real acting. Only when his carriage arrived at the Sweet Lemon Bar did he steel his resolve to continue the attempt. I have to become a Nimblewright master in 1350 and digest the potion, so as to begin seeking the clues to become a high-sequence beyonder. Klein emphasized his goal once again. He retracted his emotions and entered the Sweet Lemon Bar. He spent 8 pence for apple cider marinated pork ribs and a piece of buttered bread. Together with a cup of rye beer costing 1.5 pence, they formed Klein's lunch. He finished eating in an unhurried fashion before using a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He said to the bartender, Where's your boss? I have something to talk to him about. Since he had already verbally agreed to join the Adventurer Association, Klein naturally didn't plan on missing the opportunity to use this loose alliance. He planned to ask Bilt Brando to contact unaffiliated artisans or artisans who were willing to moonlight. He wanted an artisan to create an item like Azek's copper whistle, so he didn't need to set up a ritual and chant the incantations every time he summoned his messenger. It was complicated, troublesome, and a waste of time. Of course, if Bilt Brando didn't know an artisan, Klein didn't plan on forcing the matter. After all, joining the Adventurer Association didn't require him to pay. The bartender pointed to the staircase and said, He's on the 2nd floor. If you've already agreed to join his association and have seen those bodyguards, then they'll let you up. Klein nodded indiscernibly and slowly got up before walking towards the staircase. Indeed, no guard stopped him. Only when he reached the second floor did a bodyguard approach him to inquire about his purpose. Thanks to his reputation as Gairman Sparrow, he easily met Built Brando again. He also saw an unfamiliar man beside him. "My friend, Sathithyan, an important member of the association." Built pointed to the man in a red headscarf. At the same time, he exchanged looks with the man and saw the seriousness and puzzlement in each other's eyes. After a simple greeting, Klein got a chair to sit on. He directly said, "I wish to obtain the help of an artisan. I wonder if the association is able to provide any clues." "Artisan?" Built sucked at his cigar and paused for a few seconds. He deliberated for a moment before saying, "I do know an artisan, but he's unwilling to meet strangers. This will bring him grave danger. If you have any requests, then I can be the middleman. I believe I have the required reputation to do so. To most churches, mid- and low-sequence beyonders without any evil intentions could be ignored at times. However, artisans needed to be dealt with indiscriminately. Otherwise, the mystical items they created could flood the markets, bringing about extreme unrest to human society. From the looks of it, the Adventurer Association which Built organized isn't just wasting money. At the very least, it has amassed quite a lot of resources and information channels. Klein took out the Murloc bladder which he had long prepared. "I wish to make this into a ring, mainly to provide one with underwater mobility." He temporarily didn't mention the messenger, planning to test the artisan's ability and Built's reputation. If the messenger summoning incantation became widely known, it would create quite a bit of trouble. A sequence 9 Beyonder characteristic isn't expensive. Even if Built succumbs to greed and usurps the created mystical item, it doesn't matter. After all, I have a bunch of charms from the sea god domain. Furthermore, it's not like I can't find him to settle the debt. This is better. For him to be able to organize an adventurer association, he definitely has plenty of money and ingredients. As Klein's thoughts reeled, he couldn't help but size up Built. In that instant, Built shuddered for some baffling reason. All the hair on his back stood up. He felt as though Gairman Sparrow's eyes looked like he had seen a treasure trove. As treasure, this wasn't a good experience at all. Built glanced at Sothith and forced a smile. "This is a Murloc's bladder, right? Making a material at this level into a mystical item basically wouldn't have any accidents. The artisan's fee is £150. You can pay me after it's crafted." "A very fair price." Klein nodded silently as he threw the Murloc bladder over. After Built caught it, he added, "Help me ask the artisan if he has the ability to fix the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature onto an item which can be used for at least a year." "No problem." Built heaved a sigh of relief before signaling to Sothith with his eyes. Sothith rubbed his depressed eye socket and took a step forward. "Mr. Gairman, would you be interested in heading out to sea soon? We already have a few pretty good ships. They're planning on hiring manpower to the Eastern Front to hunt pirates." "Interesting. But my focus right now is to digest my potion." Klein calmly shook his head. Sothith's smile froze before vanishing. He didn't say anything further, as it was a rejection from an adventurer at the pirate admiral level. He and Built had already found the relevant newspapers and confirmed the authenticity of Gairman Sparrow. Klein slowly stood up and pressed his top hat to his chest before bowing slightly. "Thank you for your help." Built's facial muscles twitched a little as though he was holding back something. He had something to say, but he wasn't able to say it out loud. Finally, he slowly drew in a breath and smiled. "I believe we should hope for a pleasant partnership." Klein sensed Built's and Sothith's abnormality, but he suppressed his puzzlement and didn't ask. "I can't ask. There will be trouble once I ask. I have to focus on digesting the potion." Klein turned around and walked to the door before turning the doorknob. "Mr. Gairman," Built suddenly said. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly looked back. "Nothing? Haha. I mean, as a member of the association, you can have cheaper drinks over here," Built said with a forced smile. "Do you think I would have pressed on the matter?" "TSK." Klein gently nodded and opened the door to leave. After watching his back vanish, Bilt stared in a daze for 2 seconds before letting out a long sigh. Inside the room, Sothith pressed down on the edges of his eyes when he heard Bilt's sigh. He said in a deep voice, "Boss, that important figure will arrive the day after tomorrow." Bilt's expression turned serious as he looked back. "I know. We only have 2 choices. First, we ignore whether Gehrman Sparrow is worth trusting, and we entrust him with the mission. We can only hope for the best outcome. Second, we immediately abandon our business in Oravi, leaving with our cash and jewelry to become pirates at sea. I have the confidence to make most sailors and adventurers on the pirate hunter follow us." Sothith paused before adding, "Boss, back when you were an adventurer, leading our ship and hunting pirates, you were always this decisive and tenacious. I believe you have already made your decision. There's no need for me to do anything else." "Haha. There's no need to suck up to me." Bilt smiled bitterly. "I'm no longer the fearless pirate hunter who didn't fear blood or gunfire from before. Long periods of an easy and comfortable life have dulled my will. I don't even wish to seek out chances to advance. Those companions who had turned into monsters still live on in my mind." Phew. He exhaled as his expression instantly turned solemn. "However, you're right. We don't have time to hesitate. We have to immediately make a decision." Having said that, Bilt turned his head and gestured at the window with his chin. Sothith was taken aback for a moment before understanding what his boss meant. After leaving the Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein strolled by the side of the street, planning to hire a carriage at the crossroads. At this moment, he heard a window open above him and saw a figure jump down. Perhaps after experiencing the terrifying incidents involving the Antigonus family's notebook and Bancy Harbor's strange telegraph office, Klein's first reaction was that Bilt Brando was dead. He had suddenly died after his visit and was thrown down from upstairs, falling to the ground with his eyes wide open. This was just like how he saw Ray Bieber's mother dead in a reclining chair back then. The body was highly decomposed, and the eyeball fell to the floor because of the external disturbance. Similar thoughts flashed through his mind as Klein discerned the figure who had fallen from upstairs to be Sothith Yan, not Bilt Brando. Furthermore, he looked normal and was clearly still alive. "Oh no, here comes trouble." Klein's heart skipped a beat, having a more accurate guess. If it were himself, he definitely would have pretended not to see Sothith Yan jump off the building to intercept him, running before the man could even say a word and until he shook him off his tail. It would be akin to how Admiral of Stars was being pursued by knowledge. "Unfortunately, I'm currently Gehrman Sparrow. A crazy adventurer wouldn't flee because of such trivial matters. Getting to know myself better is an additional perk." Klein halted and watched as Sothith firmly landed on the ground. He bowed with his hand placed over his chest. "Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, we have a very important task to entrust you." "Here it comes," Klein calmly replied. "I won't be that free lately. This wouldn't waste too much of your time. You can first listen to what it is about before considering to reject or accept it," Sothith said earnestly. "I'm afraid I have no choice but to accept it after hearing it. Actually, it's still all right. If Bilt Brando and Sothith Yan threaten me to take the mission, I don't mind changing them into gold pounds and beyonder ingredients." Klein thought it through seriously and discovered that he didn't need to have too many reservations out at sea. Having the strength of a pirate admiral basically made him unstoppable in most areas. He took out the pocket watch in his inner pocket and opened it. "I'm giving you 5 minutes. All right, that's enough." Sothith pointed at the entrance to the Sweet Lemon Bar behind Klein. Returning to the room, Klein glanced at the wall clock and said coldly, "You still have 3 minutes and 12 seconds. His attitude gave Bilt a baffling sense of ease. He began to believe that Gehrman Sparrow definitely had the capabilities to complete the mission. "Mr. Gehrman, I heard that you can transform into anyone, just like how Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos was formerly capable of doing so," Bilt hurriedly asked. "Who revealed this matter?" Klein pricked up his brows as his gaze towards Bilt turned gloomy. If news of Gehrman Sparrow being able to transform into anyone spread, it was quite troublesome for Klein. This was because this made others either think of creeping hunger, making them think of Kalangos' death, or they would think that he was a beyonder who had certain secrets and was suspected to be a faceless. The former would attract the attention of the Twilight Hermit Order, while the latter would attract the attention of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, who would send personnel to investigate. Of course, the Church of the Evernight Goddess wasn't a powerful force at sea, so Klein didn't need to worry too much about it. He just didn't wish to be in conflict with the Nighthawks. If that happened, he had no choice but to abandon his identity as Gehrman Sparrow. This was at the critical point where more and more people knew of the crazy and powerful adventurer who had a soft heart while he was being acknowledged and gaining feedback. Bilt sensed the change in Gehrman Sparrow's gaze as he tensed up. He chuckled and said, "This was news released from the Black Death. Tracy, she's trying to seek revenge on me by doing so. One day, I'll successfully hunt her." Klein nodded slightly and said, "You can think of it as real." He didn't explain how he received his powers of shapeshifting, as this didn't match Gehrman Sparrow's persona. Bilt heaved a sigh of relief and said after 2 seconds of silence, "We're helping an important figure to search for a stand-in." Under Gehrman Sparrow's ambiguous gaze, he explained in detail, "That important figure needs to independently deal with a secret matter that he doesn't want others to know of. Therefore, he needs a stand-in to represent him in dealing with his daily affairs. He would meet different guests and socialize with his mistress without revealing a problem. He will take 3 to 5 days to return. We had already found someone who looked like him, spending a great deal of time to correct his posture and accent, and we had informed the good news to the important figure, who knew that the tramp would overeat and suddenly die last night. That important figure is about to begin his operation. We do not have the time to look for another person who looks like him, so we can only seek your help. Isn't this the true acting opportunity I've been looking for?" Klein was moved. However, he sharply noticed one point. To be addressed as an important figure by Bilt, leader of the Adventurer Association, it definitely meant that the person was an important figure. Matters that happened around an important figure were often not simple. It contained quite a considerable risk. Klein thought for a moment before asking in a deep tone, "Do you think that this matter will be dangerous?" "No, as long as you aren't exposed, there shouldn't be any danger. You need to represent the important figure and appear at social conventions. No one would dare assassinate him. Yes, I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that this important figure would silence everyone who knows about this matter after it's done? Don't worry, the pirates have fabricated plenty of vicious rumors about him. So even if this matter succeeds, no one will believe it even if you divulge this in the future. It will only be treated as a joke," Bilt said with a smile as he spread his hands. Klein no longer bothered with the topic and switched to asking, "What kind of payment are you offering?" £1,000 and 3 chances to get the artisan to make something for you. I'll pay for all expenses apart from the materials." Bilt made an offer which he believed Gehrman Sparrow wasn't unable to resist based on what had been previously entrusted to him. "It's not bad. Besides, it gives me a chance to do true acting." Klein took a look at the wall clock and said, "I'll return and consider. I'll give you the answer in the evening." Regardless, he had to head above the gray fog to divine the level of danger. Considering how Bilt and Sothith were Sequence 7, or even Sequence 6 Beyonders, Klein didn't directly request to head to the washroom in front of them to prevent them from sensing a problem. As the important figure's identity hadn't been revealed, Bilt wasn't too worried. He nodded. "All right. I hope for a pleasant partnership." Williams Street. A stout man from Fasak who was nearly 2 meters tall was searching for clues. Suddenly, he felt his spiritual perception trigger as he looked up. Light which resembled the morning sun's rays surfaced around his body, illuminating the surrounding houses and street lamps as though they were illusions. At the same time, sparks soared on the street as all kinds of supernatural phenomena appeared. Indeed, the Sauron family has sent people over. The man from Fasak who had his suspicions cast his gaze straight down the street. He saw Nighthawks wearing red or black gloves as black gun barrels covered with complicated patterns extended out of the rooftops. They were aimed at him while the surrounding passers-by didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He also saw the Church of Steam and Machinery's Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, Horimic, and the church of the Evernight Goddesses Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, St. Anthony. Immediately following that, he caught sight of members of the Sauron family raising their hands above their heads through the corner of his eye. The powerful Faceac spies also did the same thing. They had decisively chosen to surrender. Resistance only spelled certain death. There was still a chance of being repatriated by surrendering. At 6:30 that evening, Klein once again came to the Sweet Lemon Bar where he met Bilt and Sweet Lemon Bar. He expressionlessly said, "An advance of £500. Then, you will need to tell me who I'm supposed to change into." Bilt couldn't hold back his smile as he gestured for Sothith to collect the funds from the safe while saying with a deep voice, "He's the kingdom's highest-ranking Navy commander of the Central Sonia Sea. His Excellency Admiral Emirius Revolt. A real demigod. Admiral Emirius Revolt. A true demigod." Upon hearing Bilt's reveal, a few words immediately appeared in Klein's mind. "I'm sorry. Bye." Gehrman Sparrow pricked up his brows slightly as Bilt hurried to explain. "This wouldn't influence the difficulty of the mission. There's no need for anyone to display a demigod's powers throughout the duration of the mission." He cleared his throat and forced a smile. To make the mission not as difficult, His Excellency has specially arranged for him to inspect the Oravi Naval Base for a few days. This way, he doesn't need to stay in the Central Sonia Sea's Navy headquarters, the City of Generosity, Byam. As such, he will avoid Sea King John Cotman and the Governor-General of the Rorstad Archipelago, George Negan. He would avoid most of the subordinates he's familiar with, and he'll avoid his family who operates the family estate over there. He will also avoid his mistress who he's most familiar with. That is to say that you wouldn't need to face demigods or the test of the masses. Here, there will only be 3 people who are familiar with His Excellency. The first is his secretary, Lieutenant Colonel Luan. He belongs to MI9, and he's in charge of monitoring His Excellency. He likely uses many names, and I'm not sure which is his real name. The second person will be the local mistress His Excellency has here, a beautiful lady by the name of Cynthia. It's said that her ancestor was a noble before his title was stripped, and his family was exiled here. The third person is Oravi's Governor-General, Aston Revolt, the youngest brother of His Excellency. Earl Revolt from the House of Lords is their elder brother. It really doesn't sound too difficult. Besides, my divination results tell me that it's not too dangerous. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding gently. I need the detailed information regarding Emirius Revolt. We've already prepared everything. This is his photograph. These are the descriptions of any unique traits hidden on his body. These are the unique points of his accent. These are the common words he uses. These are the different reactions and attitudes he has towards different matters. Here is the detailed information regarding his interactions with Luan, Cynthia, and Aston. Bilt was delighted as he produced all the information he received from Admiral Emirius Revolt. Klein first took the photograph and saw a middle-aged gentleman with black hair and blue eyes. He had a strict and old-fashioned demeanor, and his hair was a lot more voluminous than most lone men. He nodded indiscernibly before looking up. I know this is a lot of information, but I believe that you can memorize them all in 2 days. You have to be very professional in such matters. Before Bilt finished his sentence, he subconsciously took a step back because the person before him wasn't Gehrman Sparrow but Emirius Revolt. The strict and arrogant vibes he exuded was no different from the actual person. Holy Lord of Storms! This is almost a miracle. Bilt looked him up and down, and he couldn't help but be amazed. However, you can be another 3 centimeters taller. Your legs can be thicker, but it's fine, there's no rush. His Excellency will arrive the day after tomorrow with the Imperial Navy's 1st Central Sonia Fleet. He would inspect the Oravi Naval Base in the morning and attend a banquet held at the Governor-General's office. I have an invitation to it, and I can bring you there. You can watch from His Excellency's actions and the way he interacts with different people from the side. As he spoke, he received the £500 that Sothith had taken out from the safe. He handed it to Klein and said, I hope for a pleasant partnership. Klein weighed the notes in his hand and studied it with a few glances before saying, I hope for a pleasant partnership. Backlund, William Street. As an inconspicuous member of the Red Gloves, Leonard Mitchell leaned on the outer wall of a house, awaiting the preliminary investigation work to end. He had his right leg raised slightly with only his toes to the ground. It made him look desultory. After a while, he saw his teammate return with a somewhat complex expression. He was excited, puzzled, expectant, and nervous. Thompson, is there a conclusion? Leonard's heart stirred as he leaned over with a smile. Yeah. Thompson nodded and answered frankly. Both sides have spoken the truth. They have no way of lying in their dreams. Thompson, with his thin hair, wore his top hat once again. Their descriptions are uniform. Beneath this street is a ruin belonging to the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty. The entrance is indeed that abandoned chapel. No one knows if there's another entrance for now. Is that so? Leonard didn't delve into the details as he exchanged a few words before moving to the sidelines. Once again, he leaned against the wall. He looked around and suppressed his voice. Old man, this is what you're good at. There's a Tudor family ruin hidden here. An elderly voice rang out in his mind. You're becoming more and more impolite. In our era, disrespect to high-ranking people implies being made into living sacrifices. Also, it's impossible for there to only be one Tudor family ruin in Backlund. Are they lying? Leonard asked softly. The elderly voice chuckled and said, No, they just don't know enough. If my theories are correct, this ruin likely belongs to the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire. What? Leonard was stunned. This was an ancient dynasty he had never heard of before. The slightly aged voice chuckled. What an unknowledgeable kid. After the Solomon Empire was first destroyed, it was replaced by the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire. Its double consul ruled all of the northern continent. Double consul? Leonard ruminated over this phrase. The slightly aged voice chuckled and sighed. In the ruins underground, there should be 41 inverted candlesticks on the left and 40 on the right. 2 of them look like they belong to the throne of a giant, and, it might be where Alista Tudor became Blood Emperor. Leonard frowned slightly before easing them. He said with a relaxed smile, There must be quite a lot of secrets hidden in there. Of course, but you aren't qualified to know it. The slightly aged voice sked. Leonard curled his lips indiscernibly and said, What follows next is the exploration of the ruins. The slightly aged voice chuckled before falling silent. A minute later, Leonard saw Archbishop St. Anthony and the Church of Steam's Archbishop Horimic end their conversation as they returned to their own camps. Immediately following that, Horimic ordered all machinery hivemind personnel to leave, leaving the area to the Church of the Evernight Goddess's Nighthawks. What happened? Upon seeing this scene, Leonard was filled with puzzlement. At that moment, all the Nighthawks heard Archbishop St. Anthony's voice. All red gloves gather. The other Nighthawks are to leave the mirror world, find a reason to evacuate all the residents in the area, and promise them compensation for their property. After all the residents evacuate, the Red Gloves and I will destroy this ruin that stems from an evil era. Entry is forbidden. It will be directly destroyed. May the goddess bless us all. Leonard never expected such a development. 7:30 in the evening, at the Orivy Governor-General's office. Klein changed into Sothatha's appearance. He wore a black tailcoat and a bow tie of the same color. He followed Bilt into the banquets hall. The temperature inside was like that of spring. A gigantic chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the shimmering candlelight illuminated the grounds like it was daytime. In the corner on the right, there were musicians dressed in vests and bow ties playing a brisk tune. On the left were long tables. On top were roasted chicken, pan-fried foie gras, stewed lamb, Backlund-styled roasted goose, Odora lobsters with butter and cheese, and other delicacies. Despite the distance, Klein could still catch a whiff of the fragrance wafting over. He planned on getting a plate and filling it with food. At this moment, Bilt tugged at his collar in a reserved manner. He leaned his head over and suppressed his voice. Remember the etiquette as required by such banquets. Our current goal is to observe His Excellency's actions, so just taking a cup of wine would do. There's misty champagne here, Ormer grape wine, and Southville red wine. All famous alcohols that are seldom seen outside. You can drink some, but not a lot. We have to maintain sufficient sobriety. Yes, try to just go through the motions when drinking. Klein retracted his gaze and nodded. The two of them took a cup of golden champagne, whose minute bubbles were like mist, from a red-vested waiter who passed by them. Then, they moved towards the banquet's highlight, where Amirius Revolt stood wearing his dark blue Navy Admiral's uniform. With their standing, they naturally had no way of approaching the Admiral. All they could do was observe his every action from a slight distance. Amirius's figure is normal. It doesn't look that fit. The corners of his mouth droops a little, indicating his actual age. He doesn't have a beard. His blue eyes seem to hide an authority that one cannot reject or defend against. His dark blue Admiral uniform is starched well. There's a red lanyard at his shoulder, which joins to his chest where there are all sorts of medals. His sleeves have golden cuff links, accentuating his epaulets of the same color. His epaulets are split into 3 parts. From inside out, there's an embedded crown with rubies, the crossed scepter and sword, for stars made of diamonds. Klein began scrutinizing and used his faceless powers to memorize all the detailed characteristics of the Navy Admiral, as well as the attitude he used when talking to different people. During this process, he only took a sip of the misty champagne and didn't take note of its taste. After he had mostly gathered all the information, Klein exhaled and allowed his mind to rest. The great drain on his mind made him hungry. Hence, he placed the wine cup on the tray of a red-vested waiter, and he planned to get some food from the long table. At this moment, Bilt leaned over and said, "His Excellency has given me the signal. We will be meeting him at an agreed location." Klein retracted his gaze from the roasted chicken and swept a cold glance at Bilt. Bilt shuddered as he hurriedly turned around, leading Gehrman's sparrow from the floor-to-ceiling window and into the garden. After walking for nearly a minute in the secluded path, he paused and pointed at Klein's face. "You can change into His Excellency's appearance. Just pretend that you're that tramp who looks like him." Klein nodded gently and extended his palm to wipe his face. He did so to conceal the disgusting tendrils and granules that might appear on his face while changing his appearance. By the time he lowered his palm, Bilt saw a middle-aged gentleman who looked somewhat like Amirius Revolt. "Very good." Bilt took a few steps forward and came to the entrance of a sundries room. He extended his hand and pushed open the unlocked door. Amirius Revolt was still wearing the eye-catching Admiral's uniform. His body was standing sideways to the door as he observed the garden outside by the window. At this moment, he turned his head and cast his gaze onto the person who resembled him. The indescribable pressure and might made Klein involuntarily lower his head. Amirius Revolt's gaze didn't stop there as it slowly moved to Bilt. He said, without any tinge of emotion, "This isn't the tramp you mentioned before. He's a beyonder." Upon hearing Amirius Revolt's descriptive words, which weren't a question, Bilt's forehead instantly broke out into a cold sweat. He turned to Agape, hoping to explain himself, but finally, he plopped to his knees and said under the indescribable pressure, "Admiral, Your Excellency, the tramp from before suddenly died of an illness. I had no choice but to find an adventurer who can shapeshift." At this moment in time, Klein wasn't too nervous. This was because Amirius Revolt had already noticed him during the banquet. There was no reason for him to only recognize him as a beyonder only now. For him to agree to their meeting and not directly avoid the risk meant that he didn't mind who Bilt had hired. Not worried at all? This is the confidence of a demigod. Otherwise, his beyonder pathway is able to avert disaster ahead of time. Klein raised his head with great difficulty as he cast his gaze towards the Navy Admiral beside him. "Quite strong," Amirius Revolt commented without an expression. He continued looking at the genuflecting Bilt and said, "Do not try to use your under-the-table smarts in front of me. An ordinary person and a beyonder in this world are different. and I'm a follower of order, making me be able to be certain of this. Of course, it's identical to what's written in the information. This admiral is inclined to expounding on certain things. I have to remember this point. This is a completely different style from me and Gehrman Sparrow. Klein retracted his gaze in thought as he cast it to the ground as if he was unable to withstand the pressure. Amirius Revolt took one step forward. Lying is the first mistake you committed. Not being cautious is the second. A tramp you spent a great deal of effort on to groom had suddenly died. And all of a sudden, an adventurer who can shapeshift appears in front of you. Don't you find it a coincidence? Yes, it's quite coincidental. Klein nearly said the same thing. If not for his confirmation above the gray fog, he would have suspected if he was being set up by a legendary creature or a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Bilt's pupils constricted as he snapped to his senses. He discovered that due to his horror and fear, all he thought about was to grasp at the final life-saving straw. He had lost the caution brought about from his experience, having not considered whether Gehrman Sparrow's appearance was a coincidence or not. The tramp had suddenly died on the day he arrived at the Sweet Lemon Bar. The more Bilt thought about it, the more he felt as though he had fallen for some intricately planned trap. As Amirius Revolt watched Bilt's expression change with enlightenment and regret, he nodded gently and said, "My father, the deceased Earl Revolt, once taught me this. He said to pardon the first mistake of a subordinate. Bilt, you should be thankful for his benevolence." Bilt's tense mood eased instantly as he felt extremely moved. He thought Amirius Revolt, who was closer to a god than man, would execute him on the spot, so as to warn all the adventurers who were under him, who knew that he would choose to pardon him. "Your Excellency, I... Bilt was momentarily unable to form a sentence. Amirius maintained his stern expression and said in a deep voice, "There's a second half of the saying, that is, punish them for their second mistake. Bilt, do you know what you should do in the future?" The genuflecting Bilt immediately straightened his back and pressed his right fist to his left chest. "I'll be utmost loyal to you, Your Excellency." Amirius nodded and turned to Klein. "What's your name?" "That depends on which identity you're asking about." Klein lampooned inwardly and calmly replied, "Gehrman Sparrow." Amirius Revolt suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds as the atmosphere in the sundry room seemed to freeze. Just as Klein couldn't help but feel uneasy, Amirius finally said, "So it's you. Your Excellency, you sound as though you know me. I'm just an ordinary military informant. I only exchanged some bounty through you. I haven't even made any reimbursement claims." Klein silently mumbled as he felt less and less confident. Amirius nodded and said to Bilt and Klein, "The plan will proceed as per normal. However, we need to sign a contract." "A contract?" Klein resisted the pressure with great difficulty as he raised his head to look at Amirius. Amirius didn't provide a further explanation. He lifted up the paper and pen he had long prepared from the windowsill and wrote something on it. Every time he made contact with his pen, a golden glow would emit. The solemnity and holiness made it seem like he was penning a law. Klein narrowed his eyes slowly as his vision turned blurry. He couldn't help but lower his head again. After an unknown period of time, Amirius stopped writing and picked up a piece of paper. He said to Klein, "Sign your name at the end. If the conditions aren't satisfactory, you can choose not to sign. Do you think I have or lack the guts to sign it?" Klein lampooned as he watched Bilt stand up. He received the pen and paper and handed it to Klein. The conditions on the piece of paper were few and simple. Most of them restricted Gehrman Sparrow's actions when acting as Amirius Revolt. It included, but wasn't limited to, voluntarily exposing any problems, not using his identity to engage in acts which were adversarial to Amirius, as well as not make any intimate contact with Miss Cynthia, etc. I thought such important figures wouldn't care about the chastity of their mistresses. This admiral is indeed an old-fashioned man. However, I'm not such a person either. Klein hid his curiosity and asked as though it was an academic question. "What if Miss Cynthia chooses to make intimate contact with me?" In between the lines, he was saying that being too distant or resistant made it easier for Cynthia to notice a problem. He was asking how he should balance the act. "It's fine," Amirius said without any expression. "During the contract's validity, you will not have any desire or lack the ability to do it when facing her. You can do that? This contract is rather powerful. Apart from a contract with spirit world creatures, this is the first time I'm seeing other contracts. Furthermore, the former used the power of the underworld. This contract is only between two parties. Is this a demigod beyonder power of Admiral Amirius? The Arbiter Pathway?" Klein shot a glance at the dates and discovered that it lasted 5 days. Is he confident that he will return within 5 days? Or is his level only capable of implementing a contract for 5 days? Klein read the conditions once again before taking the fountain pen and wrote the name Gehrman Sparrow. With the final character written, he saw the words on the piece of paper emit a golden glow as they condensed into a resplendent luster. Amidst the resplendent luster, the piece of paper rapidly dissipated and vanished, as though it had fused with the world's rules. An invisible and faint gray fog gently rippled around him as Klein clearly sensed layers of indescribable restrictions placed on him. These restrictions quickly melted into his body, temporarily becoming one with his spirit body and physical flesh. The gray fog can block out bad and good luck from external sources to a certain extent, but it's unable to screen a contract I signed. That's right. If it can screen it, the contract with the messenger wouldn't have been valid. Klein gazed at Amirius Revolt once again in enlightenment. The Admiral had already converged his might as he produced a dark gold charm in his palm. On it were the symbols and magical labels representing the Sword of Judgment. Its entire body was converged and somber, giving one the feeling that it was part of a codex. "This is a high-level charm using my blood, a 4th epic ancient codex, and the royal family's grade 0 sealed artifact," Amirius said calmly. "Its name is 9th Law. When it's injected with minute amounts of spirituality, it can produce a might that's similar to mine. This can be done even by ordinary people. Without it, you'll find it very difficult to pretend to be me. Indeed, the might I show in a disguised state is only superficial. It's fine fooling others usually. But once there's a need to shock and awe any subordinate, that would be useless." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Amirius continued, "With your present strength, you should be able to withstand its usage. Through it, you can indicate a necessary restriction on the target, making them be in an extremely disadvantageous state. This way, even if a demigod were to sound you out, you'll be able to scare him away. If no mishaps happen at the end of everything, and if you had no need to use it, then it will be yours to keep. It can be used for a year." Klein was first taken aback before he felt a strong sense of delight. He finally had another high-level charm ever since that time he used up the one which was created with the mutated sun sacred emblem. Although such an item had a time limitation and was single-use, a pro was that it didn't have any negative side effects. Of course, the stringent requirements that were needed to create one made them very rare in number. As expected of a demigod, he's a lot more generous than built. Bribing a tramp and an adventurer at the pirate admiral level are different in cost. As Klein thought in happiness, he silently extended his palm and received the high-level charm named 9th Law. Then he saw Amirius remove his belt. After a brief silence, Klein kept his embarrassment in control as he took off his clothes without an expression on his face. Soon, he had switched clothes with Amirius and had donned the dark blue starched admiral's uniform. After watching Amirius and Bilt walk off through a secluded path in the garden, Klein calmly adjusted his buttons and turned to look at the glass window. Under the dark night and the crimson moonlight, the glass window was like a mirror. It vaguely reflected Klein's present looks. He had black hair which was neatly combed back, blue and profound eyes, slightly drooping cheeks, a beardless face, and an old-fashioned and stern demeanor, all while dressed in a dark blue attire with a lanyard, medals, and epaulets. Klein twitched the corners of his mouth as he silently said to himself, "From this moment forth, I'm a Navy admiral." As he touched the 9th Law charm in his pocket, Klein adjusted his height and details regarding his appearance, making him look identical to Amirius Revolt. He walked out from the sundry room by using another door and walked down a silent corridor, back into the Governor General's office. On the way, waiters and maidservants would occasionally pass by him, but no one dared to look straight at him. Just catching sight of his admiral uniform would have them scurrying to the sides as they bowed with their heads lowered. Any person of the same height could probably find his way into the banquet hall when donning these clothes. I have to say, acting as an important figure can be easier than acting like an ordinary person. Klein continued looking straight as he maintained his somber attitude. He walked towards a path paved with black brick in an unhurried fashion. He soon heard beautiful and melodic music as elegant wall lamps were burning with gas, illuminating the dark environment. Just as Klein approached a break room, he saw a room open. A middle-aged man had been waiting there as he walked over. The man had black hair and blue eyes. His facial features somewhat resemble Amirius, but his forehead was higher and his eye bags were puffy. The corners of his mouth didn't droop. He was none other than Amirius Revolt's youngest brother, Aston Revolt. This gentleman had once served in the Navy, and he had been promoted to colonel after rendering meritorious services in the southern continent's colonies. Later, he got sick of his military career, and together with political balance, he agreed to a switch in career and became the Governor General. In the 5 to 6 years he was in Orivy, due to the importance placed on the island's location and resources, he pushed for the Revolt family to mass-purchase farmland and estates, allowing him to own plenty of property. This wasn't completely obtained through his powers either. Aston and the Revolt family had paid a sufficient price, and they even took loans with the bank. It wasn't like the Balam East Coast where land belonging to the Fasak people were forcefully bought at extremely low prices. Of course, if he wasn't Governor General, then Orivy and his elder brother wouldn't be the highest commander of the Central Sonia Seas Navy, and the Revolt family wouldn't have so easily convinced their targets to sell such excellent farmland and estates. Here comes the test. Klein calmly approached and stopped in front of Aston Revolt. Aston looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Have you decided on that matter?" "What matter?" Klein first felt blank before he recalled an introduction in the information he received. If Aston requests for a private chat or asks for an answer to a certain matter, tell him that an answer will be given to him when departing from Orivy. Admiral Amirius really anticipated this. I just need to watch my attitude and tone. Yes, I also need to use the unique terms and pronunciations used by lone aristocrats. Klein gently nodded and sternly said, "Wait a few more days. The answer will be given to you when departing from Orivy." Aston didn't raise any doubts as he chuckled. "You seem to be waiting for something to give you the strength to decide. That matter that Admiral Amirius has to do himself?" Klein's heart stirred as he familiarly used the tone of high-level personnel. "Keep your conjectures to yourself." With that said, he took a step forward and walked towards the banquet hall. Aston Revolt focused on his elder brother's back, his expression gradually turning cold. He then shook his head slightly. After entering the banquet hall, Klein surveyed the area and walked towards the long table with food on it. From time to time, he would stop to exchange pleasantries with people who came near him. During this process, he realized that he didn't need to understand the topics raised in any conversation. All he needed to do was nod occasionally, allowing the conversation to harmoniously progress until its end. Indeed, the status of an important figure makes certain aspects of acting easy, but correspondingly, there are certain matters that can be difficult. Klein tore through one obstacle after another before finally arriving at the long table. He casually picked up a plate and told himself that Admiral Amirius liked fish, beef, and lobster, while disliking chicken and goose. Therefore, he avoided food like the roasted chicken and Backlund-styled roasted goose. He picked up some beef, fried dragonbone fish, and Odora lobster with butter and cheese. As the metallic containers had their bottoms lined with asbestos, with red-hot charcoal burning under it or steaming hot water, all of the food maintained an appropriate temperature. Klein nearly broke down, destroying his persona when he took the first bite. He tried his best to maintain Admiral Amirius's image as he held his plate and chatted with the port city's member of parliament, navy suppliers, etc. He seriously listened to what they had to say, stuffing food into his mouth from time to time. He noticed that a young man in a tailcoat kept following behind him. He had neat, blonde hair that he combed backward. He had a receding hairline with light blue eyes. He looked handsome and gentlemanly. Identical to the picture. Amirius's secretary, Luan. Klein controlled himself and didn't size him up. He wanted to fill his stomach before the end of the banquet. Once out of the Governor-General's office, Klein boarded the carriage which was guarded by bodyguards. He sat beside the wine cabinet. The blonde secretary, Luan, followed him in. As his leather boots stepped onto the thick, soft carpet, he silently inched towards a spot opposite Klein. He sat there, but he only occupied a third of the seat. The carriage began moving as Luan took out a stack of documents from the black briefcase he carried. "Your Excellency, this is the Orvie Naval Base's ledger for the year 1349. Klein extended his hand over and casually browsed through a few pages. "What? £1 for a roll of toilet paper? The naval base's bathroom was renovated 20 times a year?" Klein did some simple math and discovered all sorts of ridiculous line items. "Isn't accounting such as this way too simple and obvious? I can even give them classes and specially teach them how to make claims." Klein seriously considered the attitude he should show. From his point of view, the greatest difficulty in disguising as Amirius was to fool Luan. This wasn't to say that Governor-General Aston and Miss Cynthia weren't as familiar with Admiral Amirius as his secretary. It was just that, as his younger brother, Aston might help his brother conceal the matter if he discovered something amiss after being given a hint. Similarly, as his mistress, Cynthia would be inclined to help conceal the matter for the Admiral as his dependent. Of course, the possibility that Cynthia was a spy couldn't be eliminated. There was still the matter of there being a chance of being used by a spy, but nothing could be as dangerous as Luan, whose duty was to monitor the Admiral. "I can't expose any problems." What kind of attitude would Admiral Amirius have when faced with such a report? Go into a rage? Or pretend to be in a rage? No, the Orvie Naval Base personnel wouldn't be that daring to hand over a clearly problematic report as though he were blind. They must have a certain level of confidence and a tacit understanding between them. As the information didn't mention this, Klein could only make a judgment based on his experience. Furthermore, he could confirm that either the Orvie Naval Base's report was beyond Admiral Amirius's expectations or was determined to be of little importance. Just based on the schedule, it was something that could easily be dealt with. Regardless of the possibilities, I have to use the attitude that a person of high standing will usually employ. That is to not indicate my stance. Klein closed the documents and handed it back to the blonde secretary. "Luan," he said expressionlessly, "put it on my desk." In between the lines, this sentence meant, "I'll look through it carefully." To others, it would mean something different based on their standpoints. If the Orvie Naval Base had done it without warning, this meant that the Admiral was somewhat dissatisfied and was awaiting an explanation. If the two had reached a tacit, mutual understanding on the matter, it meant that Admiral Amirius wished to obtain more favorable benefits in the matter. As for whether it would offend anyone, Klein didn't care. After all, he wouldn't be Amirius Revolt in a few days' time. He believed that a true demigod had the means to repress the anger of his subordinates. In addition, he was grateful that Amirius wasn't a demigod of the Church of Storms. Otherwise, he had to consider whether to nod his head and pass the report, or throw the document back in anger while throwing a few people in passing into the sea to feed the fishes. "Yes, Your Excellency." The blonde secretary, Luan, didn't change his expression. He stuffed the document back into his black briefcase as though he had long expected such a response. On the way back, Klein leaned into the carriage according to Amirius Revolt's habits. He half-closed his eyes as though he was contemplating certain matters, but in fact, he wasn't thinking of anything. Luan maintained his silence and didn't speak at all. Human-height iron-black street lamps were quickly left behind as the carriage drove close to the naval base before taking a bend into a house with a garden and lawn. Just as Klein walked up the steps, a butler opened the door for him as servants lined the two sides, reverently awaiting his entrance. The living room was decorated in a very classic manner. There were oil paintings of beautiful scenery hung up, limestone statues, simple and elegant vases, etc. A faint but lingering fragrance emanated in the room, one that reached into the heart. Klein, who should have relaxed, ended up tensing up as he saw a beautiful lady walk towards him in a home gown. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her blonde hair cascaded down, and when she cast her blue eyes over, it was as though there was a glow hidden within them. While filled with gentle feminineness, there were still some remnants of her youth. She was none other than Admiral Amirius's mistress, Cynthia. Klein held back his discomfort and allowed Amirius's stern face to reveal a smile as he widened his arms. Cynthia threw herself into his arms and tiptoed. With her cheeks by his cheek, she whispered with a smile, "Admiral, I've already heated the water for you in the bathtub." This means she had someone monitor the end of the banquet. Being a mistress isn't something simple either. Admiral Amirius does like to take hot baths so as to relax his thoughts. In order to ignore how close their cheeks were, Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. As a straight man, he should have felt embarrassed while also being rather glad to be approached by such a beautiful member of the opposite sex. However, the temporary contract made him have zero urges. Hence, all that was left was awkwardness. "Very good," Klein praised her as he gently pushed Cynthia away, having had nowhere to place them. Knowing that the Admiral didn't like to be intimate in front of the servants, Cynthia retreated and led Klein to the second floor. He was brought into the bathroom as he prepared a bathrobe for him. After doing all of this, Cynthia instructed the servants not to come to the second floor unless they heard the bell ring. Then, she returned to the bedroom, took off all her clothes and changed into a nightgown made of silk. Her nightgown revealed plenty of her chest. It was an alluring snow white, and deep in her cleavage was a special necklace pendant. It was like a miniaturized black rhinoceros horn about the length of a finger segment. Cynthia took off the necklace and stuffed it under her pillow. Amidst her blushing and hesitation, she left the bedroom and came outside the bathroom where the Admiral was bathing. Mustering her strength, she pulled at the handle. Creak. Her hand paused. She realized that the bathroom's door had been locked from the inside at some point in time. With a blank look, Cynthia instinctively yanked at it again. Creak, creak. The bathroom's door didn't budge an inch. The bathroom was partitioned inside. The emanating steam covered the entire bathtub. Apart from his head, Klein's entire body was soaked in the hot water. He lay there in such great comfort that he didn't even wish to move his toes. What a beautiful night. If only there was no Cynthia outside. I still have to deal with her later. Klein sighed as he considered what excuse to use to avoid being intimate with her. In accordance with Admiral Amirius Revolt's traits, he decided to first use work as an excuse. After that would be the excuse of him not feeling well, him losing the ability to have sex, him needing some time to digest any medicine he had just taken, and how he had suddenly realized his true sexual orientation, making him find curly-haired baboons extremely attractive. As for whether this would damage the Admiral's image, Klein didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. As long as he prevented Cynthia from suspecting that he was a fake Amirius Revolt, he would have perfectly completed his mission. The subsequent explanations for those excuses and how he finds an excuse to explain his recovery would all be Admiral Amirius's problem. What has that got to do with me, Gairman Sparrow? And what has Gairman Sparrow's ruined reputation have to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein stood up in satisfaction as he walked out to the dry partition while dropping wet. He got a bath towel and dried himself. After changing into a hanging bathrobe, Klein inhaled silently as though he had unlocked a major enemy in his quest. He opened the door to the bathroom. Seeing the corridor empty, with only the light from the wall lamps on both sides illuminating the darkness, Klein felt slightly relieved and was no longer as tensed. This is almost the same feeling as challenging a pirate admiral. As he mumbled, he realized a serious problem. He had no idea which of the rooms was the master bedroom or study. Regardless, I have to inform Cynthia. Otherwise, it would make Admiral Amirius appear strange. Klein recalled the layout of similar houses in an attempt to accurately find the master bedroom. At this moment, the door to the room diagonally across him creaked open. Cynthia, who was draped in a silk nightgown, walked over. Her blonde hair appeared wet and messy as they cascaded down. There were even a few strands of hair fluttering in front of her blue eyes and bright red lips. It hid the glow in her eyes as her lips were somewhat closed. She appeared extremely alluring under the dim environment. The neckline of the silk nightgown was very open, as snow whiteness and a deep cleavage was reflected in Klein's eyes. Klein nearly raised his head to look at the ceiling to avoid the intense stimulation. Calm down, calm down. You are a Mirius Revolt. Besides, you've seen a half-naked demoness before. Compared to an ailment maiden, this lady's charms are clearly insufficient. Wait, why am I thinking about demonesses? Who knows if they were formerly men or women? Klein maintained his gaze as he sized her up and down with a teasing tone. In that instant, he could sense that primal desire, but there was no response from his nether regions. This is the result of the temporary contract. In fact, Admiral Emirius didn't need to go through the trouble. Even if I have the urge, I'll be able to control myself. What kind of situation haven't I encountered before? Yes, Cynthia is a little different from what the records say. Isn't it said that she became Emirius's mistress about 1 to 2 years ago? With them not being able to meet each other most of the time, the Admiral has to coax her each time as she hadn't had her pent-up desires fulfilled? Why is she the one taking the initiative today? Does she find her standing as his mistress unstable, or has she been switched? Ever since Klein became a faceless, he felt that everyone was a fake. Cynthia's eyelids were lowered. The courage she had mustered disappeared bit by bit under Emirius's scrutiny. Her face was tainted with a horrified blush. She was embarrassed but also felt some pride. Then, she heard him calmly instruct, "Help me prepare some coffee and place it in my study. I have many things to deal with tonight. You don't have to wait for me." Cynthia raised her head suddenly, her embarrassed blushing still present. She had momentarily failed to understand what Admiral Emirius had said. Klein secretly inhaled and went forward to hug her before kissing her gently on the forehead. "I'll spend lots of time with you in a few days." Such a response came from the provided information, but he had slightly changed the terms. To be frank, if not for him having some prior understanding, Klein would have definitely believed that Admiral Emirius would wear the same stoic face while spending time with his mistress, even when having sex. He looked stern in whatever he said and did. However, this demigod also had his gentle side when it came to his speech. He was just not that great at saying lovey-dovey words. This also made him understand something else. Many people could only be viewed from the surface, and it was impossible to imagine what they were like in private. For a faceless to pull off a true disguise, they had to do meticulous investigations and have ample comprehension of the target. This was just like how a magician never performed unprepared. Cynthia revealed a clear look of disappointment, but she quickly restrained those feelings as she smiled. "All right. Admiral, your nightgown is in the room. A bathrobe isn't suitable for handling matters. This is identical to the information. She's rather considerate and knows how to be understanding." Klein watched as Cynthia turned and entered the room. She pulled at the bell. As for him, he took this opportunity to take off his bathrobe and change into a dark red nightgown with trousers of the same color. Cynthia attentively opened the door to the study and tidied up the slightly messy desk. Later, she waited for the maidservant to finish making the coffee before personally taking it and delivering it by hand. During this process, Klein read the documents and information, acting as though he looked extremely professional. But in fact, he had little idea about the data and designs plans of ironclad warships and sail battleships. He was no different from an illiterate. In this domain, all he knew were carriers, air domination, the main cannon guns, and turrets. When he saw Cynthia silently leave and close the door behind her from the corner of his eye, Klein relaxed completely. He knew that he had finally survived the night. Inside the master bedroom, Cynthia pursed her lips as she took out the necklace under her pillow and tightly clasped the item, resembling a black rhinoceros horn, which was the length of a finger segment. She stood there and silently prayed, "O great mother tree of desire, please, make me more alluring, allowing Admiral Emirius to be even more mesmerized by me, so that he can gain extreme pleasure from me and bear me a child." Inside the quiet study, Klein flipped through the pile of documents placed in front of him. He followed the handling methods according to what the information indicated. He chose the simple ones and signed Emerius Revolt's name on them. The reason why he could mimic his signature was because Faceless allowed him to remember a target's unique traits, while Clown gave him the precise control needed. The complicated ones he couldn't understand had notes written with the following vibe. Continue studying the matter. After busying himself until midnight, Klein reached out to cover his mouth and yawned slightly. This won't do. I need to sleep. I have plenty of challenges tomorrow. I have to maintain sufficient strength and energy. Klein thought for a moment and gave up the idea of returning to the master bedroom. He raised his right hand and pressed down on his half-closed eyes. He pulled them down and moved his eyes to his nose bridge. Following that, Klein opened up 2 slits where Klein's eyes originally were and used his flesh to produce a pair of fake eyes. After becoming a Faceless, I'm really beginning to resemble a monster. If only I had such a godly technique back in school. He sighed silently. He half-leaned his body as he kept his real eyes closed while his fake eyes were left open to read the documents. His specialty as a clown allowed him to maintain his balance. He remained motionless like a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly awoke from his dream. He sensed that there was a force attempting to pull him into a deep slumber before infiltrating him. Who is it? I didn't do anything recently. Why would anyone enter my dream? That's not right. I'm now Admiral Emerius Revolt. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately changed his looks. Even in his dreams, he appeared to be that demigod. Meanwhile, he felt his consciousness tightly contract as though it was avoiding something. This is different from an ordinary dream infiltration. I've clearly regained my lucidity, and I can escape by myself and wake up. But I'm unable to leave this dreamscape. Klein found plenty of oddities as he tried a few attempts. He knew very well that he was sleeping, and he could sense and control his body outside the dream. But no matter what he did, he was unable to wake up. Right on the heels of that, he saw a blurry white gas form an indiscernible figure. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly as he tore through the dream with his psyche, allowing his real body to move silently. Then, he put his palm into his pocket to touch the 9th law charm. At that moment, the blurry figure calmly said, "Do not participate in the matter regarding Aston. This is a warning." Quite impressive to warn a demigod. What is Aston and the others thinking of doing? Klein thought for a moment and emanated his spirituality, allowing the 9th law charm to produce a deep sense of dominance. Then, he imitated it and produced the same feeling in his dream. He said with a deep voice, "Who are you? Who do you represent?" The blurry figure was taken aback before he said with a laughing sigh, "As expected of Law Weaver Emerius, you actually managed to maintain your lucidity in such a situation." No. Although Emerius has a title of Law Weaver, he's not adept in such matters. You should say, "As expected of Lord Fool." Klein lampooned and sternly said, "Answer my question." The blurry figure chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. As a demigod, you should be clear that everything is fated. Likewise for the times. Do not resist the fate of an era which is also the trend of the times. This will only make you a sacrifice of history. Fate of an era, the trend of the times, sacrifice of history. When he heard this, Klein suddenly thought of a term, Twilight Hermit Order. However, Klein didn't say a word, nor did he say those words. This was because Admiral Emerius would be him for the next few days. Seeing Law Weaver Emerius fall into silence, the blurry figure didn't say another word. It turned into a emanating white gas before vanishing from the dream. Phew! What exactly are Emerius and Aston Revolt scheming about? To attract a warning from the Twilight Hermit Order, unless it can truly change the times and influence the direction of history, this ancient and secretive organization wouldn't even show itself or reveal its identity. Klein stood by the side of a magnificent castle in his dream, thoughtfully watching the spot where the blurry figure had disappeared from. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly snapped awake and was no longer as certain about his theory. The ploy which Admiral Emirius and his brother are planning might not really influence the trends of the times. Although the Twilight Hermit Order only involves itself in important matters, as a leader of another secret organization, Klein clearly knew that apart from carrying out the organization's own mission and values, it also provided help among members. From Emperor Roselle's diary, I can tell that the Twilight Hermit Order has members from different domains, standings, and sequences. Apart from a number of them fervently believing in the original creator as they await the coming of Twilight and the awakening of the true God, the rest are only seeking to benefit themselves. Under such circumstances, as long as the organizer doesn't strictly implement order, there would naturally be missions entrusted between one another. Perhaps, the matter Aston Revolt is planning affects a particular member of the Twilight Hermit Order who was made aware of it ahead of time. He entrusted the matter to another member, and used the excuse of the trend of the times to warn Emirius Revolt. Working from this logic, the concealed matter is rather interesting. With the level of the Twilight Hermit Order, Law Weaver Emirius, who's likely only a sequence 4, isn't too difficult a target to eliminate. I even suspect that they can mobilize up to 3 or more angels in a manner that's far superior to the 7 churches. Then, why didn't they take action directly and instead gave an advanced warning? Back in Backlund, if an angel were to appear, who knows if some true god would descend upon the land. Therefore, the Twilight Hermit Order had no choice but to use a more roundabout and discreet method to deal with Duke Negan. But this is the Oravi Island. Even high-sequence Beyonders aren't stationed here. The warning is because the Twilight Hermit Order advocates secrecy and doesn't wish to expose itself, so they're trying not to use overly intense methods? Or is it the case that the member who assigned the mission doesn't wish to see Emirius killed? To him, this admiral is still of use, so he's unwilling to give up on him. Even if Emirius might be involved in something disadvantageous towards him, then his true identity seems to be confined to certain circles. Klein made a bold assumption, but with no way of verifying it. He could only temporarily put the matter aside and throw it to the back of his mind. It has nothing to do with me since it's the Twilight Hermit Order who's warning Admiral Emirius. As long as I don't involve myself with anything for the next few days, I should be able to last until the mission is completed. Everything else that develops afterward has nothing to do with me. With my present status, I'm still far from investigating the Twilight Hermit Order. I don't even have the right to probe deeper. Klein kept to his beliefs and turned his sights to his tarot club. Heh! I just discovered a problem. Other secret organizations have their own aims and values at their core while mixing in the aid that members provide each other. As for our tarot club, it's more impressive. There are only missions given to each other, without any aims or values. No, there are aims and values among some of the members. For example, my dear Moon believes that this is an organization born to save the world. The fool Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh before exiting the dreamscape. He rubbed away the fake eyes and moved his real eyes back to their original position in a very fluid motion when he suddenly paused. That wasn't a simple dream infiltration. Klein frowned slightly as he recalled what had happened. That was because the power had first attempted to pull him into a deep slumber. Back then, I had already fallen asleep, so why would he do so? Captain once said that a nightmare can directly see a dream, so it's impossible to commit such a mistake. Therefore, the visitor hadn't used the beyonder powers of a nightmare, but something else. He located me via the spirit world? Or after he knew my location, he used the sea of collective subconscious, as described by Ma'am Daly, to directly influence my beyonder powers? Yes, I'm more inclined to the second reason. That's the only thing that can explain why I couldn't escape my dream despite having regained lucidity. It's recorded in Emperor Roselle's diary that during his participation in the suspected Twilight Hermit Order, his entry into the gathering was based on a realistic dreamscape that encompassed the entire continent. A realistic dreamscape? Klein nodded and chuckled silently with a sigh. Admiral Emirius definitely didn't expect the Twilight Hermit Order's warning. It's only because he hired me. If it were anyone else, the stand-in would have already been exposed. That 9th law charm was well worth it. City of Silver, inside the spire, in the room belonging to Chief Colin Iliad. Derek Berg, who had been summoned, saw the grizzled, scarred demon hunter once again as he felt uneasy. After he finished his greetings, Colin sized him up and asked, "You've advanced?" "Yes. I'm already a Sequence 7 Solar High Priest." Derek had long registered his advancement, so there was no need to hide the matter. Colin's light blue eyes, which had seen the vicissitudes of time, moved away as he casually asked, "Do you have the subsequent potion formulas?" The past Derek would have directly answered no, but the present him was used to thinking over it before answering. If I say no, my subsequent advancement with the lack of experience to support it will definitely make me suspicious. But if I were to answer yes, Chief might ask me to use it to exchange for items, so as to nurture more Sun Pathway Beyonders. This will no doubt prove that I'm lying. As Derek's mind raced, he answered sincerely, "No." From his point of view, experience could be forged. Colin nodded as if nothing was out of the ordinary. "In about 2 months, we'll arrange an exploration mission for you. The team will secure the route and ruins we found with the help of Jack before we make a second clearing. I hope you will receive greater rewards then." "Yes, Your Excellency." Just as Derek answered, he suddenly recalled Shepherd Lovia. After daybreak, Klein changed into his clothes with the help of Cynthia, enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, and took the carriage under the escort of the Admiral's bodyguards to the Orvie Naval Base. In the morning, under the companionship of the Rear Admirals and Colonels, he inspected the conditions of the ships, ordnance stores, the newly built training grounds, and the bathroom which had been renovated 20 times over the past year. After having lunch at the Navy Mess Hall, Klein followed the schedule and summoned all officers above the rank of major to take in their reports. During this process, he had a thick black-bound notebook placed in front of him. Inside were some of the questions that Admiral Amirius had specially prepared for him. In the past few decades, due to the embezzlement of salaries and the harsh conditions sailors suffer, Orvie has had 17 revolts by the lower ranks. After the passing of the Imperial Navy latest act, and thanks to Your Excellency's guidance, we've already had such deep-seated cultural issues improved. There haven't been any such cases in the past 3 years. A colonel from the Orvie Naval Base stood on the spot and reported the entire situation. He would raise his head from time to look at Admiral Amirius Revolt and discovered that he was listening very seriously while taking notes. The scribbling sounds made none of the officers dare to not be at their best. Similarly, they took note of the important points. The colonel who received a positive response unknowingly spoke up louder while reporting. "How boring." Klein held his fountain pen and had randomly drawn creatures like turtles, cuttlefish, and dragons on his black-bound notebook. As he had never studied sketching before, his drawings were a ghastly sight to see. Later on, he even drew intersecting lines and began playing 5 in a row with himself, a game created by Emperor Roselle. Of course, his rich experience and his conscientiousness of his identity made him raise his head from time to give the reporter a stern look in the eye while giving a nod of encouragement. As for what the person had said, he didn't pay any attention to it. All he did was occasionally remember a few words. During the briefing, Klein shot a glance at the blonde secretary, Luan, to get him to represent himself to mention a few points that needed clarification. Everything followed the schedule. Towards the end, Klein flipped the black-bound notebook a few pages forward and used the accent of a lone aristocrat to recite the report which the secretary had drafted and the admiral had edited. Then, according to the actual situation, he used the common terms Amirius would use and added a few conjunctions and pet phrases, such as, "There are a few points," and "Let me continue on a few more points." It was already evening by the time the briefing ended. Under Luan's companionship, Klein left the Orvie Naval Base and headed for the residence of a naval supplier where a banquet was held. At the banquet, they casually chatted about the price fluctuations of port goods. As for Klein, he mimicked Admiral Amirius, and he would mention a dated joke from Backlund from time to time, garnering a warm response from everyone as he was praised for his humor. After successfully acting until the banquet ended, Klein boarded the carriage, feeling exhausted in body and mind. "I have to take note of my speech and actions every minute and second. Engaging in true acting for a day is more tiring than battling a pirate admiral." Klein silently sighed, as he closed his eyes halfway without a change in expression. He knew that the most difficult stage of the day wasn't over. He still had to deal with Cynthia. Inside the villa, Cynthia learned from the attendant who had gone out to make inquiries that Admiral Amirius was about to return. She quietly returned to her bedroom, took out the tiny black rhinoceros horn pendant, and used a metallic plate to scratch off tiny bits of powder, mixing it into the hot water inside a white porcelain teacup. After repeating the honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire 7 times, she waited nearly a minute before lifting the teacup in hope, cleanly downing it. Looking at the lights emanating out from the villa in the darkness, Klein spent several seconds mentally preparing himself before alighting the carriage. He followed the 3-layered staircase and came to the door, where the Admiral's bodyguards and servants were lined up at the sides, before stepping in. Seeing Cynthia wearing conservative home clothes due to the existence of others, Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief as he maintained his stoic expression and slowly walked over. Cynthia's smile became more and more brilliant as she shifted the strands of her hair to the back of her ear, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her neckline didn't have any marks left behind by a necklace. Seeing Secretary Luan and the Admiral's bodyguards head for their own rooms or moving outside the building to take up their patrolling positions, Klein pulled Cynthia into an embrace and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to prepare any hot water. Give me a quiet room. I need to spend the night alone." Cynthia used her eyes to express her puzzlement and blankness. Klein surveyed his surroundings and softly said, "Something unexpected happened. I need to enter an extremely quiet state to recover." As he spoke, he raised his right hand to pull at his collar, revealing a patch of faint-colored fleshy granules. His problematic physical condition with an abnormal reaction was an excuse Admiral Amirius had prepared for the tramp stand-in, so as to avoid Cynthia's attempts of intimacy without exposing a problem. To make it more convincing, Klein used his faceless powers to provide evidence. Cynthia turned agape as she nearly screamed. Thankfully, she covered her mouth in time and held it in. The moment Cynthia recovered from her shock, she immediately asked nervously, her concern and emotions evident, "Are you fine? Do you need to see a doctor?" "No, this is the price needed for powerful strength. I'll recover given 2 to 3 days of solitude." Klein had already found the excuse needed for the future. "Okay." Cynthia hurriedly helped Klein up to the second floor and led him into the quietest room. As for the master bedroom, she had already lit some scented candles and scattered some faint-smelling extract, so she didn't offer him some. Seeing the door close, Klein slowly exhaled. He changed out of his admiral's uniform and lied down in satisfaction. Not far away in the master bedroom, the worried and disappointed Cynthia was soaking herself in hot water before sleeping. She looked at the ceiling with an unfocused gaze as she couldn't help but recall the exhortations of her parents from a few days ago. They wanted her to charm Admiral Amirius and hopefully be impregnated with his child. This way, their family would be able to take on more businesses with the Central Sonia Sea's naval fleet. Admiral seems to have many matters hidden in his heart, so much that something abnormal has happened to his body. Cynthia's thoughts wandered as they slowly dispersed. Without her realizing it, she had fallen asleep. During this period, she found her digestive system turning warm as her body felt a little hot. In her dream, she seemed to see a pitch-black sky which was dotted with resplendent stars. One of them seemed to notice her gaze as it produced a brighter glow. The next morning, the invigorated Klein enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast which was nothing spectacular to speak of. Once again, he was surrounded by the Admiral's bodyguards as he arrived at the Oravi Naval Base and was placed in the most luxurious and spacious office. According to Admiral Amirius's habits, he would spend some alone time every 2 or 3 days to study and master his Beyonder powers to a deeper extent and produce more effective techniques. Therefore, Klein spent most of the day without being disturbed, with him only needing to handle some simple work. Inside the quiet and spacious office, Klein leisurely paced about or flipped through books from the bookshelf. From time to time, he would put his palm into his pockets to touch the 9th law charm to release some of its powerful might. This was to make Secretary Luan, who was outside, believed that there was nothing wrong with Admiral Amirius. After some time, Klein felt sleepy and decided to take a short nap. At this moment, he heard knocking at the door. "There's something important," Klein frowned. Something that made Secretary Luan disturb Admiral Amirius's focus training was definitely nothing simple. "Come in." Klein converged his emotions and answered with a deep voice. The handsome blonde man, Luan, turned the handle and entered. He held a telegram in his hand. He said with a suppressed voice, "Your Excellency, a telegram from Backlund. Mr. Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor General. He will temporarily be replaced by the City Council's chairman. It's said that the new Governor General will arrive today." Aston Revolt has been relieved of his post as Governor General? Has their secret been discovered? That's right. The Twilight Hermit Order has already warned me, no, Amirius. It means that they had long grasped the actual matter. With another member cranking the wheel, the matter will likely go through a series of position changes, putting an end to the matter. A warning was given the previous night, and action was taken today. They must have prepared for quite a while. Yes, that can be seen from the fact that the new Governor General will arrive today. Klein was first alarmed before he felt that the matter was within reason. He mimicked the attitude Admiral Amirius would have when faced with a major problem by pacing back and forth before saying with a stern expression, "I'm aware." Klein didn't express his views or pass any orders, appearing extremely staid. However, it was because he hadn't decided on a response. We have a saying from the Footaholic Empire, "Moving is not as good as staying put." I wonder if Roselle had translated this. Klein lampooned as he gave a self-deprecating jest. Luan raised his head and glanced at Admiral Amirius without saying a word before silently leaving the office. Phew. Klein paced about once again as he considered what Admiral Amirius would do if he were standing here. This was something important that had happened outside of his expectations. Therefore, Klein could only infer from Amirius's character, experiences, as well as some of the personal descriptions in the information provided to him. He's a conservative person. Even while he was a mid- and low-sequence beyonder and was on all kinds of different ships, he very rarely took risks. He believes himself to be a lone aristocrat who values family, children, and emotions. He's a gentleman who's of good bearing and garners the affection of women. At this point is open to debate. With his standing and status, even a curly-haired baboon would garner the affection of men and women. No, perhaps even more. At the very least, a curly-haired baboon doesn't tell dated jokes. Information ran through Klein's mind as they intertwined to form a multifaceted image of Admiral Amirius. While in his deep thought, he heard knocking at his door once again. "Come in." Klein instantly tensed up. Luan entered and pointed outside. "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston wishes to meet you." Why is Aston here? He came to Amirius to seek his protection? Or does he plan on making a desperate struggle? Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that he couldn't make a decision for Admiral Amirius. What would he do? After receiving a warning from the Twilight Hermit Order, he should already realize that the matter has been exposed. The target was long prepared, so with his conservative nature, it can be imagined that his decision would be. However, he greatly values family. He even provided some of Aston Revolt's interesting tidbits. It's not hard to tell that there's the concern and love for his younger brother in this matter. He doesn't like cannabis and tobacco. Drinking is just for socializing purposes. Apart from being a little caught up with beautiful women, there's nothing seriously wrong with him. He greatly values family. Family. Klein's thoughts raced as he fully immersed himself in Amirius's identity, fully experiencing his hidden feelings for his family and the importance he placed on it. Family. At that instant, he seemed to turn into Amirius, but he was able to analyze the various problems in a detached manner. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klein heard himself using a somewhat unfamiliar tone, saying, "Tell him that I have many matters to deal with. I don't have the time to meet him. Also, buy him a ticket back to Backlund." Luan seemed to have expected it as he retracted his gaze and replied, as though everything was normal, "Yes, Your Excellency." As he watched Luan leave the office to find Aston Revolt outside, Klein gently sighed like the real Amirius Revolt. He knew that Amirius would have made the same choice if he had returned early. This was family, something he valued greatly. With their scheme completely exposed, there was no way Amirius would have exhausted his last chip on a bet and place his family at risk of destruction. As long as he didn't participate in it, and as long as he's still a demigod, the Revolt family wouldn't suffer any overly serious damage even if he isn't able to remain as the highest commander of Central Sonia Sea. And to get his secretary to buy his tickets for him made it clear that Amirius still treated Aston as his brother. It was a warning to others not to harm him before they figured out what was happening. After nearly a minute, Luan returned and said, "Your Excellency, Mr. Aston has left. Amirius greatly values family." Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before asking in a deep voice, his back facing his secretary, "Did he say anything?" Luan answered truthfully. "He said that you are indeed a cold person by nature." The corners of Klein's lips curled slightly as he produced an unfeeling smile. This was an instinctive reaction. However, with him completely in character as Amirius, he believed that the Admiral would have had the same reaction. The feeling and emotions were the same. For the rest of the time, Klein sat in his office and didn't meet anyone, nor did he deal with any official business. All he did was occasionally listen to his secretary report to him about the situation on Oravi Island. Nothing happened until the arrival of the new Governor-General. In the evening, he didn't attend the banquet he was supposed to attend, and he returned to his villa. As he saw Cynthia walk towards him, he hugged her. Then, he calmly said, "Aston has been relieved of his post as Governor-General." All his sighs and pain seemed to be condensed into that seemingly emotionless sentence. "I heard about it. It should be fine, right?" Cynthia asked anxiously. Klein closed his eyes and didn't mention it again. All he did was give soft, terse reply. That sentence was the most obvious expression of his emotions as a stern, old-fashioned, and conservative high-ranking man. Cynthia could vaguely sense the deep pain and helplessness inside Admiral Amirius's heart. Without speaking further, she hugged him tightly and used her company to calm his mood. After a simple dinner, Klein took a hot bath and entered the quietest guest room once again. He got into bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Klein knew that with him having fully immersed himself in the character of Admiral Amirius, Amirius's helplessness towards fate and the pain he needed to hide had resonated with his past experiences. If I hadn't figured out the concept of getting into character and being detached, then I might have lost myself. Haha, this is like some actors in my past life. They get too into character and are unable to detach themselves from it, causing them to suffer from mental problems, and to a beyonder, mental problems might end up magnified. As Klein wallowed in his gloom, he got to learn what kind of person he was. I never expected that a Navy admiral who enjoys a high standing, a demigod saint, would still be faced with such helpless and painful experiences. Strength can bring abundance, but it's not a solution to everything. Everyone wears masks, and this is the truest side of a demigod. Klein watched as the crimson moonlight turned brighter, dyeing all the furniture in the room red. At that moment, through the resonating feelings with Admiral Amirius's experience and the contrasting differences, as well as the experience from his previous acting, Klein established a more multifaceted and realistic image of Amirius. He also gained a clearer picture of his blurry self. A person who's very sentimental, a person from Earth, but to a certain extent, a person who has been reconstructed into a new person because of the fusion with Klein Moretti's memory fragments. A person who didn't spend too much time with the Nighthawks but has had that period of time deeply influence his actions and choices. A person who tries to play safe and is afraid of danger, but is able to change his mind at the critical moment. A person who truly wants to skive, eat delicious food, travel and enjoy life, but he has no choice but to be busy with more important matters. A person who likes beautiful women, but he doesn't give himself up to pleasure to keep to his principles. A person who loves money but is willing to spend large sums of money for his siblings. A person who hides his pain inside while showing a smile to others. A person who's used to lampooning inwardly but appears gentlemanly on the surface. A person who can overcome his psychological traumas but never crosses his bottom line. A person who feels embarrassed for his acting. He's also a guardian, a miserable wretch that is constantly fighting against threats and madness. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he silently added. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he seemed to come into contact with his true self. Without realizing it, Klein fell asleep, his body and mind at peace. Inside the master bedroom, Cynthia had also fallen asleep. She was dressed in a nightgown with her legs bare. She had a few layers of her blanket in between her legs as she gently grinded against them. Her hand subconsciously scratched her skin, forming red streaks across them as tiny bumps were produced. In her dream, she saw the illusory and surreal sea of stars, as well as that bright star that emitted its light at her. Her vision was pulled closer to it as she could slowly discern the star. Phew! Klein suddenly awoke from his dream, as he still had an indescribable scene still seemingly burned into his eyes. Why did I have such a dream? He frowned as he turned his head in disbelief. Just now, not only had he dreamed of Cynthia, who was dressed in a silk nightgown, but he also had a sexual relationship with her. He even dreamed of the naked body of Demoness of Pleasure Sharon, the exquisite doll-like Miss Sharon, Miss Justice whose looks were relatively blurry, Trissy Cheek, Tracy, and all the beautiful women he had met before. Then, he gave himself up to pleasure as he engaged in a myriad of positions. To most beyonders and ordinary people, this might have been a normal response from suppressing his body when recently faced with temptation, but as a seer, a dream had a very special meaning. Klein quickly observed his body and realized he was still erect, semen flooding out from his penis and causing stains everywhere. This isn't a seer's dream revelation, but the result of an external influence. There's an enemy. Klein was alarmed as he quickly made up his mind. At the same time, he cautiously got out of bed and quickly changed into his admiral uniform. This way, he had the 9th law charm and creeping hunger on him, equipping him with potent self-preservation powers. As he wasn't clear of the present situation, Klein didn't attempt to head above the gray fog. He continued viewing himself as a Mirius. With a staid expression, Klein carefully walked to the door and reached out his hand to grab the handle. At that instant, he seemed to finally find the connection with the real world as he heard the chaos and din outside the door. There were clear chewing sounds, debaucherous moaning, angry roaring, and sharp urging. What exactly happened? Everything was normal just moments ago. Klein gulped a mouthful of saliva as he used cogitation to maintain the necessary calm. He had been using spirit vision to observe the situation outside the villa every day and had not discovered any problems. Where are the Admiral's bodyguards? Where's Secretary Luan? Klein found the entire ordeal strange and terrifying the more he considered the situation before him. He touched the 9th law charm with one hand and made the deep domineering aura emanate, repressing the unease that was wafting through the air. Exerting strength in his left hand, Klein twisted the handle and opened the door. Before he took a step forward, he saw a red-vested attendant sitting opposite him. The attendant had many cooked and raw food placed in front of him. There was steak, mutton, dragonbone fish, and Orvie lobster. At this moment, the attendant picked up a huge fish that seemed to have just stopped struggling, raised his head, and smiled at Klein with a turbid look. "Admiral, I have always envied your food." His stomach was different from before. It was bloated as though he was 7 or 8 months pregnant. Just as he said that, the attendant raised his arms and bit into the raw dragonbone fish, forcefully ripping out a piece of thick flesh. Fresh red blood dribbled from the corners of his mouth as his chewing sounds sent a chill down Klein's back. The attendant hurriedly gulped as he swallowed the food in his mouth. His bloated stomach trembled as though he would blow up at any moment. This is the instinctive reaction to restrict one's appetite. Klein observed the attendant carefully, and for some reason, he recalled the tramp stand-in who had died of a sudden illness due to gorging. He didn't spend too much time thinking or making attempts to rescue the attendant who was ravenously consuming the food. This was because he knew that nothing would be effective unless he resolved the matter at its roots. Klein moved his feet and followed his spiritual intuition's guidance, carefully walking towards the master bedroom. At the door, there were two maidservants. One of them was sitting on the other as she bent her back, strangling the other by the neck. Wearing a beaming smile, she shook the maidservant beneath her as she hurriedly urged her, "Quick! Quickly praise me! Quick! Quickly praise me! She desires acknowledgement." Klein frowned and took a few steps closer, grabbing onto the collar of the maidservant at the very top. He threw the maidservant to the other side of the wall, slamming her to the wall with a force strong enough to make anyone faint. However, this didn't prevent the maidservant from getting to her feet. The maidservant at the bottom kept yawning without opening her eyes. Even though her neck was being wrangled, she appeared as though she hadn't had enough sleep. Such a scene, Klein instantly had the urge to escape and seek help from the church or military. However, the strongest person on Oravi Island was none other than Admiral Amirius. And I'm Amirius at the moment. However, once the situation turns for the worse, I should flee when the time calls for it. I shouldn't act at the cost of my life. Klein pushed open the ajar master bedroom door, his scalp tingling with numbness. The first thing he heard behind the door was pleasurable moaning that gave itself up to one's primal instincts. Following that, a smell that made his heart race and sent blood gushing to his nether regions inundated his olfactory senses. In addition, there was an eclectic mix of all sorts of bodily fluids. A scene of indulging pleasure couldn't help but surface in Klein's mind. Right on the heels of that, Klein saw the blonde secretary, Luan. He stood by the door, looking inside with an overlooking and cold manner. His arrogance was extremely real. Upon sensing someone enter, he turned his head and discovered it was Admiral Amirius. His expression and gaze didn't change, as though he was looking at an ordinary, unimportant person. This secretary is usually very reverent, but he's actually such a prideful person? Klein originally wanted to question Luan, who seemed to possess some reason, but he saw him shift his gaze to look into the middle of the master bedroom from a height. He only looks normal. Klein traced Luan's gaze and discovered a fair body that was 3 meters tall in the middle of the master bedroom. It had brownish-green lumps growing on its surface that resembled tree warts. Some parts were cracked open, revealing organs that resembled flowers. It had the bodyguards and the male attendants gathered around it as they either stood or knelt, prostrating or floating as they mated with those organs, letting out deep grunting sounds. The other bodyguards and maidservants of varying numbers were scattered across the carpet, enjoying each other's bodies to their heart's content. In addition, tree warts and flowers grew from the tall fair body, as well as brown branches that extended out as they participated in every promiscuous act of pleasure with the people present. What kind of monster is this? Klein had his knowledge of mysticism overturned once again. He lowered his left palm and prepared for battle. At this moment, the terrifying body which towered 3 meters tall turned a head over. It was a female. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a high nose bridge and plump lips. She was none other than the beautiful Cynthia with hints of her youthfulness. As the tree branches danced while the flowers opened, Cynthia looked down at Klein with flushed cheeks as she said with hints of embarrassment, "Admiral, I want to have a child with you." Upon seeing Cynthia's huge fair body with tree warts and flowers growing on it as though she was a tree, as well as hearing her shy, reluctant request, Klein couldn't help but shudder as his hair stood on end. Such a scene exceeded a horror conceivable by human imagination. He had never encountered something like this even in his dreams. If he were himself back when facing Megos in Tinjan, Klein definitely would have been affected by such a scene. He would have temporarily lost his ability to react due to the horror and panic, but after experiencing so much, he was an experienced beyonder in the true sense of the word. In the moment that Cynthia's words entered his ears, the glove on his left hand had already changed colors. It had turned black, emitting a noble and sinister feeling. This meant that Klein had activated creeping hunger and had switched to Wormtongue Mither Soul, giving him the powers of a baron of corruption. At that instant, he distorted Cynthia's words, turning Admiral, "I want to have a child with you," to Admiral, "I only wish to have a child with you." This way, Klein believed that the bodyguards and male attendants around the tree-like monster would be pushed away, far away by Cynthia, after having her will distorted, giving them a chance for a breather. As for whether he would expose himself as a fake Admiral Emirius, he didn't care. At this moment, anyone who was still bothered about whether the true acting would be successful would definitely be someone with a serious case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he clearly wasn't. In addition, in an environment with all sorts of desires being magnified to the limit, Klein suspected that the others who had been influenced weren't paying attention to the battle or the actual situation. The Baron of Corruption's distortion power was activated silently, but Klein was appalled to discover that nothing changed with Cynthia or the men's actions. They weren't affected at all. I've already used distortion. The mutated Cynthia is able to directly resist such an influence. Klein's pupils constricted as he hurriedly jumped to the side. A brown tree branch sprouted out from where he was standing as a sticky flower bloomed at its tip. The flower was abnormally large. As it bloomed, it seemed like it was about to swallow a person whole. Although Klein had never seen cannibalistic flowers in the southern continent's rainforests, he didn't believe that they were any less terrifying or ridiculous as the one before him. Pa, pa, pa. Similar branches drilled out from the walls, floor, and ceiling as they chased after Klein with their moist flowers. During this process, the flowers bit down on Secretary Luan's head, as well as the bodyguards, male attendants, and maidservants who were gyrating in pleasure on the surrounding carpet. At this moment, having learned the lesson that his distortion powers would be resisted, Klein didn't hesitate to pull out his right hand. A dark gold high-level charm clasped tightly in his palm. Ninth Law. He originally didn't plan on using the charm so quickly. It wasn't because he couldn't bear to use it, but he wished to engage in a longer battle to determine what Cynthia was good at after mutating into a monster. Only then could he target her weaknesses. After all, the Ninth Law was unable to make a general prohibition, and the clause had to be sufficiently specific. For example, it couldn't make Beyonder powers ineffective in the area, but it could specify the nullification of a specific Beyonder power. To use it to its fullest, he needed to observe carefully and make sound judgment. However, the present situation was forcing Klein to use his trump card. Otherwise, he suspected that he had no means of damaging this tree-like monster. If the Ninth Law charm isn't able to create an environment that allows me to kill the monster, I'll have to immediately escape from the villa with its help. I will lead Cynthia outside and find a chance to pray. I'll use the sea god scepter above the gray fog to bombard it with attacks. Just as the thought flashed in his mind, Klein, who had been constantly jumping amidst the attacking tree branches and flowers, solemnly chanted a word in ancient Hermes, Law! As the activation incantation resounded, the dark gold charm in Klein's palm instantly turned ice cold. It was a coldness that seemed to make one lose any emotions. At that instant, Klein reached an extremely calm state. In the moment he threw out the Ninth Law charm, his thoughts rapidly surfaced as he considered what to prohibit. His first reaction was to prohibit the generation of any desire, but he knew that it was too general. Therefore, he thought of changing to the desire to procreate. After all, Cynthia's desire was to have a child with Admiral Emirius. The influence she had on her surroundings was a result of this. Just as the Ninth Law charm was flying in midair, turning into bits of dark gold beams of light that scattered into the surroundings, Klein suddenly thought of a problem. Cynthia was only an ordinary person prior to this. This is a certain fact. Over the past 3 nights, Klein had used spirit vision, divination, and other methods to repeatedly confirm that Cynthia wasn't a Beyonder. Similarly, she would have long been discovered by Admiral Emirius, who could distinguish between ordinary people and Beyonders. Therefore, her sudden transformation into a mutated monster was a problem he needed to pay close attention to. Could it be like Megos? She became a vessel of an evil god's descent through some form of ritual? No, if there's a ritual, it's impossible for me not to discover it. My spiritual intuition would have warned me not to activate my spirit vision and not look straight at Cynthia. It's some item or trait on her body that has an external force projected on her. Therefore, there weren't any problems the previous 2 nights until she suddenly mutated today. Regardless, the terror from her comes from somewhere else and not her body. Klein quickly made a judgment in 2 seconds. Without any hesitation, he seized the opportunity and said in a solemn tone, "This place is prohibited from having any interaction with the outside world." The ancient Hermes words, which were filled with mystery, instantly spread out as the dark golden light scattered everywhere and intertwined with the countless law-like symbols and magic labels before merging into the void. Hum. There was suddenly a light hum in Klein's ears as he seemed to see the formless light filled with desire get expelled out of the room. Immediately following that, an illusory and resplendent starry sky appeared before his eyes. They were points of bright stars. Pa! Pa! Klein's eyes burst as fluid, a mixture of blood and plasma, gushed out horrendously. Although he had used the 9th law charm to isolate any external influence, the level of the power was extremely high. Just a normal level of recoil was enough to penetrate the natural protection of the high-level charm and burst his eyes. This damage came abruptly and without any warning signs. Klein didn't even have the chance to use paper figurine substitutes, just like Nimblewright Master Rosago from back then. If not for the 9th law charm, his eyes might not have been the only things that burst. He might have turned into a monster just like Cynthia. Meanwhile, the tree-like Cynthia came to a stop as her body began crumbling, turning into flesh and blood with brownish-green warts. The surrounding bodyguards and male attendants plopped to the ground, unconscious. Cynthia's head was embedded in the blob of flesh as she muttered to herself, "Admiral, I want to have a child with you. Admiral, I want to have a child with you." She tried hard to extend the remaining tree branches on the ceiling and walls, binding Klein, who was still in a dazed state as a result of the recoil, and she pulled him towards herself. The moment Klein recovered a little, he immediately began struggling desperately. Despite his attempts to snap his fingers to light a fire or switch the powers of creeping hunger, he failed because his hands and arms were bound tightly. With the help of his clown powers, he saw the brownish-green warts approach. Stirred, Klein changed his appearance, turning his appearance from Admiral Amirius to Gehrman Sparrow. A Gehrman Sparrow with bleeding eyes. The binding tree branches paused as they mysteriously released their hold. They began flailing everywhere as though in an attempt to grab at something. Cynthia's head was filled with disappointment and confusion as she muttered, "Admiral, where did you go? Admiral, where did you go?" Without the external force to continue the resistance, she finally only had the thoughts of having a child with Amirius thanks to the Baron of Corruption's distortion. This made her release Gehrman Sparrow. Klein flipped to his feet and covered his eyes with his right hand and pulled downwards abruptly, moving the horrendous wound towards his left shoulder. As his left shoulder became mangled, creeping hunger was tainted with a pure and resplendent glow. Klein looked at Cynthia's head in the pile of flesh and blood with pity as he spread out his arms. A holy flame which swirled around a pillar of pure light descended from the sky, enveloping the monster that had been reduced to flesh and blood. Amidst the holy beam of light, having already lost its support from the external power, the tree warts and flesh rapidly disintegrated. It was like snow meeting a red-hot metal ball. Amidst an indescribable sizzling sound, Cynthia's face winced as abnormal agony showed itself on her face. She turned around with great difficulty, looking up and down, her expression turning horrified and confused. Finally, she realized that there was a problem with her. "Admiral," her voice trembled as she looked ahead with fear and despair, but all she could find was an unfamiliar face. Klein could have fed creeping hunger with Cynthia's remnant flesh and spirit body, but at that moment, he sighed and said with a calm voice, "Try not to make contact with strange artifacts or religions in the future." From his point of view, the reason why Cynthia had turned into this monstrosity either had to do with a cult or some particularly dangerous artifact. She had connected with some existence which couldn't be looked at directly, resulting in such a response. Cynthia seemed to understand something as her remnant head and tiny bit of flesh suddenly wept. "It's the mother tree of desire, the heavenly body sect. Admiral, Admiral, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. Save me." Mother Tree of Desire, Heavenly Body Sect. This isn't within the confines of my knowledge of mysticism. Klein maintained his expression as he looked pitifully at the pleading Cynthia. He spread his arms again and said in a deep voice, "Death is not the end. You will be redeemed when you are at God's side." Another pure beam of light landed as Cynthia's beautiful, weeping face completely fixed in place. Her eyes widened in despair, but there was the remnant hope of being sent to heaven after death. Under the sun's radiance, her brain and remnant flesh melted away at a discernible pace. By vanishing, it had obtained its final rite of cleansing. Klein looked silently at this scene without any expression or movement. After everything calmed down, he curled the corner of his lips and chuckled, finding it hard to hide his sorrow. This is really a crazy and chaotic world. He didn't dare to channel Cynthia's spirit after what had happened. The many oddities had made him abandon the thought of bringing Cynthia's spirit body above the gray fog to inquire. Faced with the irremovable evil and the ever-worsening corruption, he could only choose to have Cynthia be cleansed. After all, in this world with true gods, there might exist a heaven after death. As for Creeping Hunger's backlash, Klein was temporarily not concerned. After spending a long time with it, this mystical item which had been sealed to a certain extent had adjusted to him. It didn't need to be fed after every use. It had been restored to its original state. Once it was activated, it just needed to eat once in a 24-hour period, regardless of how many times it was used. Of course, there was no need for it to be fed on the day it wasn't used. Therefore, Klein had plenty of time to seek out food for Creeping Hunger without harming the innocent. If the worst comes to the worst, I can throw it above the gray fog. Klein surveyed his surroundings, and he realized that the bodyguards and the male and female attendants in the room had shaken off the influence of their magnified desires, and they had fallen unconscious. This included the maidservant who was strangling her companion in a bid to obtain her approval and praise, as well as blonde secretary Luan. Indeed, once the problem is resolved at its root, everything will come to an end. According to Admiral Amirius's description, Luan is at least a sequence 6 beyonder, and he's suspected to be a baron of corruption. He might have secretly reached sequence 5. Even he was so easily controlled by his magnified desires, which means that the power that descended with the help of Cynthia is extremely potent. But why did I only have a wet dream? Ignoring my mystical items, Luan and I should be at the same level. Is it because a portion of the gray fog's power, when mixed with reality, provided me with help? Is it because of the restriction from Admiral Amirius's temporary contract? Or could it be a mix of both? Yes, if it wasn't because of these factors as Cynthia's primary target, my desire towards sex would definitely be magnified. This wouldn't just be me having a romantic dream. Klein habitually reached out with his right hand to cover his face as he changed once again back into Amirius Revolt's appearance. As the lives of the others weren't temporarily under threat, he carefully observed the room when his spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. Taking a few steps forward, Klein came to where Cynthia had vanished. He bent down and picked up a necklace from a pile of torn clothes on the bed. A pendant that was the length of a finger segment hung from the necklace. It was completely black in color and looked like a miniaturized rhinoceros horn. The surface was full and covered in cracks. Apart from exuding evil, there were no lustrous spirituality activity. This is the dangerous item that caused Cynthia to mutate? As it had connected to the existence which couldn't be looked at directly, it had completed its mission, allowing all its powers to be injected into Cynthia's body. Klein made a preliminary conjecture based on the pendant's situation and from his past experience. He checked the area and found nothing. Hence, he pulled out a paper figurine and dealt with the traces left behind. He dispelled the prohibition from the charm before walking towards Secretary Luan, who still had some signs of corruption due to temporarily being devoured by the flowers. He raised his knee and kicked him a few times with the tip of his shoe. With Amirius's character, it's unlikely that he would crouch down to shake his secretary awake. Heh, this fellow's arrogant way of looking down on others sure is irritating. I really want to beat him up. Klein paused as he watched sternly as Luan gradually woke up. Your Excellency. Luan was in a momentary daze, as though he couldn't tell dream from reality. As a high-ranking superior, I'm under no obligation to explain. Klein looked down at him and said in a deep voice, "Wake up all the lightly injured people. Get a number of them to treat the remaining people while the others are to investigate the heavenly body sect on Orvie Island. They worship an evil god named Mother Tree of Desire. Start the investigation with the people around Cynthia. I'll be waiting in the study for the report." With that said, he held the cracked rhinoceros horn pendant and turned to leave the master bedroom before entering the unaffected silent study. As an important member of the military, although he was somewhat helpless when faced with the kingdom's upper echelons, he needed to choose to ignore certain matters. An example was the telegram which relieved Aston from his post as Governor-General and the arrival of the new Governor-General. This meant that the new Governor-General had departed ahead of time. Yet as the highest-ranking commander of the Central Sonia Seas Navy, Amirius Revolt had not received the news at all. However, on Orvie Island, to Secretary Luan and the local police system and naval base personnel, he still held absolute authority. He didn't need to do the investigations himself, as he had plenty of people at his disposal. A demigod only needed to be wary against any accidents and await news. There was no need to busy themselves. Inside the study, as Klein heard the chaotic sound of footsteps and horrified screams, questioning and exchanges, he couldn't help but have the starry sky and the bright, lustrous star surface in his mind. What does it represent? Klein frowned and sat in the armchair behind the desk. His figure sank into the darkness brought about by the curtains. He soon made certain connections. Due to the legends from the City of Silver and Emlyn White's description of the Sanguine situation, he confirmed that the moon pathway controlled a portion of the authority over reproduction and proliferation. This coincided with Cynthia's intentions and actions. Starry sky. Mr. Dorr informed Emperor Roselle that the goddess's corresponding tarot card is the star and not the moon. Could it be that this illusory starry sky represents her? Yes, the primordial moon is suspected to be a particular deity, angel, or high-level devil's alternate identity. The goddess has the honorific name of Crimson Moon. Could she be the one passing herself off as the primordial moon and occupying the corresponding spot so as to control the required authority? Although Klein knew that such thoughts were sacrilegious, he couldn't help but suspect the Evernight goddess. But he soon rejected that conjecture. This was because, be it vampire ancestor Lilith or the primordial moon, what they projected was only reproduction and proliferation. It didn't include the recognition of gluttony, pride, and desire. This was at odds with a number of victims earlier. The other honorific titles of the Evernight goddess didn't include the corresponding domains. This does coincide with the traits of the devil pathway. A desire apostle is an expert in such matters. Could the one subjugating the primordial moon be a high-level devil, or even the king of devils who's known as the dark side of the universe, Sequence Zero Abyss? This is very possible, but the problem with this is that it shouldn't produce an illusory starry sky and bright stars. Be it moon or abyss, they have nothing to do with the corresponding symbols. Klein found his conjecture problematic the more he thought over the matter. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly thought of a concept. It was something important back when he was first educated in mysticism but had never received a detailed description or explanation. That was the astral world. Apart from the Life School of Thought and a few other organizations' belief in uncommon concepts such as the world of absolute rationality, most schools of thought in mysticism believed that the world was comprised of the real world, the spirit world, and the astral world. There was no need to explain the real world. Knowledge of the spirit world was the foundation of many ritualistic magic and beyonder powers. It was only the astral world where Klein's knowledge about it was basically zero. Therefore, the illusory starry sky represents the astral world. The bright star is a particular existence in the astral world. I've always suspected that the astral world is where the true gods reside. Then, this imagery which represents the primordial moon isn't something unacceptable. Klein didn't think further as he recalled the details of the past few days while awaiting the results of his subordinates' investigations. Time ticked by when Klein finally heard a familiar gate approach. Secretary Luan knocked before entering. He bowed his head and coldly reported, "Your Excellency, we've already found the Heavenly Body sect and captured their leader." It was a clue provided by Miss Cynthia's parents. This sect has been rather active in Oravi over the past few years. They do not wear clothes in a bid to return to nature. Giving themselves up to their instincts is their purpose, and they believed that humans can attain liberation of their spirituality in such states. Reproduction of the next generation is a subsidiary product of this belief. After pausing for a moment, Luan added, "Their leader is a Beyonder, a Sequence 8 lunatic." Lunatic? A lunatic from the prisoner pathway? It has something to do with the Rose School of Thought? Yes, the Rose School of Thought internally has two factions, temperance and indulgence. The latter's beliefs are rather identical to the present situation. Klein was alarmed as he said in a stoic tone, "Bring him here." The leader of the Naturism sect was named Flightken, a man in his 30s. His thin face had brown whiskers, and there were evil-looking tattoos on his neck. He was brought in front of Klein by Luan. He looked ragged, as though he had suffered the most severe mental torture. "Your Excellency, while he was being captured, he kept exchanging his intelligence for strength, and he's on the brink of a mental collapse." Luan reported the facts, ignoring the possibility that Admiral Amirius could tell the exact details. That's perfect. Klein had been previously worried that, as a lunatic, Flightken would refuse to answer his questions while under the mental pressure. That way, he had to take the risk of being suspected of dismissing his subordinates and attempting a spirit channeling. As he looked coldly at Flightken, Klein's left hand wore a golden luster under the cover of the desk. He had switched creeping hunger to the interrogator's soul. And interrogator happened to be Sequence 7 of Admiral Amirius's Arbiter pathway. Deep in Klein's eyes, two indistinct flashes of lightning appeared as they overlapped with Flightken's figure. Psychic piercing was poised for attack. However, Klein didn't directly use the Beyonder power, as it was only at the level of a Sequence 7. Once he used it in front of Luan, he would immediately expose himself to the blonde secretary. With the pressure provided by psychic piercing on Flightken's spirit body, Klein sat there like the real Admiral Amirius as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know Cynthia?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand high and dangled the black miniature rhinoceros horn from his palm. "What is its use?" The dispirited Flightken trembled as he felt as if a dagger was being held to his psyche, capable of penetrating him at any moment. He couldn't help but lower his head as he stammered, "Yes, I know her. Cynthia, Miss Cynthia wished to have a child with your Excellency, a child with Beyonder powers. She was introduced to me by her parents. It's a proliferation necklace created with the bestowment of the goddess's aura. By consuming its powder and wearing it for prolonged periods of time, it will be able to make your Excellency unable to resist her." Klein listened in silence as he was half convinced by Flightken's explanation. However, he still had his doubts. He believed that it was partially Cynthia's goal. This beautiful lady did wish to have a child with Admiral Amirius, either by her own will or from the urging of others. This could be seen from her persistence even after she mutated. Although the Lone Kingdom's aristocrats didn't like or even discriminated against their illegitimate children, it was situational. A child who had successfully inherited their father's Beyonder characteristics would similarly be given importance. Those ancient families who knew many secrets viewed this with importance, and the Revolt family was one of those families. Furthermore, Admiral Amirius is a stern and old-fashioned man on the surface, but he's someone who treasures his relationships. Even an illegitimate child would receive his love and have importance attached. This might be the real reason why Cynthia was eager to have his child. Klein sighed inwardly. The doubt towards Flightken's answer was concentrated on the true effects of the proliferation necklace, as well as the possibility of the Naturism sect deliberate misleading of Cynthia. As he strengthened the pressure brought about by psychic piercing, Klein silently stared into Flightken's eyes until he could no longer take it and bowed his head again. "What other uses does this necklace have?" Klein shook the cracked pendant. His tone was calm, as though he knew every secret. His questions were only to obtain the final confirmation. An indescribable pressure inundated Flightken, who was already on the brink of a mental collapse. He plopped to the ground and shouted nearly hysterically, It can corrupt you. As long as Cynthia consumed the powder ground from it and sincerely chanted Mother Tree of Desire's honorific name, any man who has sex with her and successfully has a child would be corrupted. That will make you become a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire, to become her blessed. So that's how it is. Klein instantly understood the entire story, and he was no longer puzzled by the mutation that happened that very night. The Naturism sect's goal is to use Cynthia and the proliferation necklace, which looks like an ordinary object, to corrupt Admiral Emirius, making this important military figure of the Lone Kingdom become the Mother Tree of Desire's devout believer. He can then help their sect develop and provide them protection. The key to the success of this method is that it's sufficiently concealed and normal. It is in no way directly connected to terms like potency, strike, and terrifying. Therefore, after 3 rejections from me, Cynthia was unable to expel the corruptive forces in the proliferation necklace's powder from her body. She gradually reached her limit and finally connected with the Mother Tree of Desire and ended up with what seemed like a sudden mutation. Therefore, the monster after the mutation wasn't able to pose any threat to the real Admiral Emirius. Even my usage of the 9th law charm easily resolved the matter. This is because this wasn't the outcome the Naturism sect wished to have. They wished to have Admiral Emirius be secretly corrupted, and not have a conflict with a demigod. Klein silently looked at the secretary Luan. Luan had also gained a rough understanding of the entire situation. He immediately lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, it was our oversight. We only monitored Miss Cynthia and the servants here without expanding the monitoring to their friends and family. I'm willing to accept any punishment for this, even if you send me to be court-martialed. How would the real Admiral reply? Klein once again immersed himself in the character of Emirius, experiencing his recent pain, helplessness, grief, and anger. He maintained his seating posture and sternly said, We shall leave this for later. The hidden meaning behind this sentence meant, I'll decide based on your upcoming performance. Luan was taken aback for a second, seemingly finding the Admiral's mild punishment unbelievable. Klein half closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, My father, the deceased Earl Revolt, once taught me this. He said to pardon the first mistake of a subordinate. Luan, you, as well as the other bodyguards, should be thankful for his benevolence. Luan's gaze shimmered as he drew a silent breath. He was no longer as calm as he rather earnestly said, Your benevolence is admirable. I pledge my utmost loyalty to you, apart from my principles, God, and kingdom. The pride in you is extremely exaggerated. Klein didn't believe him as he said seemingly calm, There's a second half of the saying, that is, punish them for their second mistake. Luan nodded, unsurprised at that. Klein cast his gaze back to Flight Ken, who was slumped on the ground. He pressed without a change in expression. Who instigated you to do this? From his point of view, Flight Ken's answer was likely that they had planned it. After coming into contact with Cynthia and learning of her requests and knowing who her lover was, the Naturism sect boldly had the idea of corrupting the naval admiral, Emirius. Flight looked left and right somewhat neurotically as he apprehensively said, It was the Mother Tree of Desire. She instigated me to do it in my dream. In the beginning, I only wanted to lend Cynthia the proliferation necklace and for her to wear it. I never planned on her consumption of the powder. Instigated by the Mother Tree of Desire? This is almost equivalent to a revelation. Klein nearly frowned. Although Admiral Emirius is an important figure of the lone military and the highest-ranking commander of the Central Sonia Sea, making his standing and power rather tremendous, it shouldn't be important enough to have an evil goddess set her sights on him. However, I'm not an evil god. I have no way of comprehending their thought process. Perhaps the corruption of Emirius is for subsequent plans. Yes, I can't eliminate the possibility that Flight Ken is lying. I'll have to confirm it later. Klein thought before sternly asking, When did you have this dream? Flight forced a smile filled with fear and said, It was nighttime on February 4th, last Friday. I remember it very clearly. I had just released The Spirituality of a Lady. For February, Klein ruminated over the date, momentarily unable to find anything special about it. After 2 seconds of silence, he turned to ask, "What relationship do you have with the Rose School of Thought? What relationship does the Mother Tree of Desire have with the Chained God?" He wasn't worried that Admiral Amirius might have already known of this, with Secretary Luan having a certain understanding of the matter. This could be easily understood as a confirmation question. Flight Ken revealed a passionate look he could hardly keep in. We're a branch of the Rose School of Thought. My mentor is the Rose School of Thought's Saint, Zatwin. The Chained God is another manifestation of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire is the true and only deity that surpasses the 7 gods and the true creator. Your Excellency, you are a candidate to be her blessed, who can't brag. Can it be understood that the Mother Tree of Desire is an alt of the Chained God? According to the evil spirit in the underground ruins suspected to be Red Angel Medici, the prisoner path of the divine and the devil pathway can be swapped. Therefore, it's no surprise that the Rose School of Thought's Chained God can magnify the various desires of creatures. They have the temperance and indulgence factions internally. This matches the situation, Klein thought as he turned his head to Luan and said, "Go out for a while." He planned on questioning Flight Ken on whether he had done anything evil, and if he was suitable to be Creeping Hunger's meal. "Yes, Your Excellency." Luan didn't ask why as he briskly walked out the study and closed the door behind him. After the echoing sound of the door closing subsided, the entire study suddenly turned quiet. It was as though it was isolated from the outside world. The beyonder powers of a baron of corruption? The distortion of door closing to seal the study? Very considerate. Klein pondered for a few seconds as he recalled the series of thoughts he had previously. Hence, he suddenly asked, "February 6th, what did you do on Sunday evening?" Flight Ken was taken aback as he said, "We followed the revelation given by Mother Tree of Desire, and using the proliferation necklace and a hair obtained from a particular tramp, we held a ritual to magnify the tramp's gluttony. The tramp stand-in meant for Admiral Amirius was indeed killed by you. It was to prevent the Admiral from leaving and, hence, fall into a trap so that he can have sex with Cynthia and end up being corrupted?" Klein instantly connected all the matters together. "And my appearance provided another possibility that coincidentally destroyed this plan." Coincidence? That's not right. When the words coincidence flashed in his mind, Klein suddenly recalled the peculiarity of February 4th, the day the Mother Tree of Desire gave Flight Ken a dream revelation. It was the first day he arrived on Oravi Island. Don't tell me that this matter was targeted at me? Klein was alarmed as he immediately became abnormally awake. As a person who had several similar experiences, he had quite a persecution complex. It really is possible. The Mother Tree of Desire used a dream to send Flight Ken a revelation just as I arrived at Oravi Island and began an entire series of plans. The first day I met Bilt Brando was the day the Naturism sect held the ritual to make the tramp stand-in die from gluttony. If they were targeting Admiral Amirius, the plan needed to ensure that there was no lack of a stand-in, and that he couldn't find an additional helper or other means to conceal his departure. But clearly, this is something that cannot be confirmed. My involvement is proof. If the target was me, then the previous problem is explained. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression as he gloomily looked at Flight Ken. With such a theory, more questions emerged in his mind. But how were they certain that Bilt Brando would seek me out? The news of Gairman Sparrow being able to change into anyone was spread from Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. It's an element beyond the Mother Tree of Desire's control. Of course, taking a different point of view, it's precisely due to the spreading of this news and my arrival in Oravi Island that made the Mother Tree of Desire send the revelation and put the plan into motion. But why would she want to corrupt me? My grudge with the Rose School of Thought hasn't reached the point of garnering the attention of an evil god. All I did was kill a Sequence 5 Wraith, a Sequence 6 Zombie, and a Sequence 7 Werewolf with Miss Sharon and Merrick, snatching away the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle. My hunt against Admiral of Blood was terminated before it even started. It was an idea that didn't translate into action. The only thing that happened was the killing of Steel Mavedi. The act of revenge that resulted from this matter shouldn't even exceed the attention of a saint. Was it something special about me that resonated with some item formed by the aura of the Mother Tree of Desire on this island the moment I stepped onto it? But I've never faced any abnormal reactions from the holy artifacts left behind by other deities in Backlund or Tingen City. Furthermore, I did divine the matter above the gray fog and received the revelation that the death of the tramp was solely a coincidence. It wasn't arranged by a legendary creature or grade 0 sealed artifact. But the outcome ended up different. This is the first time that divination above the gray fog has been disrupted in the true sense of the word. I didn't even notice that it had been disrupted. Klein's thoughts came to a pause as he discovered the most serious problem. Back when the matter involved 0-08, all he received was an ineffective revelation and not a disrupted outcome. Therefore, it's a power that exceeds a grade 0 sealed artifact. The Mother Tree of Desire personally disrupted the matter, and she is a true deity herself, but it's very difficult for the 7 gods to influence the real world. There has to be a corresponding ritual. Yes, I had also divined the risks of acting as a Mirius above the gray fog and received a revelation saying that it was an acceptable risk. The outcome does match the development of the situation, so it wasn't disrupted. The more Klein thought about the matter, the more perplexed he became. What was most incomprehensible about it was that if the target of corruption was himself, why didn't he suffer any demanding trials, and he instead solved the problem in a relatively simple manner? This made the Mother Tree of Desire's arrangement appear like a joke. While pondering with this weight in mind, Klein nearly crushed Flightken. He asked again to verify his conjecture. To his surprise, the Naturism sect hadn't held any rituals to request the Mother Tree of Desire to disrupt any divination over the past week. They didn't make any special arrangements aimed towards the failure of the project. Strange. Klein took out a gold coin and flicked it as a final confirmation. Even without divination, he was almost certain that Flightken wasn't lying. Firstly, the man was already on the brink of a mental collapse, making him lack the ability to fabricate something reasonable. Secondly, Flightken's answers adhered to logic, completely confirming whatever Klein had deliberately kept to himself. The gold coin landed in his open palm, the king's portrait facing up, indicating a positive response. Combined with the divination statement, Klein finally confirmed that Flightken wasn't lying. After temporarily suppressing his puzzlement, he cast his gaze towards Flightken once again. He asked without a smile, "What deeds have you done in the past that violate the kingdom's laws or the moral fabric of society?" Flightken was taken aback for a few seconds as his mental state seemed to instantly turn for the better. From his point of view, his ploy against Admiral Emirius was the most serious crime, something that would most easily enrage this important figure. Everything else was trivial and nothing that needed a demigod to waste his time and energy on. Therefore, after skipping the important matters and coming to an ordinary topic, it meant that he might enjoy a good outcome. Flightken couldn't help but reveal a discreet smile as he hastened to recount. "I once tortured a family for an entire night for their property and abandoned them in the woods after murdering them. Then, I used fake documents and successfully obtained a sizable amount of wealth. I deliberately enticed many believers to indulge in their desires and watched as their emptiness and regret after the deed slowly paved the way for them to become fertilizer for the Mother Tree of Desire. I once tricked many ladies to abide with their nature, an excuse for them to be redeemed by the spirits, allowing me to possess them. I tortured believers who attempted to renounce the religion, slicing off every part that protruded off their bodies." He recounted each and every sin of his, without any thoughts of concealing the truth. Klein felt disbelief with what he heard. He never expected anyone to be evil to this extent. As Flightken got increasingly excited from recounting his past deeds, he saw Admiral Emirius stand up without an expression before circling around the desk and standing in front of him. The Admiral then raised his left palm. A terrifying mouth appeared in the middle of the left palm, revealing 2 rows of illusory, white, and eerie teeth that were icy cold. "No, no!" A sharp and horrified scream resounded in the room for a long time until silence prevailed. After a while, Klein bent down to pick up a blob of grayish-white light that resembled a shrunken brain. This was the beyonder characteristic of a lunatic. Unfortunately, Flight Ken had been searched before being brought here. He didn't leave behind any cash or items. Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the rest of the clothes. As he looked at his left shoulder, which was beginning its recovery process, he sat behind the desk and remained silent amidst the dancing scarlet flames. Once the traces were no longer noticeable, he pulled at a corresponding rope, making the bell outside ring. Luan released the restriction and entered, instinctively observing every corner. Instruct the guards and the base personnel to cooperate with the Oravi police to do a cleanup of the Naturism sect. It's best if clues can be found and a number of Rose School of Thought members are caught. Klein solemnly gave the order. Yes, Your Excellency, Luan answered respectfully. He didn't ask where Flight Ken was, as though the leader of the Naturism sect never existed. Klein didn't pay too much attention to the raid on Oravi Island. Using the excuse that he was slightly injured, he declined the remaining schedules for the next 2 days. This meant that he didn't need to worry about needing to exude the might of a high-sequence beyonder of the Arbiter pathway after expending the 9th law charm. Nearing noon, Luan entered after knocking the door and reported, Your Excellency, Mr. Aston has yet to leave on the liner. The new Governor-General, Ben Conrad, has sent an invitation to participate in the banquet he's hosting tonight. Ben Conrad, the person who replaced Aston as Governor-General. According to what I know, Viscount Conrad's family is a loyal subject of the royal family. Talum likely got to know Prince Edisac while being the equestrian teacher of Viscount Conrad's youngest son. Klein nodded gently as he immersed himself in Amirius Revolt's complex emotions. He remained silent for a few seconds before saying, Inform Governor-General Conrad that it's inconvenient for me to attend the banquet because of the injuries suffered from the Naturism sect's assault. Apologize to him on my behalf. Yes, Your Excellency. Luan didn't persuade him otherwise and calmly left the room. A demigod definitely had the right to be willful. As long as he didn't engage in some secret ploy or commit any serious mistake, there was no way he would be blamed regardless of what he did. This was because any faction would be willing to rope in a demigod. As he watched Luan's back vanish from the door, Klein shook his head indiscernibly and sat back behind the desk. A quiet day quickly passed. When it was almost midnight, Klein, who was sleeping in the guest room, suddenly woke up and sat up. His spiritual perception told him that someone had entered the house. Klein focused his gaze at the window and saw a middle-aged man in a tailcoat. He had black hair and blue eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly sagging. He was none other than Admiral Amirius. Phew, he's finally back. Klein slowly stood up and cautiously asked, What item did you give me before? He was afraid that the Admiral Amirius before him was also a faceless in disguise. Admiral Amirius stood there and answered with a stern expression, The 9th law charm. Without waiting for Gehrman Sparrow to speak again, he took 2 steps forward and calmly asked, Did anything happen in the past few days? Klein controlled his facial muscles and said, Your secretary committed a mistake and was injured. Oh, what else? Admiral Amirius nodded with deep reservation. Klein tried hard not to move his gaze away as he looked straight at him and said, Your younger brother has been relieved of his post as Governor-General. The new Governor-General has already taken over. Your Miss Cynthia mutated into a monster and was purified by me. A number of your bodyguards and attendants were infected to a certain extent and are currently receiving treatment. Amirius's expression turned into shock bit by bit in an uncontrollable manner. His eyes moved slightly, as though he suspected whether he had returned to the wrong place. It had only been 3 days. After a frozen moment of silence, Amirius quickly brought his expressions under control. He said in a domineering and deep tone, Tell me the specifics. Klein didn't hide much of the truth. He began with Aston Revolt's question, before mentioning the warning from the mysterious person in the dream, and how he was told not to make a choice that resisted the trend of the times. Following that, he talked about the sudden telegram, and finally he spoke of Cynthia's mutation. He went into detail about the situation, the arrogance of the secretary, how he dealt with it, and the general investigations that followed. The only information he kept to himself was that the February 4th was the first day he arrived on Oravi Island, as well as his subsequent guesses. Of course, he was also very vague with matters regarding combat. He believed that Admiral Amirius was understanding enough. After all, what a Beyonder was good at or what unique abilities he had were one of their greatest secrets. If they were exposed or understood by others, it gave others a chance of setting up a targeted ambush, making it possible for them to die under the hands of an enemy of a lower sequence. Below that of high-sequence Beyonders, many Beyonders could be very powerful or very weak. After Amirius listened to the recount in silence, his expression didn't seem to change in the dark room. However, the fact that he hadn't interrupted Klein's recount implied something. After a few seconds of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "The mysterious person who infiltrated your dream emphasized the fate of an era, as well as the trend of the times?" Yes. Klein had already changed back into Gehrman Sparrow's appearance. He didn't deliberately go into detail that the mysterious person had never mentioned Aston Revolt's exact plan. Amirius fell silent again. "You maintained my appearance in your dream?" "Yes, this is my secret," Klein answered succinctly. Amirius nodded indiscernibly as he paced around in a tiny area before looking back at Gehrman Sparrow. "There were no problems with your choices." Upon hearing this, Klein seemed to receive the ultimate and most effective feedback. A large portion of the potion in him was digested as a result. Amidst the deep, reverberating tone, Amirius turned his body to the side and said without any hint of emotion, "I originally had no plans to have a contract with the stand-in, and instead I wanted to inform Cynthia that I had the symptoms of losing control, making it impossible for me to have any physical relationship with her for 5 days. However, I later changed my mind due to certain reasons. If not for the temporary contract's forceful restriction, even if I'm able to withstand the temptations during usual times, I might not have been able to resist the magnified desires last night. Of course, if Cynthia knew of the 5-day restriction ahead of time, she wouldn't be in such a rush to consume the powder ground from the proliferation necklace. It would have prevented her from sensing the mother tree of desire and end up mutating. But as such, the ball is in the naturism sex court. They could have made up an excuse to get Cynthia to consume it. This matter was really targeted at me. What does the mother tree of desire actually want? Also, what was the reason that caused Admiral Amirius to make such an important change? Klein seemed to grasp the crux of the matter as he looked at Amirius's side profile. "What's the reason?" Amirius said with a deadpan expression, "There's no need for you to know." For the first time in his life, Klein hated such a response. After some thought, he took out the cracked pendant and threw it at Amirius. "This is the proliferation necklace that originated from the mother tree of desire." Amirius raised his hand to catch it before looking down. "You may leave. Go to Built to receive your reward. Aren't you worried that I know of something I'm not supposed to know?" "That's right. Aston's ploy has been exposed and is known by his political enemies. As for Amirius, he was clearly not involved. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I understand anything." Klein imagined that there would be a long-term confidential contract, but to his surprise, he could leave just like that. Noticing that Amirius didn't raise another matter, he pointed at him and said, "Clothes." Only then did Admiral Amirius look up, silently taking off the formal attire comprised of a shirt and tailcoat. Klein had originally wished to ask for additional payment due to the excessive dangers that went beyond the scope of the original agreement. But after secretly confirming that Cynthia's outcome was because of him, he abandoned the idea while feeling guilty. He quickly took off the comfortable sleeping robe, switched into a tailcoat, and under Amirius's guidance, leaped out of the window, and secretly left the garden villa while the bodyguard's eyes were confounded. Amirius donned a sleeping robe and clenched the proliferation necklace before walking to the window. He stood there silently as he faced the crimson moon and few stars in the dark night. He stood there without an expression, not even changing his posture for a long period of time. Pa! He slightly relaxed his clenched fist as the miniaturized rhinoceros horn fell to the ground in the form of shattered pieces, bit by bit, fragment by fragment. The next day at noon, Klein, who had slept soundly the entire night, left the inn and took a carriage to Sweet Lemon Bar. He went to the second floor to meet Bilt Brando. "It's over," Bilt asked with relief and surprise. Klein nodded and said, "Admiral Amirius has returned. Where's the rest of the payment?" Bilt revealed an unconcealable smile. After he dismissed his guards, he personally went to a safe and took out the remaining £500 and a blue cufflink. "This is the mystical item created from the Murloc bladder you provided," Bilt introduced. "It can provide illusory scales hidden beneath the skin, so you will be as difficult to catch as a fish. It will also help withstand a certain level of damage for you. With it, you can dive to at least 15 meters without any protective gear. You can freely move about in the water for 10 minutes. It doesn't have any serious negative effects. It will just make you tired easily when in a hot or arid place. That means this cufflink shouldn't be used with the sun brooch." Klein extended his hand to collect the money and item. "Aren't you afraid that there will be problems?" Bilt cracked a joke. "Your business is here," Klein answered calmly. His meaning was clear. If there were any problems, he wasn't afraid that the person in charge would go missing. Bilt's smile froze as he said, "It hasn't been named. You can give it one. Murloc cufflink." Klein couldn't be bothered to waste his brain cells. "Nice name. It leaves quite an impression," Bilt said with a forced smile. He paused for a moment before saying, "That artisan said that he can fix the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature onto materials with spirituality. It will be able to last a maximum of 1.5 years, but you will need to provide detailed information." "Heh. According to our agreement, I'll be responsible for it, so there's nothing to be worried about." "All right, make it a harmonica." Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and scribbled the ritual to summon his messenger. "Messenger? This is rather rare. It's very hard for Beyonders not from the death pathway to find a suitable one." Bilt received the piece of paper and casually scanned it. If the messenger is accidentally summoned during the production process, a gold coin has to be given to her. What happens if it's not given? Heh. Spirit world creatures always have something odd about them. I've seen some who love music, as well as ones who loiter around shit. What happens if you don't give one? Perhaps Ma'am Rionette Tinker might bring the heads of you and the artisan to me. She's a creature with a castle in the spirit world. She might even be stronger than me. Well, under situations when I'm not using the sea god scepter. Klein lampooned as he said in a deep voice, "The third promised item can be left to the future." "All right." Bilt didn't have any objections. Following that, he asked out of curiosity, "Mr. Gehrman, how did you fool Secretary Luan, Governor General Aston, and Miss Cynthia? People who Admiral Amirius specifically mentioned?" Klein did his best to prevent his facial muscles from twitching. "Follow the information and think about it carefully." He didn't provide an exact description before he stood up and bowed with his hat. "It's time I bid farewell." "It was a pleasure working with you," Bilt answered with a smile. After watching Gehrman Sparrow's figure vanish behind the door, he shook his head and chuckled, muttering, "This powerful and crazy adventurer is actually a natural actor." After lunch, his subordinate sent him the day's papers. As Bilt sucked on a cigar, he flipped through it when his expression suddenly froze. Last night, the new Governor General, Ben Conrad, held a banquet. New Governor General? Aston Revolt has been relieved of his position as Governor General? Bilt picked up the other sets of newspapers and found the same piece of information. With his connections in Oravi, he should have long heard of news regarding a replacement of the Governor General. However, the replacement was extremely sudden. Most people only learned of the situation when the new Governor General officially made his appearance. After a while, A partner who was secretly serving Admiral Emirius entered the room. Your Excellency wants you to investigate the people around you for naturism sect believers and sink them all into the sea. The partner passed on Emirius's instructions. All right, Bilt asked curiously, what exactly happened? The naturism sect suffered a terrible blow since yesterday. His Excellency suffered an assassination attempt from the naturism sect yesterday. Miss Cynthia perished as a result. Secretary Luan was injured, and the Admiral lost many of his bodyguards. The partner described simply. Ah! Bilt was momentarily stunned. Aren't these the people Admiral Emirius mentioned to be careful of when acting in front of them? I even specially emphasized it to Gairman Sparrow. Now, Miss Cynthia is dead, Secretary Luan is injured, and Aston Revolt has been relieved of his position as Governor-General. The corners of Bilt's mouth twitched while he wore a blank expression. East Chester County, Stone City. Audrey silently listened to a noble lady's words, echoing her from time to time as she provided an ear to listen to. Towards the end, the noble lady praised her sincerely. Audrey, you really are an angel. I feel a lot more comfortable after chatting with you. At this moment, Audrey saw the female priest from the Church of Evernight enter. Hence, she exchanged pleasantries before walking over with a smile. This priest appeared ordinary as she only provided low-level preachings, but in fact, she was a secret member of the Psychology Alchemists. Audrey, the potion formula is already in my hands. However, you need to contribute enough to obtain it. The female priest whispered while no one was paying attention. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she said, that wouldn't be an issue. However, Ma'am Smine, can you tell me its name? The female priest looked around before saying with a suppressed voice, Hypnotist. After leaving the Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein directly returned to his inn. Just as he was packing his luggage, the gigantic skeleton messenger appeared suddenly. It originally wanted to pat Klein on the shoulder, but it failed due to its nearly 4-meter-tall body with its head penetrating through the ceiling. All it could do was throw the letter ahead before collapsing into nothingness. Mr. Azik has finally replied. It has almost been a week. Has the messenger been changed? It looks like the original one and would make the corresponding warning. Klein caught the letter and unfolded it. I'm very sorry that I'm only replying to you today. Perhaps it's because the memories I've recovered has exceeded the limits of my body. I had to spend several days in a deep sleep to adapt to it. The matters you described does coincide with the traits of a marauder pathway. Their corresponding sequence 4 is parasite. In higher sequences, they possess the beyonder powers of parasitized bodies. According to what I know, there are 2 types of parasitizing. The first type is a preliminary state. The parasite would borrow the host's body to hide himself, so as to extend his lifespan and recover from his injuries. He can see and hear whatever the host sees and hears, but he is unable to interfere with the host's thoughts or steal his thoughts. Therefore, for a host to converse with a parasite, he will have to be the first to speak. The other is full control. The parasite is nearly fused with the host's spirit body, knowing and understanding his thoughts, as well as take over control of the body. Faced against the first type of parasite, one can inform the host via dreams or a subconscious conversation without worrying about being discovered by the parasite. This is because the parasite has to use the host's senses to sense his surroundings. For the second state, there is no way to converse with the host without the parasite's knowledge. However, there is a chance of eradicating the parasite, which is to rely on the host's faith. It's very difficult for me to accurately describe such matters, and all I can say is that when one opens his heart while praying, the target of the prayer would be able to discover the existence of the parasite, and through a particular ritual, provide feedback to complete the separation or eradication. Of course, the prerequisite is that the host himself doesn't know of this. Otherwise, the parasite would definitely be alerted and begin carrying out preventive measures. Isn't the latter situation somewhat similar to Little Son's? He prayed to me without much thought, and I discovered the existence of Amon's avatar. Then, with a concealed goal, I taught him the secret deed ritual and used it to cleanse the parasite, Klein instantly had a deeper understanding of the previous situation he was in. However, I'm currently unable to determine which state my dear poet is in. Back in Tingen, he would occasionally talk to himself. This might be a result of the first type of parasitic states, but the problem lies in the fact that it has been months. It's possible that the parasite has completed his complete control of Leonard. I have to first confirm the matter before knowing what I should do. Otherwise, rashly entering his dream will only lead to preemptively warning the parasite, making the problem more serious and harder to resolve. If it's the second parasitic state, my dear poet believes the goddess, but she has millions of believers. It's unlikely that she would pay important notice to a red glove who's neither a blessed or saint. She's unlike me, the fool. I read every prayer and often provide a one-to-one service. This is what it's like during a startup phase. As Klein thought over it, he suddenly sighed and felt wistful. He originally planned on entrusting a task to Emlyn to secretly monitor Leonard Mitchell to see if he often whispered to himself. However, after considering how Emlyn had already appeared before Leonard and the parasite because of Tinder, there was a high chance that he was a target they were wary of or a target of investigation. Therefore, he rationally abandoned such a thought. Miss Magician is only a sequence 8 and a trickmaster. She doesn't have the ability to monitor a parasite at the angel level or a red glove. Miss Justice's identity is the best form of concealment. Besides, she's also a believer of the goddess. But the problem lies in the fact that she's back in her fief. She will only return to Backlund in June. Mr. Hanged Man and Ma'am Hermit are at sea. As for Little Son, there's no way for him to connect with the outside world. There's still not enough Tarot Club members. The factions they've expanded into are still lacking. I can't find any suitable person to help me complete this task. Among the people I know, Miss Sharon should be the best choice to perform such matters when it comes to concealment, but I have no way of contacting her, even if I do it through Miss Magician or Emlyn. I had fled Backlund in a hurry, so I failed to consider many of the consequences. Klein raised his hand to knead his temples as he thought about how Leonard was an elite red glove in the Nighthawks. There were high-ranking deacons and the church watching over him, so it was unlikely the parasite would dare to do anything for now. Hence, he decided to put the matter aside and wait for a more suitable helper. Perhaps I can wait until I digest the potion and head east of the Sonia Sea to find mermaids. After I complete my advancement, I can return to Backlund and do it myself. The experienced Klein didn't hesitate further as he rapidly made up his mind. Inside Sweet Lemon Bar. After the uneasy Bilt handled 2 naturism sect believers among his close aides, he finally received some good news. Are you telling me that Admiral Amirius will be returning to Byam today? He stood up with a cigar in hand. Sothith nodded gently and said, His fleet left the harbor half an hour ago. It's steering towards the Rorstad archipelago. Phew. Bilt didn't conceal his sigh of relief, having confirmed that the Admiral wasn't putting any blame on him. Just the thought of how Gehrman Sparrow had managed to make the Admiral suffer the loss of so many of his bodyguards, the younger brother's loss of his position as Governor-General, the injury of his secretary, and the death of his mistress, he couldn't help but wonder about his own management capabilities. Although the responsibility of these matters wasn't necessarily Gehrman Sparrow's fault, to have them all happen at once had made one believe that it was the crazy adventurer's fault. At the very least, he was unlucky enough. And as his employer and endorser, Bilt believed that there was no way he could escape responsibility. He definitely needed to incur punishment from Admiral Amirius. His Excellency is indeed a demigod. He didn't let his rage blind his reason. Praise the Lord. May the storm be with us, Bilt said as he struck his right fist on his left breast. At this moment, the subordinates he sent rushed back. Boss, Gehrman Sparrow has disappeared, the subordinate reported in a hurried tone. Bilt frowned slightly. Disappeared? Yes. After he checked out of his room, he held his suitcase and circled the area several times before disappearing, the subordinate explained truthfully. It's really difficult to monitor an adventurer who can shapeshift into anyone. Bilt sighed and said, Leave it. There's no need to seek him out again. After being targeted by the mother tree of desire, Klein cautiously changed his appearance and identity, as well as his place of residence to prevent anyone from targeting him. From the feedback received from acting as Admiral Emirius, he decided to quickly digest the potion by putting it into practice. While riding a carriage to the Orvie Hospice Foundation, Klein once again stepped in. The person in charge of the registration was still Ma'am Joanna. She looked up and asked, "You want to do volunteer work?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. Joanna took out a form and asked like clockwork, "Name?" Klein smiled and replied, "Sinbad Volunteer." The weather in Eastchester County during April was comfortable. The vegetation was lush and the scenery was beautiful. It was the perfect season for hunting. Audrey was dressed in a waist-fitting black riding suit with a helmet. She was on a burgundy mare that belonged to her while in pursuit of a brightly colored wild chicken. She shot a whistling arrow and accurately struck the prey. As a psychiatrist, her physical attributes had clearly been enhanced. Together with her education in archery from a young age, whether it was in shooting firearms or in archery, she was considered rather skilled. A golden figure pounced forward and rapidly bit onto the prey which had lost its life. It was none other than Susie. "It's a pleasure working with you." The corners of Audrey's lips curled up as she struck her palm with Susie's paw with a smile. At this moment, the aristocrats surrounding her came over, either praising her for her hunting prowess or her training of her hunting hound. Audrey felt a little ashamed regarding the latter half. She had never trained Susie before. The aristocrats quickly dispersed as they continued chasing their prey. As for the low-level priest of the Evernight goddess, she came over and said to Audrey with a suppressed voice, "You can receive the hypnotist formula after completing the final mission." Finally, Audrey's eyes lit up as she silently nodded. To be frank, if she were still the green and squeamish noble lady of the past, she would have long lost the patience to accumulate the required contributions and would have ended up requesting the purchase of the hypnotist potion formula at the Tarot Club. But she knew very well that building up contributions would aid her infiltration into the psychology alchemists. She would be more trusted and build up a good foundation for her to receive the high-sequence potion formulas in the future. Therefore, she patiently performed matters that were either uninteresting or interesting. Of course, Audrey didn't waste the past 2 months. She had been eavesdropping on the conversations of the aristocrats and maidservants, before guiding them to pour out their frustrations and aid them in defeating their negative emotions. This allowed her to act as a psychiatrist very perfectly. During this process, she realized that she would unknowingly eavesdrop, observe, and steer the people around her to understand their flaws and habitual thought processes. She believed that she could disadvantage or mentally break any one of them without leaving a mark. She could also get them to help her by their own will without them even realizing it. It has to be said that it's actually quite terrifying, just like monsters in the legends who can grasp your minds. As she recalled, Audrey couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Smine was somewhat unaccustomed to horse riding as she carefully circled the area and said, "Stone University's Associate Professor Michel is a collector. We wish for you to purchase a notebook from the 20-Year War." The 20-Year War referred to a war between the Lone Kingdom and Faesac Empire in the 5th epoch's year, 621 to 642. The former was defeated and lost the ancient Elves Island, which was present-day Sonia Island. Stone University, Professor Michel. Notebook from the 20-Year War era. Audrey extracted the key terms in the words and glanced at Susie, who was running happily in front of the mare. She went straight to the point by asking, "Ma'am Smine, what kind of notebook is it?" "I'm not sure. All I know is that it belongs to the period of the 20-Year War. It's part of Associate Professor Michel's collection. It has an important characteristic. The patterns on the cover faintly forms a dragon." Smine didn't hide it from Audrey as she told her all the information she knew. Audrey, who silently listened to her descriptions, restrained her burgundy mare as she considered how she could complete the mission. Visit Associate Professor Michel and view his collections before raising a request to buy one of the items isn't too difficult. Although it's embarrassing to admit this, it's quite unlikely he would reject me regardless of the way it's said. Yes, Audrey, you shouldn't be overly reliant on these. The biggest problem is being out of the blue. I didn't know Associate Professor Michel before this, making it very difficult to explain why I'm suddenly visiting him. Besides, I don't know what the notebook means to him. Announcing my desire to purchase it might result in him being alert and wary. Jen's elder brother is studying at Stone University. At the last gathering, he depicted his penchant for describing and discussing matters. If I were to invite him and his sister to the next afternoon tea and steer the topic towards history, archaeology, or collections, then he will likely mention Associate Professor Michel. Yes, at a university there's definitely not many people who can be called collectors. With such a precursor, I can send someone to pay a visit to Associate Professor Michel and make the request to view his collection. At the first meeting, I'll try my best not to show my desire for it. I'll observe the owner's actions and guide him to reveal his true self. This will be helpful for me to use suitable matters for suitable requests at a suitable time. After confirming her line of thought, Audrey nodded at Smine and smiled. I'll work hard to complete the mission, but I can't guarantee success. Just as she said that, she tightened the girth before shooting forward like an arrow, heading straight for a reddish-brown fox that was darting around in a hunting encirclement. Above the tumultuous sea, the Blue Avenger was like a leaf tumbling amidst heavy squalls. From time to time, it would be thrown up before crashing back into the waves, but it maintained a stunning sense of balance without any signs of capsizing. Inside the captain's cabin, Alger Wilson was floating around the window as he looked at the waves outside, which were as high as mountains. There were forceful winds blowing around him in silence. Some time later, he landed his feet onto the carpet. Windblessed is indeed a sequence that can be easily acted based on its name. The only problem is that it occasionally makes me irascible, completely matching the characteristics of a gale. Alger sighed inwardly without any delight. Over the past 2 months or so, he had failed to obtain the Ocean Songster formula through his own resource channels and the Tarot Club's trades. After all, it was that of a sequence 5, the sequence closest to a demigod. The corresponding formula was already something where demand far outstripped supply. Even with boatloads of money and the willingness to pay a premium, it was very difficult to buy one. Normally speaking, joining the corresponding church or organization was the most effective method of obtaining the corresponding formula. But as a Church of Storm's bishop, Alger was unable to rely on this method. Due to particular secrets, he needed to hide his strength in order to win the freedom he needed to take action and be under light monitoring. Only after he had sufficient confidence would he head for a place and complete the goal he had been waiting for all this time. To his joy, he didn't waste the past 2 months. At the very least, the speed at which he digested the Windblessed potion was pretty decent. The Windblessed is simple. Ocean Songster is said to be quite difficult. Must I frequently sing? Alger couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the deck. Although he was separated from them by several rooms, he could still hear the drunken sailors singing with gusto, creating a din that could rival the storm's roars. Alger unknowingly frowned. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, Synthus Circus. Ma'am, didn't you say that you're performing magic? Why are you dressed like that? A youth asked the woman dressed in a pitch-black pointed hat and dress of the same color in puzzlement. I don't know why I'm wearing this as well. Perhaps it's because of my first appearance here. My brain was freezing from the weather and my style was subsequently fixed. Furs rubbed her face, which had red and yellow paint, as she replied with a smile. In ancient times, magic is often mistaken as witchcraft. But this has nothing to do with why I'm wearing this. She picked up the middle of 3 porcelain cups which were placed in front of her. She then placed a white ball beneath it. Then, she quickly switched the positions of the cups before smiling at the youth who had questioned her. Guess where the tiny ball is? Isn't this one of the gambling methods invented by Emperor Roselle? The youth said with piqued interest. But you aren't a croupier, but a trick master at a circus. Therefore, I believe that the ball has already been switched away. All the cups are empty. Furs smiled and said, Congratulations, you got it wrong. She suddenly picked up the cup in the middle as a white blur flew out. It was a dove. As for the tiny ball from before, It was where the dove had left. Wow! Godly! Wonderful magic! Brilliant! After a series of amazed exclamations, Furs clearly looked pleased with herself as she looked at the distant cathedral bell, put away her props, and returned to the tent where the circus master resided. "Are you really resigning? I can double your salary." The circus master came over as he tried to persuade her otherwise. "Unfortunately, I had already summarized the Trickmaster principles by the middle of March and had already completely digested the potion last week. If it wasn't because the contract ended today, I wouldn't even be here today. Although being a Trickmaster feels very nice, this doesn't stop me from my goal of advancing to astrologer. Teacher said that he would be giving me the formula, ingredients, and a gift this week. What kind of gift will it be? Sigh, the ravings from the full moon are getting more terrifying. If not for Mr. Fool, I definitely would have lost control and become a monster." Furs extended her right hand and covered her mouth, languidly yawning. Then, she said with a smile, "Well, I'm actually a best-selling author. My next book is related to circuses, so I came here to be hired." "A best-selling author?" The circus master's eyes lit up as he said worriedly and expectantly, "Will you write bad things about us? Are there any? I had a great time for the past 2 months." Furs took off her pointed black hat. The circus master revealed a sincere smile and said, "Wall, ma'am Wall, can you mention our circus's name in your book? I'll pay you advertisement fees. Of course, it won't be much. As you know, I'm responsible for the livelihoods of many people. That can be done?" The circus master is quite smart. For the first time, Furs realized that a novel could advertise just like in newspapers or magazines. Furthermore, the format was more obscure and natural. Amidst waves, a liner with rows of cannons traveled along a safe sea route without daring to deviate far from it. Any deviation from the sea route east of Orovie Island usually meant disappearing. Even pirates didn't dare to stray too far from the safe zones. This sea was filled with unexplored regions, filled with all sorts of sensational legends. After 2 months of volunteer work and finding 4 chances to engage in true acting, Klein bade farewell to carrying patients, scrubbing toilet bowls, cleaning vomit, and other miscellaneous chores. He boarded a ship headed for the Gargas archipelago. At the tarot gathering in early March, he had hired the hermit Katlia in a private conversation. He would meet her at the capital of Gargas archipelago, the city of White, Naz. He would then board her ship and head for the dangerous ocean, which was close to an illusion, on the far east of the Sonia Sea. There, he would search for unaffiliated mermaids who lived there. The hermit Katlia seemed to be very interested in meeting members of the tarot club in the real world. With just a few seconds of thought, she agreed to the world's request. However, due to the high level of danger, she had given a high asking price. £3,000. Klein's first reaction was to give up and take Mr. Hangman's ghost ship, but considering how there would be many sailors from the Church of Storms following him, making his freedom limited, and the fact that the level of danger in the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea was high, he finally accepted Ma'am Hermit's condition. As for her, she would wait around the Gargas archipelago for a month at the beginning of April. Any delay would imply the end of the cooperation. To not waste the £1,000 deposit, Klein didn't wait to complete his digestion before heading for Gargas archipelago from Orovie Island. Of course, with the summaries and chances at true acting from before, he was already very close to completely digesting the faceless potion. Even if he didn't use true acting, just acting in his capacity as Gairman Sparrow was enough to complete the digestion in 2 to 3 weeks. Due to this reason, as well as the world's identity being tied with Gairman Sparrow, Klein transformed back into the lunatic and powerful adventurer once he left the hospital. However, he did disguise himself to a certain degree. As he watched the perturbed sea surface, Klein finally saw a port city that had houses mainly made of white rock. The most eastern front of the Fasak Empire, the capital of the Gargas archipelago, Naz. "I'm finally overseas." Klein looked at a fishing boat carrying whale meat cruising into the harbor. Its ruggedness wasn't concealed. Meanwhile, he discovered several ships hanging pirate flags docked at the harbor without any signs of concealment. Indeed, Oroville Island's eastern front is a playground for pirates. Klein wore his hat and carried his luggage and left the cabin after the liner came to a stable halt. He went down the gangway into the harbor. After a few steps, he saw a crew of pirates seemingly entering conflict with a local gang. Both sides drew their weapons as they clashed. Klein calmly walked past, showing no signs of stopping them. At that moment, he saw a local pull out a few cans from his pocket and open the lid before throwing it into the middle of the road. What's the meaning of this? Klein nearly laughed out before recalling an infamous item at sea. Canned wolffish. Canned wolffish was popular on the east coast of Fasak and the Gargas archipelago. Just as the thought surfaced, an indescribable stench seemed to inundate Klein's olfactory senses. His facial muscles twitched as he tried hard to resist his body's discomfort as he quickly left the region. A small number of pirates who were struck by the stench vomited immediately, while the remaining ones frantically fled while dragging their companions as though they had lost all their combat strength. A minute later, in a secluded corner, the crazy adventurer, Gairman Sparrow, crouched down and silently belched. The smell of canned wolffish is really pungent. Not only is it smelly, but it's also disgusting. It's practically a biological weapon. Klein crouched in the corner and took nearly a minute to recover. Before that very instant, he had underestimated canned wolffish. He had failed to take the necessary actions to deal with the situation. He could have used paper figurine substitutes or create an invisible air tube to pretend that he was using underwater breathing, but he had done none of that. Now, he finally got a deep understanding of how wise it was to ban opening canned wolffish in public. Phew, Klein exhaled as he slowly stood up. Carrying his suitcase, he slowly walked towards the harbor. His first impression of the city named Naz was one of many white houses, with stone being a common material for the buildings. The second impression was that it wasn't too far north, but the temperature was rather cold. Even though it was already April, it was still only a few degrees Celsius. The third impression was that there were many whaling houses. Gigantic beluga whales were being dismembered for their skin, flesh, fat, bones, and gray amber. The latter two could be used to make pannier for banquet dresses or top-grade scented materials. Whether it was for incense or perfume, they were considered luxurious goods that only the wealthy and nobles could enjoy. As for the skin, flesh, and fat of beluga whales, they also had their own uses. They were used separately to make clothes, food, or oil-related products. In Naz and the Gargas archipelago, the culinary methods for preparing beluga whale had transformed into a unique culture. There were all sorts of techniques and famous restaurants. Klein passed by the various whaling houses, seeing separated fat being carried out on cargo carriages towards nearby factories that spewed black smoke. They were oil refineries which were very unique to Gargas. Beluga whale fat could be refined into whale oil which could be bottled and made into outstanding incendiary material and the lifeblood of particular industries. Very unique. Klein exhaled some mist as he stopped and watched for a while. Out of the harbor and into the city district, a cacophony of Fasak inundated his ears. Having mastered ancient Fasak, the source of the northern continent's language, Klein was long familiar with the language of the northern continent barbarians. He turned his head upon hearing the din and saw the tall populace with slightly blonde hair raising horizontal banners as they protested on the streets. The horizontal banner right at the front clearly wrote the reasons for their protest. Oppose the poaching of beluga whales. We need sustainable development. Klein nearly lost his cool as he believed that the concept of sustainable development was highly likely to be invented by Emperor Roselle. As he swept his gaze, he looked at the banners behind it and understood the goals of the protest. Whaling for survival, not entertainment. Humans aren't more important than beluga whales. Greedy devils should leave Naz. At this moment, a policeman dressed in a gray uniform held a shield, riot fork, and baton to stop the protesters from advancing. After a brief argument, the scene quickly turned violent. Many protesting youths threw opened canned wolffish, as well as Molotov cocktails. The police didn't show restraint as they forged forward, raising their shields and striking with their batons. Klein pinched his nose as he watched the fire burning on the street. He realized that many passers-by were completely unfazed. Apart from a small bunch of spectators, the rest continued proceeding to their destinations. It appears that such things happen often in Nas. Do protests develop into riots? As expected of the Fasak Empire, Klein mumbled to himself, circled the street, and casually found an inn to stay. He continued registering as Gairman Sparrow, unworried that the news released by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would cause the Church of the Evernight Goddess to view him as a faceless. This was because he had no plans on traveling through the whale fishing routes to find mermaids who were believers of the goddess. He planned on heading to the dangerous region farthest east from the Sonia Sea. As for the safety in the Gargas archipelago, there was nothing he needed to worry about. This was a colony of the Fasak Empire. The only legal church was the Church of the God of Combat. They were enemies with the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Klein was originally worried that he would encounter many faceless here, meeting 7 or 8 faceless simply from going next door to enjoy some whale cuisine. However, after serious consideration, he rationally eliminated this possibility. First, Beyonders from the Seer pathway were rare to begin with. Klein had only met 3 Beyonders who were beyond Sequence 8, and second, Sequence 6 Beyonders weren't commonly seen. Even in a playground for pirates, those who had 5,000-pound bounties were considered rare creatures. Third, once a faceless had many preparations, they would seek out mermaids on a whaling boat. They would either begin having faith in the goddess, sink to the bottom of the ocean, or become research personnel. Otherwise, the extremely smart ones would seize the opportunity and successfully advance before leaving safely. It was very rare for them to stay on Gargas archipelago for long. In all of Nas, excluding myself, there wouldn't be more than 2 faceless. Klein straightened his clothes as he wasn't in a rush to contact Admiral of Stars Catlia. He came onto the streets in a good mood and began searching for delicacies according to what he heard on his travels. Raw beluga whale slices, fried whale steak, whale oil with skin, roasted whale meat. Like a standard traveler, Klein restaurant hopped thrice and sampled different food. Not bad. It's pretty unique and it's not very fishy. Instead, it's very appetizing and alluring. Burp. Klein covered his mouth as he came onto the streets. He discovered that the street lamps were sparse, but the lights from the houses lining the streets were bright. To a certain extent, they reduced the darkness of the night. Ice-cold winds passed through the ocean, causing Klein to raise his hand to prop up his collar. The blue cufflinks had their lusters restrained as they were deeply embedded at his wrists. Compared to rings, items like cufflinks were more suited to Gairman Sparrow's persona. Therefore, Klein didn't blame the artisan for making changes without his permission. As for the harmonica that had fixed the summoning ritual of a spirit world creature, it matched Klein's inward intentions completely. Could be used for 1.5 years. It was silver in color, exquisite and beautiful. When he received the harmonica, Klein had imagined such a scene. A crazy and powerful adventurer playing a sad tune on the harmonica in a silent night under the dark moonlight by the side of a boat. Unfortunately, the harmonica couldn't produce any sound, and it could only be used to summon Rionette Tinker. Shaking his head indiscernibly, Klein steadily walked down the empty and cold Nas streets before returning to his inn. Using sleep to bring himself back to an optimal state, he went to Grey Amber Street the next morning and entered a sundry store named Hot Whale Dance. Upon seeing the grizzled boss who was a head taller than him, Klein tapped the counter and said in Fasak, "Whale oil." The boss had wrinkles plastered across his face, but he only wore a coat made of beluga whale skin. The light-colored patterns had a strange beauty. "How much?" The boss was drinking large mouthfuls of liquor, ignoring the messy placement of the goods. 1.25 buckets, Klein replied according to the predetermined secret password. The boss's drinking actions instantly slowed down as he placed the cup of brownish-green alcohol onto the bar counter. "Do you want to try some? It's many times purer than Nepos. It's considered the mistress of all Fasak men. This was a distilled liquor that's a specialty of Fasak. It's brewed with potatoes or grain. The alcohol purity was high, as stimulating and famous as Blaze. Compared to Sonia Blood Wine, its price was rather low, and it was well liked by ordinary Phasacians. There's no need. Klein shook his head. The boss chuckled. What kind of man are you if you don't drink Nepos? Are there only women in Lone? He mumbled before drinking another mouthful. Who introduced you here? Ma'am Gurmises. Klein said a name in the style of the local customs. The boss exhaled, causing a strong scent of distilled liquor to linger in the air. He staggered as he got up, like a polar bear performing at a circus. After giving the store employee instructions, he brought Klein to a tiny room on the second story of the warehouse at the back. Let me search for it. Let's see. The boss mumbled as he crouched. Klein controlled the twitching of his facial muscles as he recalled a widely spread joke in the Lone Kingdom. When is a Phasac man not drunk? When he's in his mother's womb. After waiting for a moment, Klein saw the boss find a pure crystal ball from his rummaging. Then, the tipsy polar bear had his back facing Klein as he rubbed his hands on it, softly chanting the tongue-twisting ancient Hermes. The room gradually turned dark as all the corners without light sank like they were producing a strange attractive force. The crystal ball quickly lit up, producing the figure of a woman wearing a black, classic robe. She had an oval face and had very fair skin. Her eyes were deep black with a slight purple hue which was filled with mystery. I'm seeing another Tarot Club member's actual appearance again. Klein stepped forward and received the crystal ball. On the opposite end of the crystal ball, the hermit Catlia could also clearly see the world. He had black hair and brown eyes, with a thin and angular face. Her gaze paused for a moment before she hesitantly said, Gehrman Sparrow? She discovered that the true strength and standards of the Tarot Club members were far stronger than she had expected. The world was actually the crazy hunter Gehrman Sparrow, who was considered at the level of a pirate admiral. My various assumptions of the world were problematic, controlled, staid, experienced, and ruthless. Admiral of Stars didn't feel overly surprised. Yes, ma'am Catlia. Klein gestured for the boss to leave the room. After it became extremely quiet, Admiral of Stars Catlia asked once again, I'm very curious. How did you recognize my identity? I've been very careful when participating in the gatherings. Of course, she had jumped in fright when the world, who had chosen to speak privately with her, immediately greeted her with Admiral of Stars. And it was partly because of this that she chose to take on the world's commission. A secret. Klein smiled politely. As he didn't wish for her to make connections to Mr. Fool, he calmly added, Your eyes are very special. Can I understand that as a form of praise? Catlia smiled, feeling somewhat enlightened. She believed that the world had previously only relied on her eyes and other details to suspect that she was Admiral of Stars, but she wasn't certain. Hence, he had probed her with language and her reaction told him the correct answer. Klein didn't respond as he switched to asking, When can we set off? Admiral of Stars Catlia thought before answering. Tonight at 8. Dock 6. Not bad. There's no delay at all. Klein nodded slightly. Okay. Just as he said that, the light inside the crystal ball suddenly converged as the figure dressed in a black, classic robe darkened and blurred before quickly vanishing. Holding the crystal ball which had turned very ordinary, Klein turned around, pulled open the door and walked out. Glancing at the boss who was guzzling alcohol while leaning against a wall, he threw the crystal ball at him. The boss fumbled to catch it as Klein unhurriedly walked down the stairs and left the warehouse. Once he was out of Hot Whale Dance, he took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open to check the time. It's almost noon. Most bars will be open. Klein stopped a rental carriage and used Phasac to tell the driver to head to the Lardle Bar. It meant Dawn Bar in the local language. It was a place where adventurers would gather in the Gargas archipelago. To Klein, the gathering of different intel and news was meaningful. This might aid him in making the best judgment at critical points in time, allowing him to escape the misfortune of losing his life. Therefore, even if he didn't like bars, he often went there. He would get a cup of thick malt beer and silently sit in the corner of the bar counter and listen to any matters of interest which people mentioned at sea. In addition, he wanted to know about Roy King, who had been imprisoned in Byam's Governor-General's office. Over the past 2 months, Snake of Mercury Will Osepton hadn't sent him any dreams. Similarly, Fate Counselor Ricardo didn't summon his messenger to provide him any clues to a powerful mystical item. About 20 minutes later, the carriage came to a halt. A huge vertical signboard with the words Lertle Bar appeared before Klein's eyes. He habitually took out 2 soldi in notes and handed them to the carriage driver. It was only when he saw the worn face of the carriage driver did he suddenly realize something. He was overseas and this was a colony of Fasak. It had its own currency. The smallest denomination was the kopek, followed by the Fey silver, and then the gold horn. They maintained the very intuitive base 10 denomination, making conversions very simple. I forgot to visit the bank to exchange for kopek and Fey silver. I used it all at the inn and restaurant. Klein was just about to look around to see if there were any banks around when the carriage driver happily received the 2 1 soldi notes. After repeatedly checking it, he beamed with his wrinkled face. "Thank you. Thank you for your generosity." Klein got off the carriage. While walking towards the Lertle Bar, he was recalling the carriage driver's delighted look. "Gold pounds, soldi, and pence can be used here as well?" "Yes, Gargas Archipelago isn't that far from Tosgarder and Oravi. Many items would be sold here, and many lone adventurers like to visit the Sea of Beluga whales. To have Lone Kingdom's currency being used in private is rather common. Heh. Lone's industry and economic strength is greater than the Fasak Empire. Can even be said to be much stronger. The gold pound is worth a lot more than the gold horn." Wait. Suddenly, he recalled something. 1 gold pound could be used to exchange for 5.5 gold horn. This also meant that 2 soldi was equal to 5.5 Fey silver. And in the City of White, a rental carriage cost 4 Fey silver an hour. There wasn't any prorated discounts. It was no wonder the carriage driver was so happy. Klein turned back and realized that the carriage had long disappeared. Sigh. Gently exhaling, Klein pressed down on his hat and pushed open the heavy wooden door before entering the Lertle Bar. In this world, bars near the dock and factory districts often sold lunch and dinner. Therefore, they opened around 11 in the morning. At that moment, there were quite a number of adventurers, who had nothing better to do, gathered in front of the bar counter. They ordered liquor and smoked fish or vegetable soup with oil floating on the surface. They had a great time eating all of that with bread. Drinking Lanti-proof and Nepos at noon? Are they planning to be drunk the entire day? The customs of Fasak are really unacceptable. Klein mumbled as he walked to the bar counter with a deadpan expression. He sat in a corner and rapped the wooden counter. 2 toasted bread with red sausage, a set of smoked whale meat, a bowl of thick vegetable soup, and a cup of Gallus beer. Gallus beer was rather popular along the eastern seaboard of Fasak. It was rather rare in Sonia Island and the Gargas Archipelago. New here, the bartender glanced at Klein. A total of 4 Fey silver and 6 kopek. "I'm new because I don't drink liquor?" Klein ignored the bartender's question and threw 2 soldi in notes. It was equivalent to 5 Fey silver and 5 kopek. Considering how he was Gehrman Sparrow, Klein held back the urge to get the bartender to give him change as he treated it as a tip. Of course, in a Backlund bar, that amount of food would have cost him about 2 soldi. Having received a tip, the bartender didn't ask further. He skillfully poured a cup of Gallus beer and pushed it towards Klein. The beer was rather black in color with plenty of foam. It had a pleasant charred taste, and there was slight stimulation in the mellow taste. It made Klein feel as though the alcohol content was rather high as he suspected if some other liquor had been poured in. While waiting for his food, he sipped his beer and silently listened to the conversations of the surrounding adventurers. And the group's conversation was mainly centered around how someone had made a windfall, who was killed by pirates, who finished off a pirate captain without claiming the bounty, and instead inherited the deceased pirate captain's subordinates, which woman in Nas had an illegitimate child, or who became a laughingstock for failing to perform at a brothel. When the Gargas specialty, thick soup brewed using sweet vegetables, onions, cabbage, carrots, fish, and butter, was served before Klein. He finally heard something interesting. An adventurer suppressed his voice as he said to his surroundings partners, "Have you heard of this? There's a fourth epic ruin east of Gargas." "No. Who discovered it?" his surprised partner curiously asked. The adventurer looked to his left and right as he said without much thought, "Gareth discovered it. As you know, he's a seafarer who's good at diving. As he was drunk, he was thrown off the deck and sank to the bottom of the sea. Who knew that he ended up discovering remnants of steel buildings? They were definitely steel buildings made from human hands." And then, his partner pressed. The adventurer chuckled. Gareth followed the ruins and discovered an abandoned sea well of unknown depths. It was already filled with seawater, but it still left him with extreme horror. Holy Lord of Storms, this might even lead to the core of the land. He said that there was something summoning him inside, but he didn't dare explore it, so he floated up in fear. A deep sea well, strange attraction. This might not be a fourth epic ruin. Perhaps it's from the third epoch or second epoch. Little Sun had mentioned that during the Dark Epoch, sea monsters were subject to Elf King Siniathrum and helped him rule the bottom of the sea. Sweet, salty, and a little tartish, Klein drank a mouthful of thick vegetable soup as he forked a piece of smoked beluga whale meat. The adventurers didn't talk about Gareth's encounter, as there wasn't any sight of heart-stirring gold or jewelry, mystical items, or beyonder ingredients at the moment. The conversation quickly steered to a few adventurers who they weren't friendly with. They mocked about how they had married beautiful natives who all turned into stout and fat women a couple of years later. Their strength could even match those of low-sequence beyonders. Finally, they concluded that it might have to do with how people from Fasak had tiny bits of giant blood running in their veins. They didn't say anything of value until Klein finished his lunch and drank his beer, but the number of people inside Lairdal Bar kept increasing. Suddenly, the heavy door was pushed open as it slammed into the wall. A top hat-donning young man who was clearly of lone blood rushed in. He shouted nervously, "Is there anyone from the Adventurer Association?" "Yes, Bilt still owes me the creation of one item." Klein watched as the young man looked around frantically while constantly turning his head back. It appeared as though someone was pursuing him. Before he could consider whether to render assistance, 3 adventurers stood up from different corners. One of them was more than 2 meters tall. He had wide shoulders and firm muscles. His hair was slightly blonde, and his eyes were a deep blue. He was rather eye-catching. The strength he appears to have matches with his substance. This isn't a beyonder of quite a significant sequence. Klein retracted his gaze as he became a spectator once again as he looked out the door. Soon, a man in a linen shirt and brown jacket appeared. He was of medium build, and his lips were purple. His brown eyes could hardly conceal the intense baneful look he tried to hide. Klein instantly connected the man to a portrait on a bounty. It was the second mate of the king of immortality Agalito, Slaughter Curtius, with a bounty of 9,500 pounds. This is a notorious pirate. Klein's nerves tensed up as his gaze locked onto the man. He naturally hung his left hand down as his body prepared to lunge forward. Curtius swept his gaze at the 2-meter-tall giant and saw Klein before retracting his gaze. He turned to leave the Lairdal Bar without stopping at all. Very decisive, very alert. Klein frowned slightly, confident that he hadn't revealed any killing intent. He had even controlled his gaze very well. Was he worried about that giant? Or is his intuition very sharp to a particular extent? Just like the premonition towards danger like devils? Klein wondered as he drank the remaining Gallus beer without participating in the private conversations of the Adventurer Association members. He left the bar and came onto the streets. Now, he didn't wish to give himself new troubles aside from finding mermaids. After circling the area, Klein discovered that Slaughterer Curtius had long departed. His whereabouts were unknown. Hence, he silently returned to his inn. City of Silver. Inside the spire, Derek Berg once again met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. He clearly remembered that nearly 70 days ago, Colin had told him that in 2 months he should prepare to be sent out on an exploration mission. "Are you done with your preparations?" Colin had his back to the window as he asked without any abnormality in his tone. With the axe of Hurricane attached to him, Derek lowered his head slightly. "I'm done." In the past 2 months, through the patrol missions and arduous practice, he had fully mastered the various Beyonder powers of Solar High Priest. He was already not too far from digesting the potion. What he wished for the most was to obtain the Sun Pathways Sequence 6 potion formula in the next 2 to 3 tarot gatherings, so as to ensure his continual advancement. The release of Shepherd Lovia made him feel highly threatened. He believed that only by reaching the same Sequence 5 would he have a chance of effectively putting her in check and avert the potential danger of the City of Silver. However, with the knowledge of the acting method and without the lack of Beyonder ingredients, all he needed to do was survive the various patrols and exploration missions and make enough contributions to make Sequence 6 a reachable target. However, Sequence 5 required a specific ritual which made it relatively difficult. The grizzled Colin nodded. "In another 2 days, I'll be leading a small team to the vicinity of the Giant King's Court. We will do a second sweep of Afternoon Town which we previously found, and your powers are very suitable for such matters." Afternoon Town. Having been brushing up on his knowledge of legends over the past few months, Derek was no stranger to this name. It was an area that needed to be passed when going to the Giant King's Court from the Kingdom of Silver. It was a town where humans and giants lived together. It clustered around the ancient god's residence which was forever fixed at sunset, just like the last door that separated the real world to a mythological legend. "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek couldn't find a reason to reject. City of White, Naz. In a particular inn. Klein sat behind a desk as he looked at the constantly changing clouds outside the window, silently awaiting the arrival of evening. At 8, he would board the Star Pirates' flagship, Future, on Dock 6 to head to the furthest eastern front of the Sonia Sea. No matter what happened in the Gargas archipelago or this region of the sea known as a pirate's playground, they would have nothing to do with him. Therefore, he didn't attempt to hunt the small number of pirates with bounties on their heads that he met while walking in the big and small alleys or bars and casinos. He didn't want to mess up his plans of finding mermaids. "My spiritual intuition tells me that Slaughter Curtius from Noon seems to have targeted me. I wouldn't mind if he wishes to send himself to his death. Well, battle strategy can be despised, but battle technique needs to be treated seriously. Without using the Sea God Scepter or Tinder, I'm at best a little stronger than him. I'm at an advantage by being well-rounded and strange enough." Klein half-closed his eyes as he imagined the gathering of countless spherical lights, and he used it to enter cogitation rapidly so as to maintain the acuteness of his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception was triggered as he opened his eyes immediately. At that moment, the sun had already set in the west. The fiery red colors seemed to burn the sea as long shadows were drawn out through the curtains. The shadows seemed to come alive as they danced about before distorting and standing up to project themselves on the wall. Its pitch-black darkness was like the manifestation of the immense evil at the bottom of a human's heart. Klein watched this scene with a deadpan expression. He raised his left palm high as he slowly extended his fingers. The pitch-black shadow produced a voice that sounded hoarse, as though it held sandcloth in it. While looking at Klein, it said, "Gehrman Sparrow, do not interfere in the matter that happened this afternoon. This is the will of the King of Immortality." With that said, the shadow slid down like flowing water and scattered into the darkness, having its original state restored. Klein didn't pay attention to the shadow's changes. Instead, he cast his gaze outside. He could sense that the person controlling the shadow was somewhere across the street. Hence, he didn't plan on acting upon an incorporeal entity. Indeed, Slaughterer Curtius recognized me as the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, who loves to hunt pirates. That's why he didn't hesitate to turn around at noon. He might not be afraid of me, but there was another rather powerful adventurer present as well. The power he revealed just now is somewhat similar to the Desire Apostle in Backlund. He's more and more likely to be a Beyonder from the Devil Pathway. Heh, using the king of immortality to scare me. Do you think I'll submit just like that? I never intended to involve myself in it. By doing so, I'm actually a little curious. Forget it. Finding the mermaids is of utmost importance as of now. I shouldn't create incidents for myself. Klein retracted his gaze as he lampooned. He was originally wondering if he should report the matter to the Church of the God of Combat in Nas, but after serious consideration, he discovered that it was likely to be meaningless. The Church of the God of Combat is the only legal religion in the Fasak Empire. The number of high-sequence Beyonders they have is definitely a little higher than the Church of the Evernight Goddess, but just by a little. Even if the demigods of the Fasak royal family and military are added, with the extensive land and numerous colonies it has, making the number of critical areas that require protection crucial, they would definitely be lacking in manpower. The Gargas archipelago, which is far away from the empire and in a relatively ordinary location, with the only industry being whale fishing, there's no doubt that it's only an afterthought and doesn't have any saints protecting it. According to what Klein had previously learned, the Archbishop of the Gargas Diocese for the Church of the God of Combat was only a Sequence 5 guardian. Together with the Tribunal's Inquisitor, a baron from the royal family, and a commodore from the military, they form the highest level of Beyonder combat forces here. Of course, the existence of sealed artifacts had guaranteed the control of the area. Klein suspected that the Church of the God of Combat in Nas had at least one Grade 1 sealed artifact. Only by doing so could they combine it with their fleets and Beyonders to ensure that the whale oil and gray amber trade industry wouldn't be under the control of pirates and not end up as one of the vassals of one of the four kings. Under any sudden assaults, they were able to use it to last until reinforcements arrived. And it was precisely because of this that the officials in the Gargas archipelago ultimately maintained a defensive state. As long as the pirates didn't cause problems, they were allowed to freely enter and leave. Reporting things wouldn't be of any use. No wonder it's called a pirate's playground. It's no wonder Bilt wants to organize an adventurer association. Klein sighed as he gave up his previous thoughts. After dinner and resting for a while, Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Seeing that it was already 7, he held a ritual and summoned himself before responding to himself. He then brought different items into the gray fog while adjusting his inventory. As he was adventuring out at sea on the future, the Murloc cufflink and various sea god domain charms were necessary. Therefore, Klein left Tinder and the sun brooch above the gray fog. With creeping hunger as his main force, he matched it with the biological poison bottle and a revolver which was loaded with different Beyonder bullets. He still had 7 purifying bullets, 13 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcism bullets. Wearing his coat, Klein placed down Azek's whistle, as well as his wallet containing only 50 pounds into his inner pocket. Then, he stored the silver adventurer harmonica and charms together. After doing all of this, he touched the revolver beneath his armpit, polished the blue cufflink at his left wrist, and buttoned his double-breasted frock coat. He wore his half-top hat, picked up his black suitcase which contained only his change of clothes and some daily necessities, and left the inn for the harbor via a carriage. After waiting for a while at Dock 6, he saw a gigantic sailboat slowly appear from the distance. According to his limited knowledge of boats, Klein knew that a sailboat of such length wasn't scientific. However, this didn't deter it from cruising calmly on the black sea surface as it headed for the lighthouse which emitted its light. As the sailboat approached, the flag gradually became clear. The crimson but weak moonlight allowed the people at the harbor to see 10 white stars of the same size as they circled a cold eyelashless eye on the flag. Admiral of Stars. The future. The pirates and sailors who were watching over their ships exclaimed as every dock in the harbor was filled with stirred emotions. After more than 10 seconds, the defensive cannons on the 2 ends of the mountain, nervously, adjusted themselves and aimed at the gigantic sailboat which didn't conceal itself. Clang, clang, clang. The distant cathedral produced light and ethereal chimes, signaling that it was 8 o'clock sharp. As the tenseness around the dock became more evident, the future came to a halt. At some point in time, a woman dressed in a black classical robe appeared at the bow. Her clothes were filled with different symbols and magic labels, making her look like a powerful warlock of ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, the ground beneath her suddenly lit up. Resplendent starlight scattered down, forming a long, transparent bridge. The long bridge constantly extended forward before landing on Dock 6. An impressive show, as expected of one of the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, she's a full admiral, a rank higher than Iceberg and Ailment. Klein sighed as he wished to extend his palm to cover his face. He didn't wish to let others know that the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, was cooperating with Admiral of Stars Katlia. At this point, I can only maintain my persona. Once I'm done digesting the potion and by the time I'm back in the northern continent, there wouldn't be Gehrman Sparrow anymore. Klein walked out of the shadows as he pressed the half-top hat on his head. He smoothly walked onto the starry bridge. His footsteps were firm as Klein walked with his back straight while being targeted by numerous defensive cannons. Under the gazes with ambiguous meanings, he unhurriedly walked to the docked future. The bridge under his feet was transparent as the dark blue seawater which was almost black ebbed beneath him. It would make anyone with acrophobia turn limp. Thankfully, I've long become a clown. I've even jumped off a clock tower. Klein covered the last 10 meters with a cold expression before stepping onto the deck of the future. Faced with the black-eyed Admiral of Stars Katlia, who had purple tint to her eyes, he didn't show any nervousness. He took off his hat and bowed. "Good evening, ma'am." While Klein bowed, the purple tint in black-haired Katlia's eyes converged as they seemed to turn into an abyss that could suck up souls. What already exuded an air of mystery had turned even more obvious. She saw that the astral projection deep inside Gehrman Sparrow's ether body was pure darkness. In minute areas, there were dark flows with unending changes. She saw that Gehrman Sparrow's left hand was bright and lustrous, but it was stained with a sanguine color that couldn't be dispersed. She saw a blue luster by Gehrman Sparrow's wrist and a silver flow on his left pocket. The colors were bright and obvious as though they were connected to the illusory, stacked spirit world. There was the sound of the tide and the illusory sounds of wind surrounding the items. She saw an intermix of green and black lusters by Gehrman Sparrow's right pocket, as well as 2 points of golden, silver, and bronze under his armpit. At his chest, there was a deep grayish-white like rotting death. For mystical items and beyonder artifacts or spirituality charms in units of 10, Katlia's eyes were a little dazzled as she couldn't help but close them for a moment. She nodded as well. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow." Even as a powerhouse who was famous across the seas, a senior member of the 7 pirate admirals, she seldom saw people who armed themselves to the teeth with beyonder items. Of course, she had also seen people with more mystical items, beyonder artifacts, and spirituality charms, but they had secret organizations backing them. They typically had several ships and more than 1,000 pirates under them. Many things needed to be turned in, split and shared, as well as sold in order to maintain and strengthen one's faction. Few things could be left in their possession as a result. However, few was relative. They could compare with what Gehrman Sparrow presently had, but Katlia had reduced her items to only 2 after several trades. They were 2 items that were sufficiently powerful and mystical enough to match her identity as a pirate admiral. Apart from the lusters representing different items, Katlia's black eyes, which were slightly purple, could also tell that Gehrman wasn't real enough. He seemed to be hidden behind thick curtains. This is the reason why he gives me the feeling like he's not a living person at the Tarot Club. He has quite a number of secrets. It involves at least a sequence 3 saint or an even higher level angel. Katlia didn't dare take another look as the glow in her eyes were no longer as profound. Meanwhile, she mocked herself, believing that some of her guesses about the world and Gehrman Sparrow were somewhat funny. Involves a sequence 3 saint or an even higher leveled angel. Heh, there's nothing wrong with that since he's like me, a member of the Tarot Club. We're definitely involved with Mr. Fool, who's likely a reawakened ancient god. After exchanging greetings, Katlia didn't engage in further small talk. She led Klein towards the cabin. At this moment, the future, which had been docked, set sail again. A long contour was drawn on the surface of the sea as it cruised east of the whale fishing route. With that, The tense atmosphere at the Nas harbor dispersed. Gazes from various sailors were cast over. Klein didn't show any signs of pressure as he surveyed the area and said with a tone as though he was back in his own home, "There are fewer people than I expected." Katlia turned her head and glanced at him before answering simply, "East of the whaling route is very dangerous. Only Ludwell heads there frequently as though he's searching for something. Apart from the future, the pirate crew's other ships wouldn't join us. Similarly, a large number of sailors have been placed on the other ships. Only the minimum number needed to guarantee the successful voyage of the ship has been maintained. A very wise choice. Ludwell. That Admiral Hell Ludwell? Mr. Hanged Man mentioned him a long time ago. He said that he was beginning to study Sonia C's eastern end of the navigation." Klein nodded a little without a word. This was Gehrman Sparrow's bearing. He silently observed his surroundings and realized that the deck, the cabin, and spars were covered with mysterious and abstract symbols. As a whole, it looked like a gigantic ritualistic magic ceremony. It's like the Golden Dream. It's a sailboat of mystery, but it's not at the level of a ghost ship. Compared to Admiral of Stars and Vice Admiral Iceberg, Tracy, who has only become a pirate admiral for the past few months, clearly is considerably more inferior. The Black Death has nothing special about it. Klein retracted his gaze and followed Katlia to the cabin's entrance. Waiting here was a man in dungarees and a white shirt. He was in his 30s and looked strong and fit. He had thick body hair. As for his forearm, which was exposed outside, it seemed like he was downing a brown sweater. He wore a circular hair with a depression in the middle as he revealed a smile and stretched out his right hand. The first mate of the future, Frank Lee. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow." Poison expert Frank Lee, who has a bounty of 7,000 pounds. Klein instantly recognized the man. Considering how Gehrman Sparrow didn't have the habit of shaking hands, he bent his back slightly and said, "Good evening." Frank Lee retracted his right hand and glanced at Katlia. He said while maintaining his smile, "You seem to know me?" "That's right. The picture I took before is on my arrest warrant." "Don't mind the poison expert title. I'm a very friendly person, as long as I'm not facing those darn bastards. My greatest hobby is to study soil and figure out crossbreeding techniques. Believe me, this is the future of humanity." But the people from the Church of Mother Earth don't believe him. Katlia gave Klein an introduction in the most subtle manner. "He's originally someone from the Church of Mother Earth. Crossbreeding techniques are good. As long as the quantity rises, it will be able to provide for more humans, raising the poverty line." Klein looked at Frank Lee, and he calmly said courteously and truthfully, "This is something commendable. You are indeed an adventurer who doesn't share the viewpoint of the common man. Excellent. Excellent. There are just too few people like you." Frank Lee's blue eyes revealed a clear look of pleasant surprise. "I've only tried crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat together, allowing calves to be born like wheat. For that, I was almost sent to court by the Church of Mother Earth. My benevolent mother. They don't understand your true will at all. Crossbreeding a bull, a cow, and wheat, you devil." Only then did Klein realize that his understanding of crossbreeding techniques was different from what Frank Lee was talking about. He maintained a stoic expression without providing any further explanation. Under the lead of Frank Lee, who was reeling in a sudden bout of enthusiasm, Klein walked through the corridor beside Katlia. After stepping on the steps and arriving at a higher level, Klein's spiritual perception stirred as he cast his gaze to a shadow beside him. A figure grew out of the distorted darkness, a thin and tall but pale figure. His cheeks were nearly transparent, and his nose bridge was disharmonious and tall. His entire being gave off a sickly feeling. "This is the second mate of the future, Heath Doyle," Frank Lee introduced with a smile. "Bloodless Heath, whose bounty is higher than yours at 7,600 pounds? Klein quickly matched the face to the correct bounty notice. Heath nodded as a greeting before receding back into the shadows. "He's a Rose Bishop." When turning around to head for the captain's cabin, Frank Lee warmly mentioned Heath Doyle's situation. "You are telling me your second mate sequence directly?" Klein nearly pricked his brows. He secretly glanced at Katlia and discovered her masked exasperation. Are you puzzled and worried that he's a devout believer of the true creator? A lunatic who has been tainted? No, haha. He's a lucky fellow. Due to an incident, the ordinary him was scattered with the potion concocted from a rose bishop's beyonder ingredients. The potion seeped into him, bit by bit, and he survived the ordeal. Finally, he became quite a special beyonder. As he didn't experience the listener stage, he wasn't tainted, nor did he become a lunatic. As long as he doesn't proactively use the beyonder power, listen, he remains an ordinary person, Frankly said in a flaunting tone. What an enviable fellow. He reached sequence 6 in one go. Furthermore, he didn't turn mentally unstable like the sea serpent, Calvetua. Klein sighed silently as he watched Admiral of Stars open the door to the captain's cabin. Katlia pointed inside. Your room is diagonally across from here. Frank will send you over. If there's anything, you can come to me directly. You can have your meals at the dining hall at any time. You can also get Frank to send someone to bring food to your room. What you choose is dependent on your preference. Admiral of Stars does things in a very clear and direct manner. Yes. She's a mature and wise lady, Klein praised inwardly as he replied without a change in expression. Okay. He took this opportunity to glance at the layout of the captain's cabin, discovering that it contained a bookshelf, a full-body mirror, a table, and a carpet. She actually reads. Isn't she unable to digest all the information the hidden sage imbues in her? Klein thought in amusement. At this moment, having seen their conversation come to an end, Frankly passionately promoted, Mr. Sparrow, would you like a serving of roasted potatoes tonight? When you chew it, it's like beef and its taste is like beef, but it's certainly potatoes. Will I get sick eating that? Klein answered coldly, I don't eat supper. All right then. Frank Lee drooped his shoulders and was just about to lead Klein to his room. Katlia suddenly thought of something and said, Mr. Sparrow, you've likely hunted quite a number of enemies and have received several spoils of war. I'm curious about the number of beyonder characteristics you have left. Perhaps they can be used to reduce the remaining price of the trip. Klein considered for a moment and answered frankly. Most of them have been sold. There's Interrogator, Pugilist, and Lunatic left. He didn't mention the all-black eye or the beyonder characteristic of Nightmare. He really is the most famous adventurer during the past few months. Even after selling most of them, he still has 3 sets of beyonder characteristics. Katlia sighed inwardly as she pondered. I want Pugilist. She had a warrior subordinate from the Gargas archipelago who had long made enough contributions to apply for an advancement. There was no reason for Klein to decline Katlia's request. He thought for 2 seconds and said, 700 pounds. Very fair. Katlia didn't haggle. Sequence 8 beyonder characteristics typically cost 600 to 700 pounds, but there was often a premium if someone was in desperate need for it. After all, such items seldom appeared at beyonder gatherings. Klein didn't immediately complete the transaction. He raised his suitcase and said without a change in expression, I'll give it to you tomorrow. He didn't bring the pugilist beyonder characteristic with him, as most items of value had been thrown above the gray fog. Katlia wasn't surprised by Gehrman Sparrow's response. She nodded. That wouldn't be an issue. She had encountered many similar cases. It usually meant that the pugilist beyonder characteristic was stored with items which wasn't meant to be known by others. Therefore, it was impossible for Gehrman Sparrow to open his suitcase in front of her to complete the transaction on the spot. A crazy adventurer definitely had his secrets. Katlia paused for a second before adding, There won't be any surveillance placed in your room. Whatever she could see had already been seen by her. It's fine. Klein curled the corners of his lips and coldly smiled. His previous considerations was to place down items like Azek's copper whistle and Will Ossepton's paper crane before holding a ritual or going above the gray fog. It was to resist any spying in the sense of mysticism. Then, he could use the washroom as a way to avoid physical surveillance. Of course, he wasn't too worried that Admiral of Stars would go overboard. He didn't believe that she was afraid of the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, but that Katlia had no reason to do so. She definitely had milder and more concealed means of observing. For example, getting the help of a beyonder from the spectator pathway. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and followed poison expert Frank Lee to return to his own room. Seeing him walk off at an adequate speed, Katlia turned into the captain's cabin, picked up a heavy pair of glasses and wore it. Backlund, at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. In the eyes of an ordinary person, Bishop Utravsky, whose height was that of a half-giant, put down the Bible in his hand. He prayed once around the hall and smiled. The number of believers is increasing. Is that so? Emlyn White, who was in a brown priest robe, was wiping the candle racks as he said without even looking up. He knew that the number of believers of Mother Earth had indeed increased significantly. It would have been a miracle in the past to have a handful of people be in attendance for praying on weekdays or in the daytime. Now there was often close to 10. Father Utravsky looked down at the busy vampire priest and chuckled. Anyone can tell if they aren't blind. You have contributed greatly to this. If not for your concocting of the medicine and treating the plague, and your willingness and sincerity in teaching people about medicine, our faith wouldn't have been that easily accepted by the residents of this borough. Emlyn held a cloth and straightened his back. He tipped his chin slightly. I was only acting. What do you mean by, our faith? Don't lump me with you. Emlyn's expression twisted before he said with a smile. Speaking of the blind, it reminds me of a joke. It said that the demand for blind people in Backlund far exceeds supply. This is because they are widely believed to be most suitable to be jurors. Father Utravsky ignored the joke and benevolently said, regardless of the goal, you have contributed greatly to the spread of the faith of Mother Earth. Besides, this also proves that you have a kind heart. Pooey, I said so back then, but why didn't you believe me? Emlyn looked up at the priest's massive body before retracting his gaze in silence. After busying himself at the cathedral, he changed into his normal clothes and wore a silk top hat that sheltered him from the sun. He then walked on to Rose Street. He stealthily sized up his surroundings and didn't notice any signs of monitoring. The red glove named Leonard from before really hasn't appeared again. I thought my act of exposing his secrets and buying Tinder would result in me being constantly investigated in secret. Emlyn White shook his head indiscernibly as he felt puzzled. In the earliest stages, he had planned on taking in the hangman's theory to incur the investigations of the Red Gloves so as to disrupt the monitoring from the upper echelons of the Sanguine. He could then achieve a perfect equilibrium by using the Church of Mother Earth's Blessed, Utravsky. But things didn't develop as he had expected. Leonard Mitchell had apparently left Backlund very quickly. At the end of February, Emlyn had made a detour to 7 Pinster Street while he was out once, only to discover that it was uninhabited. Without thinking about this matter any further, he walked to the end of the street, got onto a rental carriage and headed straight for the Odora Villa. He was left to a study on the first floor by an attendant where he saw many Sanguine who had recently come of age. Among them was a Sanguine who had already become a Baron. I'm not the only one, he thought before closing the door. He then said to the owner, Cosmiodora, My lord, was I not called here because of a summoning from Lord Nibs? He had said my lord, rather indifferently as though he was calling him by name. This was because he was also a Sanguine Baron. The difference was that he hadn't publicized it. Cosmi was a very refined, middle-aged gentleman. He smiled and said, All of you are outstanding young Sanguine. My grandfather has entrusted all of you with some tests. Another Sanguine Baron, Russ Bathory, who was lucky to receive an inheritance, asked, What tests are they? Cosmi drank a mouthful of dark red blood which was concocted with grape wine as he scanned the area. Perhaps you might not know, but the snake of fate from the life school of thought has disappeared for quite some time. As Emlyn White and the other Sanguine looked puzzled, Cosmi continued. But I believe all of you should know that the life school of thought is a coalition which was barely formed thanks to their belief in fate. They allied under the massive pressure placed by the 7 Orthodox churches in the beginning of the 5th epoch and are formed by beyonders who think of themselves as absolutely rational and aloof, those that worship the primordial moon, and those that seek the essence of life and spirituality. Due to the existence of the Snake of Fate, there hadn't been many serious problems internally. Their worship of the primordial moon was ultimately restricted to a fixed symbolic meaning. Furthermore, the process of formula exchange was melded with a master-apprentice heritage system. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the Snake of Fate, this process has been disrupted. The primordial moon's believers rapidly turned passionate, producing a fracture in the faction that represents fate. An intense conflict ensued as a result. This matter was used by the Rose School of Thought. It dealt quite a sizable amount of damage to them. Emlyn White, Russ Bathory, and other Sanguine remained perplexed. After sharing the background information, Cosme dived into the details. Worshippers of the primordial moon are our eternal enemies. They have always been hunting us, concocting us into potions to achieve strength. Now, we will not let go of such an opportunity. Here's a list of primordial moon worshippers and their situations. Whoever finds them and kills them will be the victor of this test. My grandfather, as well as various important figures, would reward you generously. If you complete a portion of the list, we will determine this by numbers. Of course, these people were selected, and all of you are capable of dealing with them. The rest will be tracked down by the important figures. Upon hearing the first few sentences, Emlyn White had no intention of participating, despite having hatred for those artificial vampires. He found the matter troublesome, laborious, and tiresome. He'd rather stay at home in silence to chat with his dolls. By the time he realized that it was a competition, as well as sensing the gazes of Russ Bathory and the other Sanguine which were cast on him, Emlyn suddenly straightened his back and tipped his chin. No problem. His red eyes slowly swept across the other creatures in the room. On the future, inside a spacious room with an attached bathroom, Klein stood in front of the window, looking out into the undulating blue ocean. In a good mood, he breathed in the cold winds that came from the north. The flagship of the Admiral of Stars had already separated from the other ships in the fleet as it began to cruise alone. After an unknown period of time, 2 whaling ships appeared ahead. Once they noticed the flag containing the stars and I flying from the future, they immediately responded nervously. They quickly adjusted their positions, aiming their starboards over, their cannons ready to shoot at any moment. At the same time, spears and harpoons, which were shot using explosives, were directed in the same direction. The blonde and large fishermen from the Gargas archipelago held tridents and guns as they braced for an attack, either by standing or crouching. Klein also noticed that there were a number of women with figures similar to the Hulk. It was obvious at a glance that they were heavy and good at fighting. The future didn't mind their welcome. It continued cruising past them, heading deeper into the whaling route. After cruising for a while, Klein saw more pirate ships ahead. They were clustered around the sea route's periphery, their motives unknown. The future came close without standing on ceremony. Immediately, the pirate ships reacted like startled birds as they quickly retreated. Sensing the future slowing down, Klein left his room in puzzlement. Just as he approached the captain's cabin, he discovered Katlia walking out. This woman wore a thick pair of glasses on her nose bridge, hiding her mysterious purple eyes. She glanced at Klein and said succinctly, "Someone discovered a ruin which is said to be from the 4th epoch at the bottom of the sea in the waters around here. We plan on taking a look while on the way." Bottom of the sea? Ruin from the 4th epoch? Klein instantly recalled the rumor he had heard from the Lairdal bar. So this piece of news has already spread? I was wondering why I got to learn it so easily, he said inwardly in enlightenment. Klein had a certain degree of curiosity towards the outcome of the exploration. He didn't ask further as he walked past the captain's cabin and walked down the stairwell. After a few seconds, he felt his throat itch. He couldn't help but raise his fist to his mouth and cough. Klein wasn't surprised by such a development, as it was inevitable. He had carried the biological poison bottle for more than 2 hours last night. Only when it was late at night and his confirmation that Admiral of Stars and crew didn't have any intention of attacking him did he move the mystical item into a black suitcase. Sadly, he ended up falling sick. Of course, the amount of time he brought the biological poison bottle with him wasn't considered long. His body wasn't in a weakened state, so his resulting illness wasn't anything serious. He just felt his tonsils swell in pain. Katlia, who was walking slowly behind, saw this scene, but she didn't find it a problem. Instead, she found it normal. It was common knowledge for knowledgeable beyonders that mystical items were bound to have negative side effects. Furthermore, they would learn from the 7 Orthodox churches and categorize those with serious side effects which made them impossible to possess or use for prolonged time as sealed artifacts. The reason why Katlia had sold or exchanged many of her low and mid-level mystical items was firstly because she wanted to better strengthen her survivability. Secondly, the various negative effects from multiple items were troubling. Often, one could avoid one but not the other. Some negative effects might even stack and synergize into something worse. Therefore, to most beyonders, the disadvantages surpassed the advantages. She discovered that Gehrman Sparrow had used mystical items, beyonder weapons, and spirituality charms to arm himself to the teeth. While being amazed, she was already guessing at the type of negative effects he was facing. From what she saw today, it was a temporary simple illness. With steady steps, Klein arrived on the deck and saw Frank Lee. He was still dressed in a white shirt and dungarees. His arm was stained with dirt as though he wasn't afraid of the cold winds that blew down at him. "Good morning, Gehrman." Frank warmly waved his hand and said, "Here, try my latest product. This is definitely the most welcomed item at sea." As he said, he raised his other hand. In it was a wide and fat fish of an unknown breed. "No, I don't want to know what monster you have cooked up this time." Klein paused in his footsteps as he looked at him with a cold expression. Frank Lee didn't discover any problems with his attitude. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed the fish before slicing a hole open. Blood flowed out and accurately landed in a large beer cup on the deck. It didn't emit any fishy smell. "Smell that? It's such an intoxicating alcoholic fragrance." Frank Lee half closed his eyes as he fervently said, "This is a fish who has red wine replacing its blood. As such, the wine contains lots of nutrients." Klein realized he was at a loss for words. Frank looked at the surrounding sailors in excitement before saying to Gehrman Sparrow, "Do you know what's the most troubling matter out at sea? That's when we run out of alcohol without being anywhere close to shore. As long as this kind of fish can rapidly reproduce and become the sea's primary produce, then we won't be lacking any alcohol no matter where we are. By the way, they can be categorized by species. Some will produce lantiproof, others nepos, red wine, and beer. The beer needs to come from sharks or whales. Otherwise, there won't be enough. Isn't the most troubling matter the lack of water? Of course, all of you can use beer to replace water most of the time because it doesn't easily spoil. Those poor fishes." Klein was pondering over a response to Frank when Katlia came on deck. She walked past him and questioned her first mate. "Is Nina done with her preparations?" "Yes. She has already finished a bottle of nepos." Frank pointed at a shadow formed by the sails. "The so-called preparations are to drink a bottle of nepos, a specialty of Fesak? The nepos which can light a fire?" Klein suddenly felt that Nina, the lady mentioned by the first mate, was likely someone with Fesak blood. "Captain, I want a bottle of Sonia blood wine more." In the dark, a female figure slowly stood up and walked over. She was more than 1.8 meters tall. Her blonde hair was casually tied up into a high pigtail. Her facial features weren't anything outstanding, but she had the striking traits of someone from Fesak. Her skin was fair and her eyes were dull. This lady named Nina wore a black tight suit made of fish skin. The top and bottom seemed to be a one-piece, fully accentuating her stunning figure. Such a style was rather sexy to begin with. Nina's breasts were also far above what was normal. It was obvious what the surrounding pirates were looking at. Klein felt a little embarrassed and wished to move his gaze away. However, on second thought, Gehrman Sparrow was definitely not such an untried person. All he could do was empty his gaze and look straight at Nina's face. "Gehrman, this is our bosun, Nina. She's also the navigator's assistant." "Ha ha. Her sequence's name is Seafarer. Frank Lee still didn't hold back in his introductions. Apart from his research of crossbreeding, this poison expert is rather simple. I now recall that this lady named Nina has a bounty of 3,600 pounds. Her nickname is Seabed Murderer. Sigh. After seeing so many bounty notices, there are some I can't immediately recall. Klein looked at Nina's eyes and nodded calmly. Good morning, ma'am. Nina held back her smile and sized up Klein. Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. I'm very curious if Vice Admiral Ailment is really as charming as the rumors say. As a female pirate who had mixed with low and mid-class people for extended periods of time, she was always very frank and direct towards both men and women. She didn't show any coyness. She had originally planned on asking Gairman Sparrow if she was lacking in charm, or ask if he was the cold type, which resulted in her being completely ignored or him showing any reaction. But considering how the man standing before her was a powerful guy, an adventurer who nearly successfully hunted Vice Admiral Ailment, or a lunatic who could draw his gun and shoot at any moment, she rationally held back her jesting words. She switched to asking about Vice Admiral Ailment. How am I to answer you? Klein gloomily said. Her bounty is extremely charming. Nina was taken aback, somewhat at a loss for a response to continue the conversation. Hence, she turned to look at Admiral of Stars. Captain, do we begin now? Katlia, who felt her bounty flash through her mind for some baffling reason, nodded. Begin. Just as she said that, Nina took large strides to the side of the ship. With her right hand supporting herself, she leaped into the sea, swimming downwards like a gigantic black fish. At the same time, there were a few splashes. A few sailors had jumped down as well to provide her aid. She begins at the mention of it. She didn't need any additional time to prepare. This lady has the temperament of the Church of Storms. As expected of a beyonder from the sailor pathway, Klein looked out the ship as he couldn't help but cough. You're sick? Frank Lee asked directly. Klein nodded slightly and said, A little. Frank thought for a moment. He didn't say a word as he rushed back into the cabin, his destination unknown. By the side, Katlia nudged her heavy glasses and smiled. Frank is a poison expert, but he's also an outstanding doctor. As expected of someone from the planter pathway, Klein didn't ask further as he stood there, awaiting Nina's preliminary exploration. Seeing the sudden silence that became somewhat awkward, Katlia took a few steps forward and said, seemingly in passing, In another day, we will be leaving the Whaling Sea route. But we're at least a week from those waters? Klein thought before asking. That is if we follow the Whaling Sea route. In fact, this will lead further north and be more roundabout. I know of a secret sea route that can allow us to reach the waters you wish to go to in 2 to 3 days. Katlia's gaze looked at Klein's eyes through her thick glasses, as though she wanted to tell how much he knew of the extremely dangerous waters. Klein considered and simply said, Very good, that's exactly what I want. In addition, those waters are more illusory than real. Katlia retracted her gaze in thought as she looked at the entrance to the cabin. Frank Lee ran over and held a green apple in his hand. This is the outcome of another one of my projects. It's a crossbreed of medicine and fruits. It makes the consumption of medicine more enjoyable. He beamed as he handed Klein the apple. I'm afraid I'll end up even sicker after eating it. Klein glanced at Admiral of Stars and saw her nod gently. Only then did he inwardly force himself to accept the apple while appearing calm on the outside. He then bit down at the apple. It had the taste of a normal apple. It just had a lot more juice, and the insides were softer. After a few bites, Klein discovered that his throat suddenly wasn't hurting. He didn't realize when he stopped coughing. I have to say that it's rather magical. As long as it doesn't involve animals and humans, Frank Lee is really a genius that should be taken seriously in the Church of Mother Earth. Unfortunately, he ultimately became a devil-like person. Klein looked at the poison expert and said frankly, It's healed. Very good. Frank didn't praise himself as he began casually introducing the pirates on the deck. After a while, Nina and the other supporting sailors swam up to the surface and returned to the ship. She held a metallic piece that had been rotten into an identifiable state and a piece of black hardened mud that was filled with honeycombed holes. She grumbled to Katlia, "Captain, there's no deep-sea well. That well's mouth isn't even bigger than my breasts. Of course, it's very deep and dark. It's unknown what's hidden in it." She gestured using her hands. Exaggeration is a common trait of pirates and adventurers. Katlia nodded without using the term bragging. "The diameter of the well's mouth is that small?" Klein puzzledly looked at the item in Nina's hand as he politely diverted his gaze from her body, which had streams of water flowing down. Katlia's gaze moved in sync with his as she said, "Go into the details."